Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to RENNSPORT. Welcome back to the R1 Championship, the road to the Esports World Cup. My name's, of course, George Morgan. We're going to be bringing you yet more action ahead of our racing at Daytona here this evening. And fresh off the back of the first two groups going ahead around this circuit here in the United States, we saw the return of Joshua Rogers to full flight. Porsche Commander seemingly breaking the hoodoo from Jeddah in our previous round. But now we look ahead to groups B and C to try and nestle in some new results. Joining me once again, of course, is the one, the only Lewis McGlade. Lewis, welcome back.
You can't get rid of me in this championship. Apparently we can get rid of you, but you can't get rid of me. It's fine. I am unfortunately part of the furniture around here. No, it was a cracking round last time out at Daytona. We had plenty of excitement and drama in Group A. Kind of went the slightly predictable route, though. Unfortunately, Virtus Pro were unable to stay in Group A. Group D, though, complete cluster. Absolute wildcards. ERA working their way through. Obviously, we'll be dealing with those in a week or so's time, but it was really exciting, and I'm expecting tonight to be absolute chaos.
Well, whether you're new or you're an experienced viewer of this broadcast, we've got a little explainer for you just to check things out. So check this.
The RENNSPORT R1 season is about to start with a new format, and here's everything you need to know. The championship is split up into two parts. The regular season, containing seeding stage and dynamic group stage, followed by the major at the Esports World Cup. The regular season starts off with 3 seeding rounds. Those are your typical R1 style tournaments in which drivers will be collecting points based on their finishing position, whilst the top 6 in each race will progress into the next round. The points scored by each of the drivers will accumulate towards the points tally of their team. The dynamic group stage separates teams into 4 groups, initially based on the points accumulated during the seeding stage. In rounds 4 through 7, 2 groups will play each week. At the end of the races for that round, the team with the least points scored in its group gets demoted to the one below, whilst the highest scorer per group moves one up. Their position at the end of that week determines the number of championship points they accumulate. As an example, number 1 in the top group, Group A, will receive 12 points, while number 2 in Group C will receive 5. Round 8 is the final round of the dynamic group stage before the major, and the first chance for teams to qualify for the finale at the Esports World Cup. To qualify, you either have to be the best scoring team in Group A or be among the 2 highest scoring teams from Group A or B across the dynamic group stage. If you are the worst scoring team in Group D or one of the 2 teams with the lowest amount of points across the dynamic group stage, your championship ends here. The remaining 6 teams will go to EWC and enter a last chance qualifier round to determine who will join the fight for the RENNSPORT R1 Spring Season Championship at the Esports World Cup.
So there we have it, a little refresher for all of you folks at home as well, just to check out and see how we actually run things around here in the R1 Championship. But Lewis, obviously looking ahead to tonight, we're back at Daytona, a vastly different circuit in some ways to the likes of Jeddah. We've already been, of course, to the Jeddah circuit in our dynamic group phase. Fuji as well kicked things off in this phase as well. But prior to that, Spa, Autodromo Monza and Hockenheimring made their appearances. We've got one more track after Daytona, which is the Temple of Speed, before we have one more to be announced after that on, looking ahead to June 6th, obviously still a few weeks away, a couple of weeks away before we reach that point. But the final soiree around Daytona is tonight, May 23rd, before we then head towards Autodromo Monza on May 29th and the 30th as well. It's certainly going to be very exciting, and this is really crunch time, isn't it, Lewis, with us now looking to really seal the deal on which teams are going to be heading to the EWC.
Yeah, obviously the fight to get into the Esports World Cup, whether that is to already transfer automatically into the finals or even just to get involved in them. This is the circuit they'll be racing at for the third to last time, effectively, of the online championship. You've got that run down into turn 1, the awkward double left-hander into turn 2, the right-left chicane. You've got turn 3 there, the international horseshoe. Plenty of drama was there, including a little bit of 3-wide last week. Turn 4, the dog leg, flick it through there, basically completely flatten these cars, onto the brakes, into the west horseshoe. Turn 6, arguably the most awkward and uncomfortable corner in all of motorsport. I'd even throw it up there. It's a horrible corner with lots of bumps. Into NASCAR 1 and 2 before we get down into the Le Mans chicane. 8, 9, 10, 11. You flick it left, you flick it right, and then left again. Straight back out into NASCAR 3 and 4. Of course, the final corner with plenty of slipstreamy drag races up towards the line. Easy for me to say.
Of course, the brainchild for Bill France back in 1959 was when this track obviously opened up as a permanent residence for the Daytona 500 and also subsequent Daytona 24-hour as well, replacing Daytona Beach as it was prior to that. But obviously looking ahead, we could take a little look as to how the groups fare at the moment as well in terms of points. Obviously still lots of racing to be had in between now and the end of the dynamic group phase. Here is the movers and shakers. We've got Group B with Maus, who dropped down from Group A after the prior week. And then, of course, BS Plus competition at Lassie and Williams Sim Racing also in this fight too after getting promoted from Group C. We look down at Group C. Team Vitality, after a bit of a rough run through the dynamic group phase as well, looking for some kind of recovery. But they're going to be in for a little bit of a fight here, especially given what we have seen from Team MSI, keeping it consistent and maintaining their place in Group C spot, with the Mercedes AMG Esports Team TC Racing also moving up. So it could be a fiery night tonight, Lewis.
Do you remember, of course, Vitality and Yovsky did win that last race back in Jeddah, so maybe there's a little bit of positive vibes in the team for them to move forward. Of course, Groups A and D have already been dealt with. That was last week. Virtus Pro demoted out of Group A in a similar fashion to Mouse was last week, and Virtus Pro was the round before that, so that's just how it goes. Apparently taking on Redline and Porsche Granders, maybe a little bit too tough. The big one, though, was in Group D, where ERA was the team to work out. So Vulcans, they're going to stay in Group D for next week, and they really do need to make their efforts known and move their way back forward, because they are going to be languishing at the bottom there and might not even see their way through into the Esports World Cup qualifiers, even if they can get there. Either way, keeping our eyes focused on the two groups that we have. Like I say, promotion, relegation from both of them. It's always a little more chaotic here at Daytona.
Yeah, I mean, we thought things couldn't really get much more chaotic than they did at Jeddah, really. In certain cases, we had plenty of argy-bargy moments, and especially when the walls were so close to the circuit, as they are at the Corniche, it does sort of create that little high element of drama. But here as well, we've got to, obviously take into account the bank cornering as well in certain areas. Of course, there's typically an oval circuit that's generally at play. Obviously, we are taking the road course here tonight. But, opportunities for overtaking, plenty of them. Couple of, they've got that chicane coming through in towards Sector 3 as well, Lewis. That could be an open book for many drivers. Obviously, the first sector coming out of the dog leg, out to the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. When you come through out of Turn 2 in towards Turn 3, that is also a prime spot. Lots of variation in terms of braking. You can carry the speed in certain corners as well, but you can really chance your arm, especially in that first sector.
Yeah, certainly so. Here's Danny Moreno behind the wheel of a Mercedes. We've not actually seen a Mercedes out in Group A or in Group D, obviously last week, because they're all in Groups B and C. And of course, two of those, I believe, are in here. So it's not going to be easy. Obviously, we've got the TC team and we've got MSI. Obviously, they'll be taking along with Vitality here. And Moreno working his way through the West Horseshoe. This is what I mean. This corner here, absolutely cannot stand it. It's bumpy in the braking zone. You've got to use a little bit of the curb on the right-hand side and then flick it through the left-hander. And it's so bumpy on the exit there. The pavement there, it feels like it is original. It feels like it was built all the way back in the 30s and they've not changed it since.
Probably still the beach, I would imagine. That's probably what it is. As we now watch as the Spaniard Danny Moreno, who steps into RENNSPORT competition for the first time this season, and has been very much leading the TC Esports team alongside the likes of action man Jack Keithley, who of course has also returned to the forefront as of late. As we now watch as the Sector 2 line goes purple. Looking very strong though, Lewis, looking composed, but I'd imagine we should see better elsewhere.
Yes, certainly so. The sector times there in the middle losing out a little bit. You can see they're in the first sector, about 3/10 down on Johan Arth. Fast times last week, this is not going to be close to it, but still was a 43.7. It's going to be a 44, I think. Might still be a 43. 44.3 as he crosses the line. So not too great, unfortunately.
No, tough lap indeed. Purple, though, for Johan Harth in that first sector. MSI with a great chance here to move themselves up a group. Potential for Group B in the palm of their hand, should they be able to muster something. And with the talent that they have at their fingertips, it shouldn't be too far away. 43.8 in that first sector is a 10th plus quicker than Lopez in that first sector. 38.4, also looking pretty strong here for Johan Harth. Let's wait and see where this time now gets laid down. First fastest for Johan Harth, 1:43.864.
Yeah, that's not too bad for Johan. That's, I say, pretty much right up there. This one not going so good for Lopez. That is a slowdown. The most notable place to get a slowdown penalty around here is going through the Le Mans chicane. So, yeah, that's going to be an easy one to tell you where Lopez is going down. It'll be the rear end of the field.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff there for Lopez. Will now cross the line and will take his spot at the lower end, the bottom end of our runners thus far. 147.300 as Jimmy Antunes now makes his appearance here for MSI. Of course, teammate Johan Harth currently sat at the top of the tree. 43.892 in the first sector is approximately 16 thousandths off the pace. Would ideally wanted, well, would have wanted a 38.4 of the realm in that middle sector, but now sprinting up towards the line. Let's see what he can cook up coming out of sector 3, coming down the front stretch. 21.586 and approximately, well, fair to middling, just behind Johan Harth, but MSI in control.
Oh, I think there's another slowdown here for Nicholas Matteo. Certainly is. So, for TC, the 3 cars through, 2 of them have received slowdown penalties going through the Le Mans chicane. And so it's a 47.3 for Coco Lopez. And so it's basically a test to see which one's going to be ahead on the back of the field, whether it is going to be Matteo or whether it is going to be Lopez. But so far, we've seen 2 MSIs, we've seen 3 TCs. We've not seen a Vitality yet. We'll get those around the circuit in just a moment as Matteo goes just a touch ahead of Coco Lopez.
Tough visit so far for TC Esports, with Danny Moreno currently harbouring their fastest time. There's now John Robertson. Looks to cook up something special of his own. He's currently sat within 6 hundredths of a second in both the first and second sector, just outside of the half a hundredth realm, as now they... well, certainly half a tenth realm, I should say, as he now crosses the line. 23 thousandths out the mark in Sector 3. But that is a strong lap from John Robertson and a triple dream for MSI in the top 3.
And finally, we see something that isn't a Mercedes. It's only taken halfway through the session, but all 6 of the cars that have gone round thus far belong to the Mercedes brand. Thibaut Casabon coming through, whilst his teammate's gone purple in the first sector. He's a little bit off in the first and the second. It'll be close to where John Robertson has gone in the session. As long as he breaks the 44 barrier, that'll be the goal. I think the Mercedes struggles a little bit in that final sector. And there goes Thibaut Casabon across the line, as we'll see Yuri Toman, the next one to come through. And this could be the pole lap.
It could well be. First sector is very good. 43.8 is now very much in tune with what we saw from Johan Harth before, but a little bit quicker. And equally, we have in sector 2, 38.534 as he now makes his way down through towards the line. Let's wait and see whether he can pip Johan Harth to the punch. Thibaut Casabon also putting the Team Vitality organisation in a good place, but not quite able to. Despite that purple final sector, it turns out the middle was key, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, it does seem as though the Mercedes is pretty strong in that middle sector. Struggles a little bit in the final one, very evidently. So Marcel Cinchig here is about 2 tenths off at the moment of that pole time with a solid final sector. It'll come up towards the line. I think it will be just around the 43.9s, maybe a 44 flat for Marcel Cinchig. As he crosses the line, it is going to be a 44 flat.
Yeah, 44 flat to take him across the line. Erhan Yovski's going to be next. Has had some tricky results as of late. Jeddah will surely not go down as one to remember for Team Vitality for many, many reasons, hence the reason why they are in this group at the moment. But for Erhan Yovski especially, 2 12th place finishes in the first 2 races in our last round. Certainly didn't harbour him any well-being, that's for sure. But didn't he just follow it up in the right way with a victory to end off the night as he now crosses the line? 53,000 improvement. Jamie Fluke has gone quicker, but Yovski just below mid-table.
Well, fastest first sector hit coming in from Jamie Fluke. Jack Keithley will not be taking part in this qualifying session due to a qualifying ban. So Keithley will be starting from the final row of the grid, making it all 4 TCs at the moment, potentially starting in the final 4 positions. Could they be on a one-way trip straight back down into Group D? We'll have to wait and see. Jamie Fluke then onto the brakes, flicks it through the Le Mans chicane. And what is that second sector time as he crosses the line? Let's see what it is. It's about a tenth off, or a couple of tenths off where he needs to be in that session. And that makes me wonder if it's not going to be quite faster than Johan Harth. More going to be around the mid 1 minute 43.9 that we've seen from the likes of Thibaut Casabon and like from John Robertson as well. Fluke up towards the line, then the final qualifying time of this session. As he hits the line, It's good enough. Oh, a 44.029. Not good enough. Jamie Fluke goes to 7th.
Yeah, tricky one for Jamie Fluke. Unfortunately, not quite hitting the heights of mid-table. Johan Hartho, very impressive here this time around for Team MSI, launching himself to the very top. Of course, MSI now, the new version, you could say, of the Apex Racing team. Still very much, though, encompassing that Mercedes brand as they've done so all season long and throughout prior seasons we have seen as well from this lineup. Very, very exciting to certainly see them working up at the very top of the order. And I must say, Lewis, toing and froing with Team Vitality as well. That's a good sign if you're Team MSI.
Yeah, exactly. It does mean that it looks like it might be a very tight battle between both MSI and Vitality as to who's going to be progressing this week. Obviously, Vitality have already dropped down from Group B, so they're looking for the instant jump back straight up into Group B, but might not be that easy. MSI are a strong team. They're a strong outfit. They've got the ability within them, and they've won plenty of races as a team in R1. The big question, though, is can TC bounce back from what has been a pretty miserable start then to their time in Group C?
Well, all 4 cars currently situated towards the rear of the field, and obviously to make it to almost send it from bad to worse, obviously with action man Jack Keithley not even able to set a lap, Lewis, a retirement before he could even take to the circuit.
Yeah, but like I say, it's a quality ban. He's clearly been a bit naughty somewhere, and they've given him a slap on the wrist. He did get that victory back at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, so at least there was that. And technically had a victory on the road at Fuji, but the less said about that, the better. He wasn't particularly pleased, wagging his finger at the camera. But that's fine. Look, it's a circuit you can go and do some overtakes at. That said, I'm pretty sure last round a lot of all the victories, aside from maybe 1 or 2, came from those front couple of rows.
Yeah, well, now as the drivers make their way out for practice, there is Jack Keithley back out again on circuit fresh after the qualifying ban, and we'll be looking to move his way up through the field. We're hoping that he can at least work with his team in order to pull something off. I suppose the one thing you can consider is that obviously it doesn't really get much worse than this, does it, Lewis, for TC Esports in this first session? They can at least work their way up through the field, work together because they are all batched together. I mean, what are your thoughts? Is it possible for them to be able to work as a team at this point?
I mean, yes, but it's one of those ones that looking at it, it's not going to be easy at all. They need, I think, some outside intervention, and what I mean by that is luck. They need a little bit of luck if they're going to throw their way back into this. And we've kind of seen this before as well throughout the entirety running of this dynamic group phase. If you're the team that starts out badly, right? If you're the team that starts out on the wrong foot, if you're the team that doesn't score very well in this first race, 9 times out of 10, you're the one that's being dropped down, right? And that's kind of like what we've seen before, in the opening couple of rounds. Though, if you start off really strong, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win or that you're going to progress. But if you start off poorly, it's basically done. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this group as a whole, you tend to you look at it as 3 teams that are effectively encompassing some really tricky results, despite perhaps one team obviously improving to get themselves promoted into Group C. One team obviously getting essentially relegated into this group coming out of the Jeddah Corniche. You've got 3 teams that haven't necessarily been overwhelming in recent races, or at least rounds of the competition, and especially when you consider the latest results. Arguably the strongest team out of the bunch have been MSI. So do we automatically expect them to go on and obtain that promotion to Group B now?
I think the promotion position is a little bit more up in the air, right? That's one where I could very easily see it being either of these teams. If I'm leaning one way at the moment, I'm not really too sure. But thankfully, we've seen a little bit here, some great battling between a couple of our drivers, one of them being from Vitality, the other one being from MSI. So at least we're getting a bit of an understanding as to how it's working out. Does seem as though that Aston is pretty rapid on the start-finish straight there. Either way, we'll take a look at the first starting grid of the evening then. And with Jack Keithley starting from the rear end of the field, with Coco Lopez, Nicolas Mateo, and with Danny Moreno, it's all TC on the final couple of rows. Ahead of that, though, it's flipping and flowing. 1 Vitality and 1 MSI per row. We've got Erhan Yovsky and Jamie Fluke. We've got Jimmy Antunes and Marcel Chinchip. We've got John Robertson and Thibaut Casamon. And then finally, on the front row of the grid, we have Yuri Toman and Johan Ard. How's that one going to play out? I really don't know. And like I say, this can genuinely go either way. And I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, we got a nice mishmash there of Team MSI cars, and also at the same time Vitality have really been struggling for their best form as of late. It looked like they'd capitalized in certain areas towards the back end of Jeddah, but we'll wait and see. They're all lined up, ready to go though. Lewis, take us through it.
Certainly so. This is going to be a fun evening, I think. Maybe a little bit stressful for the teams, maybe not so fun for them, but for us, we're going to have a good one. I'm absolutely sure. As always, a rolling start here at the Daytona International Speedway, the World Centre of Racing. Wow, I'm tripping up over myself left, right and centre. Let's hope they don't, as we all begin the racing for the evening. And that race down into the first corner, where it's so insanely tricky getting onto the brakes, turning it to the left, and getting a bit messy indeed. Johan Arth on the pole position, the first one of the night. Yuri Toman alongside him as we get racing. Going to the outside there, I think, is Jamie Fluke trying to get past Jimmy Antunes. His teammate, as he looks to the outside, going into the first corner. Side by side, the second row there is Thibaut Casamon and Yuri Toman. Bit of a slide there for one of the TCs. Bit of contact there between the MSIs, and they have tripped over themselves. And that will be John Robertson sent back after contact between Jimmy Antunes and Jamie Fluke. No intervention coming in from Vitality there. That was just MSI having an absolute party between each other, and I don't mean that in a good way.
No, that's 3 MSI cars that were making contact with each other. There was no Aston Martin in sight where it came to the contact. And now, as we stand, it's Johan Arth who leads the way by 0.2 of a second. Thibaut Casamon holding on to that second place. Yuri Toman in third. Chinchik also waiting in the wings. That is the perfect possible scenario, really, for Team Vitality. The only better one, I suppose, in certain ways, is the fact that Johan Arth wasn't caught up in any of that. But regardless, they currently sit with 3 Vitalities in 2, 3 and 4. Jamie Fluke now nestled into 5th place, with Erhan Yujovski waited to move his way through the field as well and potentially make it 4 Vitality cars inside this top 5 as they sprint down through towards the bus stop section at turn 10 and 11 off the back stretch. It is currently Hart, though, consolidating his place at the front. Contact again, and that is an MSI car gone, and that's Jamie Fluke. And also, by the looks of it, that was a Vitality of Marcel Chinchik, Lewis.
Yeah, so that's definitely going to be looked at. Whether you can say, I get the vibe. We've not seen it yet, so that's fine. But you get the vibe that Jamie Fluke was partially alongside heading into it, and Marcel Chinchik would have come across to get to the apex. But then I get the feeling that Jamie Fluke wasn't fully there, at least based on my gut feeling going into that. Either way, what you can see there in the top right is for Vitality. They are in a very comfortable spot now, especially considering they've just taken over the race lead with Thibaut Casamon. Yuri Toman about to come through and take over second spot. And look at that in the background. You've got Nicolas Mateo working his way past Jimmy Antunes as the side-by-side for the race lead between the 2 Vitality teammates could leave them in a 1-2 position. Johan Arth dropped back and deposed into 3rd.
An example here, I would say, of where one team is perhaps not quite in tune with one another, as opposed to another team that definitely seems to be. Obviously, Thibaut Casamon, Yuri Toman working together to dislodge the lead that was being held by Johan Arth, who was now looking to try and move his way back into second. Unfortunately, though, the avenue was turned off with Yuri Toman now holding position in second place, but Arth still very determined to try and find that position back. He's going to take a very tight line up the inside, and that's very risky, of course. We're on the bank section. If you move down beyond those yellow lines, that will, of course, lead you onto a flat surface, but they've got to stay on that right-hand side, ideally, for the run then heading down in towards the chicane. And it is going to be Casamon and Toman who are now in control, with Erhan Yujovski, who is somewhat disconnected from this front 3, but still, one corner can change all of that. He is a second behind our leader at the moment, so around about half a second behind Arth, I would say.
Did get told coming into this that the Mercedes maybe struggles with a little bit of straight line speed, potentially due to bottoming out and things like that around this circuit. So there could be a few troubles like that, but that was all about slipstream coming in from those Vitality teammates, and they'll stay on the low side here as Johan Arth pulls straight to the outside. He gets into second, but that's not going to hold. He'll potentially be dropping back here. He's going to go the long way around the outside of the first corner just to try and maybe clear Yuri Toman. A little bit of contact between the 2, and the feisty Frenchman could have completed this one. Let's see if Johan Arth's able to do it. Straight around the outside of turn 2. That was excellent racing, and for Johan Arth really showing his car control to go straight around the outside outside. Importantly, though, look at that on the right-hand side. Look at how close MSI and TC are. And for that as well, Nicholas Matteo is closing into this. TC said they needed to start out with a good race here. They're starting out with an absolute cracker for him.
And he just overtook Haniovski as well, beginning this lap. So a very strong start to lap 3 for Nicholas Matteo and TC Esports, of course, governed by the brilliant Thibaut Courtois, goalkeeper for the Real Madrid Football Club. And obviously, Harbour's not only a sim racing team, but also a real-life F4 team as well, coupling the TC organisation as now we watch them make their way around the back corners once again. Still vitality at the top of the shop in terms of our live standing. That is what's key. That will determine who gets promoted. Whoever finishes top of this standing will, at the end of the night, find themselves moving up a group, and that will mean Group B once again for Vitality should they be successful. And it's hard to imagine that they would be anywhere outside of the top 2 groups, especially with what we've seen over the last couple of years, especially with Marcel Chinchik becoming a spring season champion back in 2023. As we now ride on board with Nicholas Matteo, who very much, like Danny Moreno, his teammate, moved across from single-seater racing, tried to, well, certainly design his avenue to become an F1 sim racing driver. Did not work out, has now since moved to GT3 racing and has managed to build a second win into his sim racing career. As now we see side by side now between Johan Harth around the outside of Thibaut Casibon, trying to fish for an opportunity at P1, but that door is slammed shut by the Frenchman Thibaut Casibon, who now holds the lead, but Harth still determined as now Toman goes around the outside.
Yeah, a bit of the French Civil War there in first and second between Casabon and Arts. And I was a little concerned about Nicholas Matteo there, sending one down the inside of Yuri Toman at the opening corner of the track. He certainly was looking at the opportunity behind the Aston Martin. Here he goes down into the West Horseshoe once again, just trying to fill the mirrors, basically trying to put that pressure on Yuri Toman to make him maybe make a mistake, maybe open the door a little bit too much, maybe think too much about the car ahead. For Matteo, though, he can't sit too comfortably behind Yuri Toman because he's got Haniovski right behind him, ready to take over the position as soon as the door and the opportunity opens up. Right now, things are looking good for Vitality, 22 points. But I did mention it earlier on the broadcast. A team that starts out strong won't necessarily finish strong when it comes to this competition. They can lose points very quickly. I would say this group right now, as obviously we're not even halfway through the first race yet, but looking at those points, this group is wide open. Every team can be promoted, every team can be relegated. No one starting out ridiculously strong.
No, not at all. Obviously, it's a fairly even playing field, which might be an indicator, really, as to where Vitality are at the moment in comparison to where they were a couple of years ago. Maybe a slight decline has crept in, and that could be as simple as just getting adjusted to a new car. Obviously, MSI getting adjusted to new life as Team MSI, as opposed to Apex Racing Team as they were before. It's now the 2 Vitality cars go in tandem once again. Yuri Toman and Thibaut Casibon, but Johan Harth fishing around the outside as well, looking for an opportunity to take the race lead. Nicholas Matteo watching all this unfold whilst holding position in front of the Macedonian Erhan Yajovski. And once again, Harth a little bit of argy-bargy with the Aston Martin alongside him as they now creep around the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. Still wheel to wheel in places, and now Harth has managed to muscle his way back into second after getting near disrupted by Yuri Toman. Casibon, though, still holds the lead.
Certainly does, but let's see how things are going to change now. Here comes, look to the outside, Nicholas Matteo trying to get his way around the outside of Yuri Toman. This might actually work out very poorly for him. He'll have the inside for turn 6, but if Yuri Toman's confident, he can send it straight around the outside. There's actually a lot of argy-bargy happening between the two of them. It's opened up the door for the Macedonian of Erhan Yajovski to also work through on his teammate. That was a little naughty from Matteo. He was leaning on the side there and driving into the side a little bit. Yuri Toman, of course, you could say that Yuri Toman was maybe turning a bit left and he was turning a bit right. And I'm not saying that race control need to step in because I don't think they do. But that was a little naughty, and that's going to be building up some serious frustrations in this group, making me think there might be a little quashy-washy coming in soon.
With frustration tends to come incidents tend to follow with penalties, which of course many of these drivers will be seeking to avoid. Just goes to show as well, Lewis, given this aggressive format that we're adopting as well, one penalty can really change the shift of a life standing. We saw that at the end of Jeddah.
Yeah, I mean, look, penalties do make huge differences. Obviously, for TC and that back at Fuji with Jack Keithley losing the victory, that was a big one. Yuri Toman then almost into the rear end and does tap the rear end of Yoski there just to try and give him a bit of an assist past the Mercedes of Matteo. They'll go around the outside at the first corner. Matteo's got a bit of insistence from Jimmy Antunes on the inside, and he thinks he's potentially going to start closing up quite a lot here on the point because Antunes is trying to work his way through both of those vitalities. Yuri Toman drops back behind Antunes, and there is contact between Yovski and the Swiss driver there on the left-hand side of your screen. It does seem as though Antunes has to settle now for 5th position. This is getting a little elbows out and a bit argy-bargy as we go down to the West Horseshoe with Antunes on the outside.
Definitely a physical battle here thus far, and it looks like Antunes is going to come off second best against the Macedonian Erhan Yovski, and now Yuri Toman perhaps smells an opportunity of his own. He's denied, at least for now. As we watch Antunes, you can see him at the bottom left hand of your screen, obviously just underneath the timing tower. Looking composed though, nothing really concerning Antunes just yet. Obviously MSI not getting the best of starts after that 3-car collision they had with one another at the very start of this race, hence why Jamie Fluke is towards the rear of the field, as well as John Robertson, who now will have to look to work for the minor points at the moment. But we're here on lap 6 of 9 as now up the inside we see yet more movements as Yuri Toman now picks his spot coming through the bus stop chicane and moves past Jimmy Antunes, and that's 3 team vitalities inside the top 5.
Yeah, indeed. Here we go, though, to the outside. Jimmy Antunes, once again, was trying to close his way back up, but look at the speed advantage coming in from Jack Keithley, someone who certainly will get his elbows out, given a moment's notice. Straight to the outside at the moment of the fellow Mercedes. Dabs on the brakes, dropped back in behind. Smart move. He was just going to get hung out to dry on the outside. There was no point in leaving it there, so dropped straight back in behind the MSI car and goes back to single file. The group here works their way through the opening corner. Meanwhile, the 2 feisty Frenchmen are still fighting over first and second, just a couple of tenths between them. Nicolas Matteo, though, could be dragging his way back up into contention for race victory and dragging this whole train with him.
Superb gains, I have to say, from Jack Keithley, who started from the very rear of the field due to the qualifying ban. Has now since moved his way on the cusp of the top 6, but needs to get through a raft of cars. We just exit out of picture-in-picture with Johan Harth now fighting for the lead against Thibaut Casibon once again. Of course, we've got 2 laps to bring you, including this one. But the front 2 now starting to pull away from Nicolas Matteo down in 3rd, who was trying to shake Erhan Yovski in behind. But he's doing a good job, it has to be said, despite the aggressive nature he might have pulled together earlier on to bring him into this position. But at the end of the day, TC Esports, they simply need it right now. The points gap's so slender between them and MSI right now. So any place they can gain on MSI right at this point in time, especially here on lap 7, this late stage in race 1, to set the tone for the rest of this evening's festivities, would be absolutely massive. 84 thousandths between Harth and Casibon as they now fly through the bus stop once again, coming out of turn 11 through towards turn 12. The Mercedes AMG GT3 waiting patiently for its chance to strike as the Vantage now looks to make its way down through the long straight, now in tandem, in tow, nose to tail between the mean green machine of Thibaut Casibon, who leads the way, penultimate lap now incoming. You get the sense that this is a very cold and calculated Johan Harth right now, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, indeed. He'll wait for the right time. The thing is, he doesn't want to try and battle with Thibaut Casibon here, especially if the Aston Martin does have slightly superior straight line speed. The moment he goes for the move on Casibon, if it's not on that last lap, if it's not on the run to the line, Nicolas Matteo is just going to be given a golden opportunity to go for it. He's feeling like he needs to win the race, obviously. He's got a prime opportunity to win the race, and to get there, the main thing required, and this is very hard for racing drivers to fully understand, is patience. That is it. Like, he just needs to wait there from now until, you know, a lap and a bit's time. But coming out of the Le Mans chicane, then he gets the chance, then he has to go for it. It's about remaining patient and making sure that Nicolas Matteo stays off of his rear end until then.
And the characteristics of this circuit as well, Lewis, if you're on the final lap and you've got a run coming out of turn 13 up towards the line as well, generally you'll see an overtake for the win right in the final moments of this race, especially now as we have 3 different teams and 3 different drivers obviously representing those different teams, obviously outlining this top 3 right now. As you can see, they're all coming together. 2 Mercedes cars now, nose to tail, as now the turn of Nicholas Matteo comes to the forefront, and they both move ahead of Thibaut Casibon as Johan Harth hits the front. But is that smart, Lewis? Is that too early in the day to go for that move this time around, especially with the last lap now incoming?
He's going to have to hope that Thibaut Casibon goes on the attack for Nicholas Matteo. But take a look at the top right there, George. I mean, that's some pretty tight margins after the first race if everything finishes where it stands. Here we go then, and this is what you were saying. Was it a smart move? We're not so sure, as a little bit of assistance coming in actually from Thibaut Casibon might leave Johan Harth at the start of this race. If I get the feeling he could have dropped 2 or 3 positions before the line then, if things remain as they were. We'll head round though to complete the first corner on the start of the final lap of this race. Things are incredibly tight on the points, but like I say, that straight line speed, that was concerning a little bit then. And I wonder if one of those vitalities could sneak their way through and take this victory straight out of the hands of both Matteo and Harth.
Well, Nicholas Matteo has certainly been the shining light at TC Esports in this dynamic group phase, taking 3 second places and a 3rd as of our last race back at Jeddah, and he's searching all over the back of Johan Harth at the moment. The Frenchman very much at risk as young Matteo, representing, of course, the TC Esports team, the Spanish team, brand new, of course, to the R1 Championship here on RENNSPORT, now powering their way out of turn 7. They're going to take turn 8 now and through turn 9 before then running down the back stretch into turn 10 at the bus stop for the final time here in race 1. But Thibaut Casibon, we've seen it happen time and time again. You get the double slipstream heading down through towards the bus stop, and it's Nicholas Matteo who opens the door. And now as they come through towards turn 10, through turn 11 as well, very much at risk. Plenty of positions out on the table here, and one final slipstream run out of turn 13 could yet decide our victor, and it could be in the hands of Johan Harth if Matteo drops down, Lewis.
Yeah, and TC, they've started in the final 4 positions here, and yet they're still potentially looking at being a point off of the top of this group. That's how crazy these races have been. Has he timed this one well as he's come down off the banking? Here comes the drag race, and here comes Vitality. To the outside they go. It's going to be a Vitality victory, but only just Thibaut Casibon timed it to perfection as he works his way to the outside of Johan Harth and Nicholas Matteo and completely opens the door for Vitality in this group. That was very impressive, very well timed, and it turned out that Casibon was the most patient of all.
Percentage play from Thibaut Casibon, and they've got 3 Vitality cars inside that top 5 as well. That is absolutely massive for tonight's festivities, and certainly to try and lift themselves back into Group B. Talk about setting the tone in just the right way, Lewis McGlade. That was magic.
Yeah, and again, at points in that, it looked like it was going to be much, much, much closer in the points than it actually ended up being. But a well-timed move, and with plenty of assistance coming in from those Vitalities. It was obviously Johan Harth that was nearly trying to take the victory for MSI. But then out of nowhere, Thibaut Casibon zoomed around the outside.
Yeah, I mean, we got to give credit to young Nicholas Matteo. I know he was a little bit feisty earlier on in the race, but he was very much the shining light for TC Esports as well, Lewis.
Yeah, but I mean, look, just look at TC as a team. Yes, of course, Matteo did the heavy lifting there, but looking at it as a team, they started from those final 4 positions, and the fact they were dragged up into contention both by Matteo and a little bit with the assistance of Keithley as well. As a team, they ran around quite well. I mean, Keithley still finished in 6th spot, so they had 2 cars in the top half of the field, and that is in itself quite impressive.
Creates quite the dynamic as well between them and MSI. Do you think, obviously, Vitality showing their superior quality? They've done certainly a wonderful job of putting 3 Vitality cars in the positions that they did. It means that they do take a big advantage in terms of the points and how things stand coming through this Group C phase. You know, looking ahead, does that apply certain pressures on MSI and TC now, reducing the points gap, maybe just for safety in this group?
Maybe. I don't know. I think MSI a little bit in there might have actually been a bit of their own worst enemy with that crash out of turn 1, but we'll have to wait and see. Either way, by the way, I believe we're being joined by Thibaut Casibon, who, of course, is our race winner from the opening race here in Group C. And I've got to say, that was timed pretty well, Thibaut. Was that what you were expecting in the opening stage of the race? Obviously, you saw Matteo and Johan Harth work their way through, and yet you remained patient in 3rd. Was that always part of the plan? Were you expecting to win? Was that always, on the table?
Hello guys, yeah, very happy to finish P1, to have scored some good points for the team. And yes, clearly I didn't want to stay P1. The plan was to be P3 at the last lap, so it was the plan, and it was mega.
Yeah, I mean, Thibaut, obviously great to see you back in, in the P1 spot, obviously, first and foremost. It's been a bit of an up and down season thus far for Team Vitality. I appreciate you guys have been trying to get used to the Aston Martin, but it was great to see that team interplay between you as well. And you seem to capitalise quite nicely after the hiccup from Team MSI as well in the very opening lap. Is that something you've been working on, especially over the last few weeks where things haven't necessarily gone your way?
We didn't start well, for sure. Like, we were not lucky on the Aston, on the race, on the pace. We were missing also a bit of pace on the car, and we worked a lot, especially like on the small settings that you can change on the car. So the last 2 weeks we worked a lot just to improve the gap that we are missing, clearly. And it seems like we are starting to come back and to find missed. And yeah, let's focus like that, and it will be fine.
Yeah, do you reckon there was any confidence boost, by the way, coming in from the last round when Yovski was obviously victorious in that last race? Did that help the team, knowing that obviously you are a perfectly capable team of winning in this car?
Yeah, for sure. Like, we went together. It's the same team. We kept the same drivers. We won together, and we lost together, like until now, this season. But now we are focused to come back and to work. And especially, as we said, like everyone won the last race for the last week. Now I won. It's for sure like a positive circle to work and to hopefully to continue to score some good points.
Yeah, obviously it sets the tone, doesn't it, for a big championship run, and obviously with everything lining up for the EWC this year, this change of format I think has been quite a vicious change in many ways, because things are now a lot more feisty. You have to be a lot more conscious about where you finish as a team, and achieving those high-end results are more prevalent now. You have to make those overtakes, as opposed to the old format where it probably wasn't that important at the time. So do you find that changes how you approach a race or plan heading through to a night with RENNSPORT?
Yeah, honestly, I love that. Like, the fact that we have to fight as a team. Everyone is on track, and I love that. And clearly, like on the practice week, we have to practice more the race, the fight, more than the quali, because like the last few seasons it was all on the quali, because then in the race it was like just chill and just finishing in the position. And now like the quali is important, but not like before, so we have to practice for sure the quali, but also load the race to be able to fight and to have some plan like that. Like on Daytona, we have to know that the P3 is obviously the best position to win the race, so yeah, it's part of the new format to practice the race.
Yeah, well, we look forward to seeing how that evolves now, and certainly how that evolves Team Vitality's performances. Obviously, you've still got 2 races to come, so I'll let you crack on. Thibaut, thank you for joining us, and we wish you all the best for race 2.
Thank you, guys.
Nice one. Thibaut Kazibon, everybody. Of course, race winner of our first race here tonight. And this is how the results look. Lewis, take us through it.
Yeah, look at how close that was. About a tenth of a second separating the top 5 drivers. Thibaut Kazibon, Johan Harth, Nicholas Mateo, Hanuyovski, and Yuri Toman. Very impressive and very tight indeed. Jack Keith then in 6th position, with Jimmy Antunes in 7th. Coco Lopez in 8th for the TC team, just ahead of his teammate Danny Moreno. MSI, though, things went slightly sideways right on the opening lap for John Robertson, who found his way right the way down the order. Just ahead, though, of Jamie Fluke, who had a crash with Marcel Chinjic working their way through the Le Mans chicane, meaning some lower points, despite obviously the high points there of MSI, of Johan Harth, and for TC as well. There were some low points as well, and unfortunately for them, that is where they are. Marcel Chinjic scoring absolutely nothing as well from that one. That's just how it goes, though, and that's the opening race ticked off for Group C. Now they can breathe and focus on maybe making it a little bit tidy. It was quite an exciting race, though.
It was very good. I think that's exactly what Daytona is capable of, though. I mean, we've seen some fantastic results in the past, and speaking of fantastic results in the past, we can think about the likes of Dom Blyer, who has been sensational at circuits such as this, and of course we'll be seeing Williams very shortly take to the circuit here at Daytona, as well as part of the Group B contingent that will be taking to the circuit. Do you think that those teams in Group B would have seen how Group C went down tonight, Lewis, and thought, well, perhaps we need to make changes in terms of how we approach things? You know, do they analyse these moments and then perhaps take a leaf out of their book as we look to the races coming up in their group tonight?
Well, I think the one thing to note from this, and this is the kind of thing that they already knew coming into this, is having a strategy. And that's always the thing. I've said this before, I was saying this last week. Daytona is a race where you need strategy. You need that mental game. we heard it in the interview there from Thibaut Casbon. He said the plan was always to be third place, right? Because that's what gives you the double slipstream. That's what pushes you up ahead towards the line. Sure, that might not work out 100% of the time. Maybe it's only 50-50 that you'll actually take over the race lead by the time you get to the line. Requires you getting a good exit from the Le Mans chicane, all that kind of stuff. But the thing is you're holding the cards in your hand, right? Whereas if you're the one leading, you're kind of relying on someone else not doing that and someone else having a mistake. And so in that sense, having that strategy and making sure you know that strategy, that is the key. Obviously, the main thing, qualifying on pole. That would really help. Let's see what these guys can do in Group B as we start qualifying.
Yeah, certainly are. Dennis Schröninger is going to be next to take the circuit. Obviously, the first of the Group B drivers that we're going to be witnessing here tonight. Arguably one of the drivers that has been one of the form players for Maus, certainly coming through out of the knockout seeding phase. Hasn't been quite as dynamic, though, in the last two occasions we have been racing through the dynamic group phase. But, the first round wasn't too bad back at Fuji, taking two back-to-back second places in race 2 and race 3. Tonight, obviously, looking to improve once again. And Maus, when you consider the calibre of team we have got here in this group as well, of course they'll be up against the likes of Williams and also BS Plus competition. You definitely felt that they'd have a great chance here this evening. 43.8 in that first sector is bang on the money, really, from what we saw from our fastest times in the previous lineup. Of course, looking for a 38.4 ideally of that realm as well in the middle sector. Yuri Kazdorp also making his way through. That middle sector is not so great for Dennis Schröninger, who now has put together a 39.016 in the BMW M4 GT3. Let's see what the final sector can bring with a 21.5. Could well be ideal for the Maus driver, as now Schröninger makes his way up towards the line. Where's this going to place him? It'll certainly pop in, as of now, a 23.9 in that final sector, a 146.848. I think we'll see better, Lewis.
He had a slowdown going through that Le Mans chicane, and I'm not sure that Kazdorp's had a particularly great run through it himself. It'll be a little bit better than what we've seen from Dennis Schröninger, and Maus would potentially be the favourites to move their way straight back up into Group A. Whether they can take on Redline and Porsche Commander is up for debate, but whether they'll be potentially the favourites to work their way through, that one's less up for debate. They are the ones that are potentially the most positioned. That said, those opening 2 lap times for Kazdorp and for Schröninger, not good.
Yeah. Well, this offers quite a compelling scenario now. Pajtor has taken full advantage of the issues that Maus have had already, with obviously Schröninger with a 146.8 just behind Yuri Kazdorp, who has registered a 144.271. 2 purple sectors here for Daniel Pajtor would beautifully set the tone for this evening. For Williams, 43.7 is sensational in the first sector, 38.4 in the middle, and a 21.5 is a very good lap from Daniel Pajtor, and pops in the first 143 of this session.
And you actually saw, when we were right on board with him going through the Le Mans chicane, as he exited, there was a fist bump from him. I think he knew how good that lap was. To get a 43.7, it was in that 43.7 period that was the fastest laps a week ago in the hands of Josh Rogers. Thomas Tatler as well chucked himself amongst that. I think Robbie Stableford put a 7 onto the board as well, as ERA got a 1.234. Great final sector then from Vasilias Belletsiotis as he crossed the line to go second in the session, but still a couple of tenths off his teammate.
Yeah, and Pajtor obviously not having the best of runs either in the knockout seeding phase. His best time came at Hockenheim, jumping into the second race, but didn't make it through to the third. We're going to keep our eyes peeled now on Moritz Lerner. 43.794 in the first sector. Still yet to register his lap time. Looking to try and help Maus out a little bit after Yuri Kazdorp has registered his fast time, and obviously the fastest so far of Maus that we've seen registered in our timing screen. But Pajtor, even after making his way through the dynamic group phase, things have not necessarily gone to plan, especially at Jeddah, where things went very poorly, finishing in the bottom 6 on every single occasion at the Corniche, even finishing dead last in race 2. Well, now he's looking to bounce back, and putting his first fastest with a 143 is not a bad place to be with your teammate locked in behind you either. 38.6 in the middle is around 2 tenths off where you'd want to be in the middle sector, but the latter sector is very special from Moritz Lerner. 143.9 just in behind by 2 tenths from Daniel Pajtor.
Yeah, indeed. Ferris Stanley into the session then. The second of the BMWs that we've... second of the BMWs, the second team of the BMWs coming round, of course, for BS competition. And Ferris Stanley, who's had flashes of really good speed. We saw that quite a lot on the Jeddah Corniche circuit as well. See if this is maybe going to be the occasion for them. Could there be a solid result there? Could there be a potential trip up into Group A? We'll have to wait and see. But right now, that sector, the final sector was good. The rest of it, not so great for Stanley.
No, a little bit tricky. Despite the purple in the final sector, things are not going to plan in the early points on the lap. Dom Blyer, who has had some pretty decent results around here in the past. We've alluded to his earlier debuts and maiden races for Williams in this series, where he has certainly brought some really incredible results home for the team. Crossing the line now once again, 21.6 in the coming out of the final sector, and now goes into second fastest. So Williams with 3 cars now inside that top 4, and now Nikodem Wisniewski, former Williams driver, now at BS Plus, looking to take sector 3.
Yep, indeed. No 0.8s onto the board, only 0.7s and a 0.9. This one, though, leaning closer towards the 0.9s than it is a 0.7, maybe even a 0.0 as well. Nikodem Wisniewski out through the final corner and into the tri-oval in front of the grandstand, in front of the TV tower, all that kind of stuff as well. As he'll cross the line, it is a 0.8. So we get our first 0.8 onto the board, and Nikodem Wisniewski goes into second. Decent lap for Nikodem. And I'm sure Florian Haspar absolutely delighted with that. Next up comes our final Williams driver to cross the line. 43.902 in the first sector is not the best from Tobias Pfeffer, but just outside the realms of a tenth of a second. Middle sector a little bit better though, 24 thousandths off the pace on the top time set in place by Daniel Pajtor. He will pop into 4th fastest, so that is all 4 Williams drivers inside the top 6. That's a very strong hand to play when we go racing later on, Lewis. It's going to be a poor start, unfortunately, for Mouse. Yes, you're 5th at the moment for Moritz Lerner, but then they'll be basically towards the back with Yuri Kasdorp, with Dennis Schoeniger, and I believe with Max Benneker, who I think has a qualifying ban. Someone certainly does, and I believe it is Benneker, after racing at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Here we go with Keke Oliveira then out towards the line. He's going to go up to 3rd position. No, make that 2nd position. Really solid final sector then from Keke Oliveira as he goes up into 2nd. Moves a stamp in for BS Plus now with 2 cars inside the top 3. Gregor Schill, who is just over a 10th and 3/4 behind Daniel Pajtor coming out of the first sector in the BMW M4. The middle sector not quite as good either. 38.6 in the middle. Needs something massive coming out of sector 3 in order to turn the tide in his favour, but this could yet figure in behind maybe even the likes of Ferris Stanley as he now makes his way through. It does. 9th fastest now with a 1:44.107, and Max Benneker obviously coming up next, but I don't think we're going to see a time from him. No, certainly not. I think that's the qualifying session completely done then, and Daniel Pajtor will take a pole position. Very well deserved as well. Timed that one brilliantly. We've seen him on pole position before this season. Looking strong the entirety of the Williams camp then in that session, and like I said, they were in Group C last round, and it was a very solid final race. They finished 2nd, 3rd and 4th in that one, and that was what progressed their way through from Group C, where all 3 races I think were won by BS Competition, if memory serves. Yeah, I mean, Daniel Pajtor did show some elements of brilliance back at Fuji as well, with a 2nd place finish in race 2, 4th place after that. The race prior, obviously the first one that we had at the very start of the dynamic group phase, did not go to plan, finishing P10 on that occasion. But we know that Pajtor is capable of a lot more, as his teammate Dom Blyer as well. Very, very talented behind the wheel. And I would argue that Williams now in a very strong position with all 4 drivers, very much around that top 6 fight, and that's where you need to be, Lewis. Consistency, and that's exactly what made Vitality all the stronger, making their way through the first race in Group C. That is the difference maker. Yeah, indeed. By the way, those results I was reading now, that was from Fuji. I'm going to correct myself immediately. I don't mind throwing myself under the bus. I'd throw anyone else under the bus, so I'll throw myself under there. It's fine. But no, obviously, yeah, solid round back in Fuji, and they're looking strong here. But then compare this back to what we've just seen in Group C, right? Where qualifying, for example, did obviously not go the way of TC, starting from the back, literally the back. 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, and yet still they were able to throw their way back into it. They're right up there, towards the points of where it is wide open. They can get relegated, they can still progress. Everything is wide open. Why not have the same thing here in Group B as well? And that's things, you need that positive mentality. If you're in Mouse, for example, where qualifying obviously hasn't gone well with you, and your strongest driver has had a qualifying ban, you need to keep that positive mental attitude. Because if not, this could be over before it's even really begun.
And you've got to remember with Maus as well, they've got some real quality in their lineup too. And if anything, you know, especially something that we did learn coming out of the knockout seeding phase, is that their grandest talent so far, the one that's attributed most points, is Dennis Schrödinger. Who obviously is going to be looking to pull together yet another strong display here, this time in the dynamic group phase. But we haven't seen the best of Dennis really since Fuji, obviously with his back-to-back second places in race 2 and race 3, 5th place though in race 1, so everything was inside the top 6. Kind of a contrasting display though at Jeddah. Might be the case that it's not their strongest track, given the fact that Fuji is a lot vaster, a lot wider, lots of avenues for overtaking, as opposed to Jeddah where the walls do get increasingly tight. So perhaps Daytona can play into their hands this time around in race trim. We will, of course, find out. And, of course, you can never discount the likes of Max Benneker and also Yuri Kasdorp, who on his day can be so fast. And Moritz Lerner putting on arguably the best display out of the Maus drivers through the course of qualifying, and definitely in line for an improvement as well. We know that Moritz is capable of better. Had a very tricky knockout seeding phase after getting eliminated in the very first race at Spa, and equally after that in Monza. But after that, achieved his first podium at Hockenheimring this season in race 1 before getting knocked out in race 2. And since then, it hasn't really gone to plan in the dynamic group phase. But remember, they were in that strongest group as well for a period in Group A as well, Lewis. So that's bound to really afflict your, I suppose, your momentum, or at least your mental constitution when coming up against other teams. Because if you're coming in off a round like that, your momentum can crumble.
Yeah, but also the thing is they're in the hunt for something which quite a few teams that we're seeing out racing here are not in a hunt for, and that is automatic progression into the Esports World Cup final. Now, of course, for teams like Porsche Commander and for teams like Team Redline, it's as near as makes a difference they're already in to the finals, and the top 3 teams from this from the online championship, from this dynamic group phase, they will move automatically through into the finals, right? So for them to keep in contention, like that's the thing, is they need to keep this progression, right? They need to keep in contention for it, right? And if that is the case, they kind of need to be progressing tonight, because then they'll be matching Virtus Pro effectively as near as makes a difference on points, because it's those that have been promoted and then relegated from Group A and Group B. They're the ones that have been on the line. For Maus, it's important they keep that up.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Obviously, they've got some star quality. We've alluded to their brilliance in the past. Of course, Max Benneker, a former Gamers 8 champion, and not to mention Moritz Lerner, who's done phenomenal work in the realm of DTM, and Dennis Schrödinger, who's grown essentially from Williams, where he was part of the R1 Championship back in 2023 for the start of the spring season, going through the spring season, now of course coming to Maus. Let's run you through the starting grid from back to front. Kicking things off, Max Benneker not fielding a qualifying lap, starting from P12. Dennis Schrödinger will be starting on the back row along with him. Yuri Kasdorp in 10th. Gregor Schill for BS Plus competition in 9th. Then Ferry Stanley on row 4, aligned with Williams's Vasilios Beleziotis. And then we head into the mid part of the grid. Moritz Lerner in 6th for Maus. Then comes Tobias Pfeffer for Williams 2. Don Blyer on the second row, lining up alongside Nikodem Wisniewski for BS Plus. And then the front row, the welcome return of Kaiki Oliveira on the front row of the grid in 2nd. But Daniel Pajtor with a stellar lap in qualifying. He gave a fist bump, and for good reason. He'll be starting on pole position ahead of our second race of the evening and the first of Group B's, as now they make their way around the banked corners. Any predictions, Lewis?
Crash. No, I don't know. It's going to be, look, I think we're in for a bit of fun, and I think Maus are going to move forward quite a lot here. One interesting fun fact, half the grid are Germans, so that's always good. None of them are qualified in the top 4, though. That is going to change. That's my prediction.
Yeah, well, I think that's a fairly fair prediction. I don't think you're too far wrong with a Crash either. Yeah, that's extremely Will Buxton in that case. So they bring it as you know, crosses the line now, and they'll put pedal to the metal once again, and they hit go. Daniel Pajtor up the inside. Look at the whole position up at the very front. Kaiki Oliveira meeting him around every which way. A little bit of contact further back as we watch as Vasilios Beleziotis makes his way through 3 wide, including Ferry Stanley. Gregor Schill, there's a car off. That's a Maus gone onto the grass. There's a trio of Maus cars. Looks like they've recovered okay, but now all 4 Maus cars are stacked right at the rear of the field. Dennis Schrödinger, who was on the back row, has now managed to jump into P8 as we now watch Nikodem Wisniewski being chased down by Kiki Oliveira. So they've swapped positions now at BS Plus here at the top three, with Dom Blyer down in fourth as they all look to nip and tuck and fight their way through. Ferry Stanley has fallen victim to Yuri Kasdorp as we make our way around on lap 1.
It looks horrible for Mouse at the moment, being down there in 8th, 9th, 11th and 12th. But let me assure you, it isn't. The fact that they are all close together and the fact that the only person between them is Ferris Stanley, they can work together as a group, controlling the slipstream, giving the slipstream where it's needed and using that to work their way through. That's going to be the important bit if Mouse are able to work their way through on this day. And to be fair, I'd say they're probably fairly likely to do so, as long as they get the timing right. This is up towards the front of the field. Nikodem Wisniewski versus Kiki Oliveira. Of course, those two directly behind Daniel Pajtor, again, working that team game to try and keep the trio of Williams behind.
Yep. Well, here on lap 1 of 9, soon to begin lap 2. Daniel Pajtor with the lead and has grown it now to beyond 2.5 tenths. That's only a minute gap there that can very quickly be brought down with the power of slipstream that we have seen already. And straight from the get-go, here comes Nikodem Wisniewski stamping those hooves here for BS Plus competition and sticking the nose of the BMW M4 now in front of this race, and also bringing in teammate Kiki Oliveira. 2 BS Plus cars now right at the head of the order, looking to challenge Daniel Pajtor over that second place this time after dispatching the lead spot. And now as they worm their way through out of turn 2, through towards turn 3 at the Horseshoe, a couple of cars going off track onto the grass. I think that might have been Gregor Schill getting caught up there as well. And further back, Ferry Stanley trying to find his way back through the field, still kept busy by the Mouse Collective, as now we watch as Wisniewski makes his way through. Oliveira now holding station in second place. BS Plus with both cars lifting up inside this first sector, with Pajtor and Blyer now part of a 4-car Williams team in 3, 4th, 5th and 6th.
3, 4th, 5th and 6th. Didn't say 3rd though, did you? That's fine. Hey, I told you I'd throw him under the bus. I threw myself under the bus, Danny. It's fine. There's always room for banter.
3 is 3.
Yeah, no, it's just it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
You're way too picky, Lewis McLean.
Never. Like I say, it's a 1-2 though for BS competition at the moment. Again, if you look at those points on the right-hand side, things are extremely tight between BS competition and between Williams. 43 points off the lead of the group is Mouse at the moment. That said, there's not been any dramas for them. They're still in this train, and that's why, like, if you shouldn't be panicked about that. They'll know that as well as a team. This is not the time to be panicked about that. If you're still in those positions at the end of lap 9, then yeah, okay, now we're talking about some serious problems. Likely it is, it's not going to be the case. Again, they've got Schrödinger, they've got Kastel, and they've got Lerner, all 3 of those close together in 8, 9, and 10, the positions they're in. Like I say, they can work together with the slipstream.
I mean, how about this to send a message as well on part of Nikodem Wisniewski to beat your former team here at Daytona with BS Plus competition? I mean, that would be a nice way to make your way out of race 1. And he still currently holds the lead by 0.2 of a second ahead of Kiki Oliveira, who will do, I'm sure, his damnedest to help him protect the lead. As now down the inside comes Gregor Schill on Yuri Kasdorp as they now head through around this hairpin segment. He is not left alone, though. Moritz Lerner still very much there and keeping his nose in front ahead of Gregor Schill, or is he? Side by side, Schill now with his nose in front of the 2 BMW M4s, now side by side once again, this time the Mouse car with its nose in front as they continue to swap and dice it out over P7, still trying to close together. They've got to be wary here. If they keep squabbling, they're going to lose tread off the back of the top 6, and now more contact as now we watch as Schill loses tread. Yuri Kasdorp moves through. Oh my goodness me, and Ferry Stanley along with Gregor Schill getting clattered, and Schill moves down to 9th as a consequence.
Yeah, I think Benneker was going for the gap, then slotted it in between, and Kasdorp and Schill were one side and then the other, and just got a little bit sandwiched in there. BMW look at this thinking this is prime advertising here in the BMW Cup. Unfortunately for them, it's at the back end of the field, not at the front, as they'll be running their way through 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. It's BS competition though in the 9th and 10th position, and for them, they'll, obviously it's a priority for them to be scoring quite well here, at least comparatively, because they've got to assist their teammates that are currently running 1st and 2nd. That said, the important bit there is they've dropped a second behind. Dennis Schrödinger up ahead has Gregor Schill, and that gap, that means they're no longer in the slipstream.
No, and also you got to look at the gap with Morris Lerner and Pfeffer as well. I mean, Maus have really no gateway to breaking inside this top 6, which is, really the integral place to be. I appreciate, obviously, we aren't seeing any eliminations out of races in this seeding phase, or certainly in this dynamic group phase. Obviously, that's the old system that we adopted, where we had eliminations at the end of each race. As now we see a little bit of a coming together as we watch Gregor Schill making his way around the hairpin, being joined by Ferris Stanley, who is still coming into close quarters with Max Benneker. Quite a lot of contact here between this four towards the rear of the field, and what this is essentially doing is furthermore disconnecting them away from the rest of the order up the road. And I can imagine that Ferris Stanley and Max Benneker are very conscious of that. Max Benneker is so conscious of that as he's trying to get his way past Ferris Stanley, but being blocked from any avenue to getting through because Schill is positioning his car right in front against the other BMW M4 competitor. But Max Benneker managing to get that place. 10th spot now for the Maus driver.
This is not necessarily what's happening, but also it could be an interesting thing if it was. Could Gregor Schill, could Ferris Stanley be intentionally trying to slow things down with the Benneker and Kasdorp group? They are running first and second in this race BS competition, and by keeping those two right the way back there, you can not eliminate Maus, but you can give their task a whole nother level of difficulty coming into the two races that follow this in Group B. Just meaning that their backs are seriously against the wall. That's obviously not what's happening because they want to score well themselves, but maybe there will come a point in this race where that is intentionally what they're doing, slowing them down to make sure there is no chance of them grabbing any extra points.
There could be some dramatic irony in that as well, Lewis. Obviously, just considering the fact, of course, we witnessed the Vitality team pulling off some immense team exploits in our last race that managed to secure them the win for Thibaut Casibon. They've got 4 drivers inside this top 6 that are queuing up waiting for a chance. Now we see once again argy-bargy, this time between Yuri Kasdorp and Gregor Schill, and Schill now routed to the back of the field as Kasdorp now takes helm in P11 just behind Ferris Stanley. Max Benneker now starting to break away. The gap between him and Ferris Stanley now stands at approximately 8.5 tenths of a second as they now race their way down through towards the next right-hander coming out of the very tight hairpin. As you can see, the gap as well between Moritz Lerner and Tobias Pfeffer, 1.5 seconds nearly of the realm, 1.3 now as we watch Daniel Pajtor, who's still very close behind Kike Oliveira. I'm looking at this, Lewis, and Williams arguably the favourites here in this scenario, especially with the 4-car train that they've got, most notably though Pajtor, Blyer and Beletziotis.
Look, this is where things are really difficult for a team if you're not Williams. Right now, sure, you'll look there at BS competition, you'll think, great, they're running first and second, they can control this from first and second. What was the position that Thibaut Casibon said that he was aiming to try and be in? It was P3, and that's exactly where Daniel Pajtor is right now. He's in 3rd position. He's in that spot where he can take advantage of the double slipstream here all the way up towards the line. And kind of almost strip it straight out of the hands of BS competition. But also, alternatively, if Williams did go, actually, let's change up the tactic a little bit and let's try and get all 4 of our cars through here on Nikodem Wisniewski and Kike Oliveira, they can be put in position where they're already the 3rd car anyway.
And you can see that the intentions there were pretty clear from Daniel Pajtor, happy to remain in behind Kike Oliveira. He's not going to move a muscle, and neither Blyer, Beletziotis or Pfeffer, they will oblige with what Daniel Pajtor's pulling together here. And I would say, based on what we've just seen coming through in towards turn 1, quite happily to wait in behind the two BMWs, not keen to plumb for a move this early on. They're going to be staving that till a very late stage of this race, as we now see Yuri Kasdorp in the lower echelons of our timing screen, still in front of Ferris Stanley. Was in P11, in fact, he's moved up to P10 through the course of time. As now we have 2 BS Plus cars at the top of the order and 2 at the bottom, and you can see what that's done to the points in the top right hand of screen. Regardless though, Lewis, bad day for Maus so far.
So far, however, some good news for them. Moritz Lerner and Dennis Schoeniger have both dragged their way now into slipstream range, basically, of Pfeffer and the group ahead, meaning that things could start getting a little bit better for them. Because those two working together, they can work their way inside this Williams contingent. They can work their way up the order. They can start scoring some decent points for the team. Not over yet if you are a Maus fan. but the amount of weight on the shoulders of Lerner and Schoeniger at the moment to try and score some decent points for Maus, it's going to be really high, because outside of them, Beneke and Kasdorp, outside of a crash, outside of an incident, they are scoring nothing. I wonder what's happened here, though, because look at that. Daniel Pajtor is now a second and a bit clear of this group. I wonder if they're trying to disconnect that top group from this group for some reason.
It's a possibility. Maybe they are very conscious of the Maus threat and are just trying to keep them behind. I would say from the potentially, well, what could be potentially Daniel Pajtor taking a victory here if you can overtake the two BS Plus cars further up. At the end of the day, at this point in time, Moritz Lerner and Dennis Schoeniger, they've got no other objective here at this point, Lewis, than other to be major disruptors as to what's going on inside this top six. They've really got to go for it now. We're in a very, very sensitive stage in this race. Lap 7 of 9, 2 to go if you include this one. Very fine margins. The threshold is so narrow between now and the checkered flag, so it's now or never, really, if you're Moritz Lerner or Dennis Schoeniger.
Yeah, like you're running out of time seriously at the moment. It is flying away from you, and like I say, you're only going to have 2.5 laps from this point as we head back out into NASCAR 1 and 2 and down towards the Le Mans chicane. Let's see what happened then. Here's the replay. So obviously we've got the Williams is currently sitting second, just completely missing the braking zone, and then getting a little contact. There we go. That's where the 1.2 seconds came from. That was a double whammy of messy driving.
It wasn't premeditated, put it that way. Definitely an error as opposed to anything calculated. So now they've got to try and recover. It looks like they have done anyway. Blyer is only 6 or so tenths away from Pajtor at the moment, as they now make their way through the next left banking corners at the moment. As you can see at the top right, Williams currently holding the points at the top of the shop with 47 against their name. BS Plus competition currently sat in second with their two drivers sat Ps 1 and 2. And Maus currently sat third. Need to make a major play here, and it looks like the Moritz Lerner might have gathered that already, having a look to the outside of Tobias Pfeffer as it now comes around to turn 1 and turn 2. There is Moritz Lerner at the bottom left of screen, looking for a different line as opposed to Tobias Pfeffer now as they come through towards turn 3, and a wider angle taken by the BMW M4 as he looks to try and disrupt the order, and they need to. Further back, Dennis Schoeniger as well. They have well and truly blitzed the field away from Max Beneke at the moment. 3.3 is the disconnection between Beneke and Schoeniger right now. We're on the penultimate lap of the race. Like I said, it's now or never, Lewis McGlade.
This is really difficult for Maus. They, like I say, they need to get through. They need to do something. But now Williams will be starting to feel the pressure for Pajtor to actually go for the race victory and get the timing right on Wisniewski and Oliveira. But also from Pfeffer, from Belleziotis, and even to a degree Blyer as well. All three of them will know about the pressure coming, the storm coming all over from Moritz Lerner and from Dennis Schoeniger. That said, the fact that they've not made any progress just yet, that will be music to the ears of those behind the wheel, behind the team, the Alassi and Williams Sim Racing squad. Maybe they're only going to lose a position or two at worst.
Yeah, and given that, though, I mean, they're going to certainly have the benefits of the long train. They can fan out as well to defend the place to 2 wide, or maybe even a little more just to stop the Maus cars from making an impact. I mean, that is potentially what you can do, especially here at Daytona. At the moment, it's still a 4-car train of Williams cars between P3 and P6 at the moment. So we now join Nikodem Wisniewski now as we are about to begin. We do begin the final lap of the race, and on the attack comes Daniel Pajtor around the outside, this time of Kaiki Oliveira, looking keen to try and move his way and muscle up the order after achieving a fantastic pole position ahead of this race. But Nikodem Wisniewski holding firm to his lead advantage. Late on the brakes, Pajtor can't find the answer. Still tucking into the inside as he looks to try and takes second away from Kaiki Oliveira, but the Brazilian is keeping him at bay, at least for now. Further back, Moritz Lerner once again on the attack. Maus need a major play here. They've got 4 cars currently down in the bottom 6, and are now looking to go side by side here with Tobias Pfeffer as they race through this next right. Pfeffer, though, doing enough to muscle him to the outside line, which is certainly a difficult line to carry, and very close to the grassy verge that could have yet sent them into obscurity. But great candid display here from Moritz Lerner. He's still determined, but he's round here, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, that's it. I said that if we were lap 3 of the race. Like the Mouse, they won't be worried about this at the moment because obviously we're still early doors. We're on lap 9 now, which you're saying they'd be worried about if they're still in the same spot. They're still in the same spot, and it's maybe got worse. Here's where things are really getting racy though, because here comes Dan Pajtor straight to the inside. He's going to lift off here, drop back into the slipstream, and try and punch it coming out of the Le Mans chicane. Maybe getting that separation between the two BS drivers. It's Wisniewski who's overcooked the exit a little bit there of Le Mans. It's Keke Oliveira, and then it's Pajtor who we're on board with.
It's all about the exit coming out of turn 12 and 13 from turn 11 at the bus stop now as they fly around the bank corners. Nikodem Wisniewski, a former Williams driver, looking to surpass and beat his very own former team with his new team. BS Plus competition, his teammate Keke Oliveira runs alongside him to protect the place. Here comes Daniel Pajtor up towards the line, and it looks like, I think, Nikodem Wisniewski has done enough to surpass and beat the Williams team to the punch. Wisniewski, your winner here in our first race in Group B. A marvellous display from the young man. A victory in the books. One that I'm sure will certainly delight Florian Haspar, team boss at BS Plus competition.
Started in 3rd place, did Wisniewski. Worked his way up the 2 to take over the victory. Daniel Pajtor started from 1st, dropped down the 2 to go to 3rd. That's it. They've literally just switched around, and Keke Oliveira was like, fine, if I start 2nd, I'll finish 2nd. Absolutely fine. No, honestly, great racing, good stuff. And like I say, Wisniewski got that one right, and clearly 3rd wasn't the place to be there. But that was I do genuinely believe that for Nikodem Wisniewski, and he'll probably say it in the interview in a few moments, Oliveira did such a good job to kind of just back up a little bit going through that Le Mans chicane.
You'd argue that if it wasn't for Oliveira actually moving to the outside and defending that middle line, that could have allowed Pajtor to move on through sooner than anticipated, and therefore Williams could have gotten the win. But an immense job, and obviously the first win since Fuji race 1 for Nikodem Wisniewski here in the R1 Championship in the road to the EWC. A pretty remarkable display for BS Plus. We can move across now and have a little chat with our race winner, Nikodem Wisniewski, standing by and joining us here after that wonderful display in that first race for Group B. Nikodem, welcome, and thank you for joining us as well. What a result at Daytona to kick things off. Your first win since race 1 at Fuji. You must be absolutely delighted to beat your former team.
Yeah. I mean, it's very nice to have a victory here at Daytona. I think we did a very good race as a group. Me and Keke were leading the race from the beginning. Like we were controlling the pace and what is going on the track. So pretty happy with that. I mean, we were doing that in the practice all the time, and we felt that we are, our collaboration is pretty good. So happy that we could deliver that on the race day.
Obviously, looking behind you, there was a quartet of Williams behind Keke Oliveira. Looked a little bit, high pressure, but obviously you two as a team dealt with it really well. What was your strategy like in the race? What were you looking for coming in from Williams? Were you looking at potentially any time of them working as a train to try and get through you, or were you just kind of making sure that Keke was staying in position, that you weren't making any mistakes? What was the deal there?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty comfortable when we had 1-2, because to make a move, you just need to go outside of the turn 1. It's not the fastest line. And the Williams has got also like 4 drivers in the train, so they could just, pull away from the guys behind and still score a very good points. And of course, they wanted to race us at the end. I think Merc is the worst car in Sector 3 here, so it's pretty harder for them to pass, I believe, than any other car. So that was like good for us. But of course, I think we just put our cars, me and Keke, in that place on the track that it was very risky to make a move. So they just stay behind. And I mean, at the end, we were very close, but it was a clean race. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, it was a magnificent performance, Nikodem. Obviously, we're going to let you go and prepare ahead of your race 2 coming up later on this evening. But what a way to start. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
That's Nikodem Wisniewski, everybody. Race winner here in Group B, Race 1 as well. We got some highlights as well from the race to take you through as well. Great start for Daniel Pajtor in many ways, making his way through turn 1, coming out on top. It was the eventual overtake and the working together, the team aptitude of Nikodem Wisniewski and Keke Oliveira that really made the difference as we see them making their way around turn 3. A bit of a messy display from Maus at the back, though, Lewis, making their way through the first sector.
Yeah, this was kind of not what they wanted. They were obviously at the back, they were close, they were all together, but not quite as together as these two. Again, this was the move that saw Wisniewski and Keke Oliveira go straight around the outside of the Williamses and then up into first and second. Gregor Schill in the middle of basically everything as they'd worked their way through turn 1 and 2. And I say Maus just trying to work their way back up the order and into contention using Dennis Schoediger here to the outside. Gregor Schill in a bit too deep. I believe he got a 5-second post-race time penalty for that incident right there.
Yeah, obviously we did see quite a bit of argy-bargy as well with Gregor Schill through the opening stages of that race, and yet again more touching further back as well between the Maus drivers. Eventually Moritz Lerner getting caught unawares too. Max Benneker would try as he might, but would remain disconnected by around 3 seconds and beyond from the lead runners, effectively leaving 2 halves in separate places on the grid. Once again, we did see Ferris Stanley as well getting caught up with the runners behind, but it was a very well-crafted Williams driver till this moment. Obviously things went a little bit sour later on that saw them disconnect themselves away from the top end of the order. It wouldn't be for long though. Pajtor, though, try as he might, was unable to get the win, ripped away from the BS Plus competition team. We'll take you through the results. Nikodem Wisniewski, your winner here in race 1 of Group B, finishing ahead of Keke Oliveira, his teammate. Very good start for BS Plus competition in this championship, but not a bad visit at all for Williams Esports, who now have Daniel Pajtor, Dominic Blyer, Vasilios Belotsiotis, Tobias Pfeffer in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Dennis Schoediger for Maus in 7th. His teammate Maximilian Benneker finishing in 8th. Ferris Stanley down in 9th for BS Plus, as well as Yuri Kazdor. Moritz Lerner in 11th. Gregor Schill rounding out the 12 drivers, finishing in that bottom spot. So not a great visit for Maus. They'll be looking to bounce back when we head to race 2 later on this evening here at Daytona. But great start for both BS Plus, despite it not being the win, Lewis. I think Williams will take a little bit of solace from that performance in race 1.
Yeah, obviously they've scored really, really solidly. I think BS competition will be a little bit ahead on the points. That's courtesy of having a 1-2 and then gaining a couple of spots. Ferris Stanley ending up there in 9th. Of course, Gregor Schill would drop down to the last position and will score nothing because Schill had a penalty for an incident. Also, Moritz Lerner had a 5-second time penalty for breaching the instant points limit. That's for track limits, basically. You get so many times you can exceed track limits through the race, and he went out one too many times. It doesn't matter whether you gain an advantage or not, it's just whether you've been off the circuit. A blameless system, and so Moritz Lerner then dropped basically to the rear. He'll still score a single point just ahead of Gregor Schill, but realistically in that group it's definitely between BS competition and Williams as to who moves through. That said, Maus had a really terrible qualifying in that and they have the ability to fix that for race 2. And if they fix that for race 2 and race 3, then maybe we'll see the opposite of what we've seen from them before, where they've sometimes started out quite strong and then faded as the evening's gone on. Maybe it's a tactical move. They're going to start out terribly and then really apply the pressure later on. Who knows?
Arguably, this is where the real intensity around qualifying exists, doesn't it? Because if you don't achieve that great qualifying session, it is a really hard task to move your way up through the field. We've seen that from a few drivers and a few teams, certainly through the course of throughout the course of this season even. I mean, you could argue that maybe that was what caused Vitality's issues in prior rounds as well, Lewis.
Yeah, whilst qualifying on pole position, front row of the grid, top 6, whatever, doesn't guarantee you a good result. It obviously increases the percentages massively, and we've seen that time and time again where teams that are qualifying midfield to back a field, they're constantly in the drama zones, they're in the hot spots, their back is against it. Sometimes you can qualify at the back of the field and still work your way through comfortably. And that is what's happened with this team here. They qualified 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. They finished in 3rd, in 6th, in 8th and in 9th in the race. They've climbed their way through nicely. They've scored some decent points and they're in contention for promotion. But again, look at those points on the right-hand side, courtesy of that move late on from Thibaut Casbon to take the victory. Things are very tight in this group indeed. 19 points separates 1st through to 3rd. First, the drivers they were seeing round, it is Danny Moreno. That first sector So a tenth or two off where we'd want to see.
Yeah, 43.9. Ideally would prefer to be in the 43.8s, but the middle sector, we'll soon see where Moreno will go. Of course, the Spaniard who in prior times was teammates with the Flying Dutchman Jarno Opmeer in the F1 Sim Racing World Championship, went on to become a champion as well. Just look at the frustration there. You just saw the fist hitting the wall on the right-hand side. Moreno not happy at all, Lewis.
Yep, indeed. Whilst he's taken a few leaves maybe out of the book of Kevin Siggy, make a mistake, punch something. That said, for Kevin Siggy, you got to go up to his level. You got to headbutt the wheel and get fully on the case. Danny Moreno across the line. It'll be a 47 of some description, 47.5. That is way out of it as a slowdown penalty again for TC. That's like what, third one this evening.
Yep, real struggles for Nicholas, well, certainly for Danny Moreno. Nicholas Matteo, though, with a 43.8 in the first sector, more in line. And Matteo, like we said earlier on, one of the shining lights at TC Esports thus far. Obviously, with his collective of podiums that he's managed to accrue, 4 coming into tonight's action. As now he makes his way up towards the line, 21.5 in that latter sector. That's a 44.0. We have seen 43s, though, so it might not be the best time we've seen, but that's not bad from Matteo.
Certainly not. Let's see if Marcel Chinchik can do anything to beat it. I think the answer to that question is no. I think there's been a slowdown penalty for Marcel Chinchik in that middle sector. And so this is destined to be right towards the rear end of the field for the Vitality driver who finished in 12th place in the previous one. Let's see what he'll do out towards the line. He might just about get ahead of Danny Moreno. The first sector at least is slightly better, so it might be a low 47. 47.1 indeed. Disappointing for the 2023 spring season champion.
It's certainly not the form you'd expect from a spring season champion at the moment. They're still trying to get adjusted to this Aston Martin vantage. I think many of them, certainly Thibaut Casibon gave those vibes to us from our previous interview with him in that opening race. John Robertson, 43.9 in the first sector, around a tenth off where he probably would prefer to be. Maybe a few hundredths, you know, a few improvements here and there might have held him out a little bit more hope. Jamie Fluke has gone purple in the first sector, however, with a 43.7. Now that is a very fast first sector time. Let's see where John Robertson can go, though, in the middle, and that is certainly not going to be representative. That middle sector is slow run here for Robertson, so he is going to be well and truly rooted to the rear end of the field, joining the likes of Daniel Moreno as he now storms his way up towards the line. Let's see where Robertson is placed, however, in comparison to Moreno, as he now works his way up through towards the start-finish line. It's 22.6 in that final sector, a slow final sector to match, but it'll go second fastest anyway, ahead of both Chinchik and Moreno.
This looks like it could be the first 1 minute 43 of the session. Really good first sector time coming in from Jamie Fluke. Struggled a little bit in the middle sector in the previous qualifying session, but still I reckon this might be a 0.8, maybe a 0.9 from Fluke. If you look at the background, and you won't be able to squint your eyes and see it because it's kind of off camera, but that is where John Robertson is also racing from, in the Apex Racing facility in Corby. And there on to pole position goes Jamie Fluke down a 1 minute 43.9. We've seen him win in the dynamic group phase, of course, back in Fuji a couple of times. Let's see if he can maybe take another one.
Yeah, Jamie Fluke, certainly the locker room leader at Team MSI, and showing us exactly why he is that. Thibaut Casibon with a purple middle sector, though, looking to follow on from a race 1 victory that granted Vitality with a huge plethora of points to kick off tonight's action here in Group C. This being the second race, that middle sector is very, very good with a 38.5. 38.4 would probably be a little bit better, though. Yeah, he would have plumbed for that. But 2 purple sectors to grant him provisional pole position, and by approximately 500ths clear of Jamie Fluke at the moment. That's not bad at all, Lewis.
Yeah, you've got a Vitality up there, you've got an MSI up there, and you've got a TC up there. We've only seen 2 of the TCs. Here comes the second one. In fact, actually, we've got even splits of all teams in the first half and the second half of this qualifying session. That's actually genuinely quite rare. Lopez then didn't get a slowdown penalty going through the Le Mans chicane. We'll set a 44.3. That is not great, and we'll put him at the moment into 4th.
Situating him in behind Nicholas Matteo at the moment. This looks like it's going to be a tough day at the office for TC. I think coming into race 2 once again, Johan Harth 85 thousandths of the realm away in the first sector. The middle sector not looking bad either, 13 thousandths away. This could be yet another MSI car inside the top 3. May not be quite as fast as Jamie Fluke, but he will net himself a P3, and that's 2 MSIs now, make it 3 inside the top 6 with John Robertson, but expect Robertson's time to drop through the order. What's more important is Fluke and Harth in the top 3 behind Casibon.
Certainly so. Well, here we go then. Yuri Toman to work his way through sector times. The first, not so great, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. The second sector is right on the money. Let's see what Yuri Toman can do. Fresh off finishing 5th position in the previous race. He goes up into 3rd, only a hundredth or a couple of hundredths behind Jamie Fluke as well.
Yeah, Jack Keithley coming up next, and TC Esports really need an action man right now. The middle sector, though, not great. Neither is the first for Jack Keithley, who now makes his way around the final sector this time around. Daniel Moreno, of course, I'd imagine would still be routed to the back of the order, but this is going to be tussling with the likes of Nicholas Matteo further up. I think it'll probably situate him just behind Matteo, maybe even a little bit behind Coque Lopez. No, not quite. Splits the two of them. That's a trio of TCs in 5th, 6th and 7th.
And there's a slowdown penalty for Jimmy Antunes. So this time will not be up there when it comes to the battle for pole position. It's at a 1 minute 44.0. This is going to be close to a 1 minute 47.0. And in fact, will probably be even comfortably slower than that. I think this might be the slowest time of the lot, behind even Danny Moreno. So it will come down to the race winner back in Jeddah a few weeks ago in the final race. If Hanyovsky is able to throw his way into the mix, there is Antunes across the line. It's a 47.3, so at least gets ahead of Danny Moreno.
Yeah, not bad at all. Of course, Hanyovsky not fielding a lap time for this race too, so a tricky time for him. But it's Thibaut Casubon who is certainly launching himself to be in the shining lights at Team Vitality this time around after achieving some of the highest point scoring runs back at Jeddah. He's now corresponding with that here in race 1, and now pole position as well in race 2 ahead of our next encounter around Daytona. Really good start though for Vitality thus far, Lewis, and are looking for favourites for a return to Group B.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Thibaut Casubon, pole position, obviously won the last race and finished qualified in 3rd spot in that one. For Vitality, they've looked strong, obviously, in the previous race, in the previous qualifying as well. They're looking strong in this qualifying. Look, coming into this, they were probably arguably the favourites to move straight back up into Group B. They were demoted from it, but they've had flashes of looking like, even in the first round when they were going toe-to-toe with Mouse in that final race at Fuji, the first round of the dynamic group phase, they were looking like they might be the team to go up into Group A. That's just how this promotion relegation system is so brutal in the dynamic group phase. The thing is, obviously, they can't underestimate MSI, and they really can't underestimate TC, because everyone would always come into this, I'm sure all of the teams would be looking at it, being like, yeah, TC, they're going to be the bottom, and then looking at that first qualifying session, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Do not count them out, because they are feisty racers in that team.
Yeah, no, they are. And anything can happen in a 12-car race when you make your way around a circuit such as Daytona, which has its openings, but also moments where the doors can be shut. I mean, TC Esports, they need a big race here, though, Lewis, I think, at this point. Obviously, given the way the grid is lined up. They have got a few cars, though, sprinkled inside that midfield, obviously with Erhan Yuyovsky featuring towards the rear, not putting together a lap. Kind of does add an olive branch, I think, in their favour. At the very least, they need to focus on at least remaining in this group.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not about, for everyone, about being promoted every single time you go racing, because that is always the goal, that is always the hope. For them, just to make sure they're scoring some decent points in this competition, to make sure that they're at least getting through into the last chance round. At least they're getting onto the plane and going to Riyadh, right? That's the thing. That's the thing to note. Of the 12 teams that take part here in R1 on the road to the Esports World Cup, 3 of them will not even be in the conversation. They won't be going to Riyadh. They aren't joining us. They won't be able to sit down and get bored to tears by George Morgan whilst trying to play some stupid games. George is actually pretty good at it. He's actually annoyingly good at quite a few. But that's fine.
Table tennis or table hockey.
I was going to say air hockey. If you're a driver and you are coming along to Riyadh, don't challenge George Morgan unless you're Darren
undefeated.
McCormack's pretty good.
He is pretty good. We haven't actually had a contest yet. So we need to work that out. But we're running on board with the pole lap here from Thibaut Casubon. And I mean, just a magnificent display here. And we've spoken about Vitality time and time again. It still doesn't seem like they're at home truly with the Aston Martin just yet, Lewis.
No, certainly not. The way that it dances, the way that it moves under you is very different to the R8 they've got used to. For one, engine's on the other side of the car, so that's always a little bit different. It is a different engine as well, and that doesn't really make that much of a difference, but it's a V8 versus V10. The way they deliver their power is slightly different, but it is more the way that it slides around the circuit. That's the big difference, and that's what they've been struggling with. You can see here, though, sliding around. Thibaut Casamon, it's relatively tight. I've noticed a little bit of slide. Where the sliding's coming from, and this is one of those important bits as to when and how the car slides. It doesn't seem like it's sliding off of the corner. It looks like it's sliding into the corner when getting on the brakes. Seen that a couple of times, like going down to the International Horseshoe. Might see a little bit of that here, just a touch, when he dabs onto the brakes and then flicks it into the left-hander at the Le Mans chicane, just as to whether the rear end wants to slightly overtake the car. Watch which way the steering wheel is pointed on here. So flicks it in left, little catch of oversteer, actually kind of nice through the middle of that, and very tidy on the exit.
Yeah, lovely run through that bus stop chicane coming out of turn 11 as well, and now flying around turn 12 and 13, of course, the scene of where he would mastermind his victory in race 1 as well, and it's provided the goods as well for qualifying for Team Vitality. We're looking for an instant push back up into Group B, and it'll put them in good stead then for moving through to the EWC. Remember, like Lewis said, 3 teams will be barreling out come the end of the dynamic group phase, but there's still a lot of racing to be had, and we're going largely next time around as well, Lewis, to a very different circuit, Monza.
Yeah, that is going to race very differently. Like I say, less so differently than this. Obviously, more so differently than what we've had at like Jeddah and Fuji. That's going to be tricky. That said, we know the most important thing at Monza is just qualifying the top half of the field and keeping out of danger and using the slipstream. Well, that's obviously Monza. That's a week away. We'll keep our eyes focused on this here and now. Obviously, as we look at the field, it won't be Jimmy Antunes starting from 12th position. That will be Erhan Yayovsky starting from 12th and last for the Vitality team. Then it's Danny Moreno, then Jimmy Antunes and Marcel Chinchik. So they do have a couple of Vitalities back down there, and they are the points leaders at the moment in this group. John Robertson will be starting from 8th position alongside Koke Lopez with an all-TC row number 3. Jack Keithley alongside Nicolas Matteo. Then on the right-hand side, you'll have the MSIs of Johan Harth and Jamie Fluke. On the left-hand side, you'll have Yuri Toman and Thibaut Casamon. They'll be starting for the Vitality team, and they'll be able to take the control down on that first corner. Thibaut Casamon on pole position, fresh off of that victory though, George.
Yeah, and I don't think you'd be too worried about sacrificing the lead coming through towards turn 1, but obviously a good start is always necessary. He does have, of course, his teammate with him as well for the ride, Yuri Toman, not too far away. You've got TC Esports, though, looking to move their way from the mid-pack at a P6, P5 of the realm. It's going to be a very interesting start, Lewis. Who's going to get the upper hand heading into turn 1?
I mean, look, you'd be hard-pressed to say it's not going to be Thibaut Casamon, but his main goal not only is to lead coming out through the first corner, but also to make sure that it's Yuri Toman that'll be the driver in behind him. Could Vitality be taking control here of Group C at the end of race 2? We begin the race down into the first corner, and wibbly-wobbly waving all over the place as they work their way onto the brakes, flick it through that first corner, 3 wide in the background, dropping down towards the rear, and once again as Danny Moreno and Erhan Yayovsky were going side by side, 3 wide through here, and a big catch from Koke Lopez as he was trying to stick it to the outside of Jimmy Antunes. Contact between Jack Keithley, and Keithley's the one that's gone round for TC, one of their strongest drivers, and he is at the back with John Robertson.
Yeah, John Robertson getting collected as well in that little bit of contact we had through the first sector, so not an ideal start at all for TC, and neither for MSI. This throws yet another bone for Team Vitality that have not just seen Thibaut Casamon retain the race lead, but Yuri Toman making it now a 1-2 for Vitality. This is looking like a carbon copy almost from what we saw in our previous race here in Group C this time around, with Jamie Fluke now down into 3rd. Nicolas Matteo once again inside this top 4 and looking threatening here for TC, but don't count out Johan Harth. We know how physical he can be.
Yeah, top right there you can see the points at the moment. 101 for Vitality, 61 for MSI, 54 for TC. So things are very close, of course, on those points for second and third position. They aren't very close at the moment for the top. That said, that can chop and change very quickly. Courtesy of a good start from Yuri Toma to move up in the second spot. They need to take control now and basically learn from what we were hearing from Nikodem Vishnevsky in the previous race. Let's take a look, though, at the start of the race then. Going to the outside, one of the MSIs, getting squeezed up towards the barrier there. That's a bit naughty, wasn't it?
Yeah, got very close, coming, well, it's just before turn 1, just on entry to turn 1, just nipping at that barrier on the right-hand side. We're going to see it all come home to roost, though, coming through the first sector. Great save from Koke Lopez earlier on, as we saw, and then a massive amount of contact between. It was actually between the Vitality car and Jack Keithley making its way through out of turn 3 that really did the damage, to be honest. I think that was Marcel Chinchik on the outside that may have caused that little bit of contact as well. But we're back in on lap 2 this time around. Koke Lopez joined with Danny Moreno as they now look to stay ahead of Jimmy Antunes, who now forms up in behind them. Lopez just forming up in behind Moreno at the moment, and Lopez, who is a very well or high achieving Gran Turismo driver from the past, has done very well in World Series finals. Very different set of affairs, though, here in this road to the EWC. A different kind of challenge, a different kind of championship, and largely a very different style of sim.
But look at that on the right-hand side. Yeah, I know Vitality are checking out, but MSI are feeling the pressure from TC at the moment. Just a single point separating the two teams right now, as Mateo's got through in third spot. Look at these two, Fluke and Hart. Those two need to work together to get back ahead of Nicholas Mateo and maybe even sneak a point or two off of the Vitality team. Mateo, though, this afternoon is doing the heavy lifting right now, has been doing it in the previous race with his march through the field onto the podium, and looking to do it again.
Yeah, I've got to say, he's really impressed me tonight. I have to say, Nicholas Mateo, obviously a new driver for this season. We saw him for the first time back at Spa for TC Racing, where he did ultimately finish, was the only driver out of TC to finish in 6th place, though did eventually get himself knocked out in race 2 ahead of the next round. As we now watch them go side by side, coming through the first sector. Once again, Nicholas Mateo still retaining third. It is Thibaut Casibon, though, who leads them through out of turn 1, out of turn 2, through towards turn 3. Jamie Fluke, Johan Harth now making contact there. That is quite a hefty amount of contact. Koke Lopez somehow managing to hold on to it. That's the second biggest save that he has made. Somehow has kept it on the track and not onto the grass. He can semi-thank Jimmy Antunes for that, but I'm sure he won't thank him for the first bit of contact.
No, certainly not. And they're still side-by-side between the two of them. There was more side-by-side contact. There was a little bit more after as they went into the International Horseshoe. There's more coming down here into the West Horseshoe as Lopez finally gets his way up past Antunes. I'm sure race control will take a look at the entirety of whatever was going on there. And the major point there is, sure, points-wise, they actually didn't lose or gain too much between each other because they both basically dropped down the same amount of positions. The one that gained, obviously, you had Yovsky work his way through in the Vitality. I mean, their points gap at the front of it was nearly double the rest. They're nearly already through in the Group B.
Yeah, they are. At the moment, it's looking like they won't even have to worry about race 3 coming up a little bit later on. But of course they will. They are professionals in this series. We're right on board with Jamie Fluke, who's currently sat 5th place, just behind his teammate Johan Harth, who's now up into 4th. Of course, Nicholas Mateo getting past Fluke for that 3rd place earlier on in this race 2 of Group C. It's still Casibon at the very top, 2/10 clear of teammate Yuri Toman, who is quite happy to be patient and in behind as well. Marcel Chinchik now looking to vie for a place improvement as well. Now, this could work in the benefit here of TC Esports again. Fluke currently sat P5. If he drops down to P6, that's more points forfeited. We've got side-by-sides as well further up through the field as Nicholas Mateo goes on to the attack. I think Johan Harth also just in behind as well. And Toman has dropped to 3rd. And again, more leverage in the grasp of TC Esports as now Harth goes on the attack, looking to disrupt here the should we say, the seamless performance so far on show here from Vitality, but only 1 place lost for Toman, with Mateo now moving into 2nd. That points gap back down to 1.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through this race, though. Mateo, though, he's in a fine spot to maybe sneak through and take a victory, which would be potentially very well deserved at this point, but obviously we're still very early doors. This is a bit further down and a bit of a replay. This is what happened, of course, with Robertson there. Koke Lopez right in the middle. Right, so the first bit there, I don't think that Robertson did really anything necessarily wrong. You could maybe say he was making it 3 wide, but really, yeah, he was kind of as far over the left as possible. Coco Lopez is in the middle. I think that's just a racing incident.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think anyone was really at fault there. Obviously, drivers are going to have their own feelings about these matters as we now watch the live pictures of Toman now moving his way back into second ahead of Nicholas Matteo, who is now down in third with Johan Harth for company. He'll have no qualms for going on the attack, but no doubt Nicholas Matteo is going to go back on the return of Yuri Toman, and all this causing Kazibon now to dart ahead by around half a second at the moment as we now ride on board with Johan Harth, who now sprints down through towards turn 1 when he looked to open the door this time to displace Nicholas Matteo over third place, and then look to get on the wheel tracks of Yuri Toman for a potential second. Let's wait and see. We're on lap 5 now of 9 as they start to fan out. Kazibon taking a wider angle than Toman, and around the outside comes Johan Harth on the attack of Nicholas Matteo, but does not carry the momentum nicely through in towards turn 2, and therefore Matteo able to hold on to third and remain behind Yuri Toman.
Yeah, Harth obviously finished in second spot from pole position in the previous race. Currently runs in 4th and would desperately like to get through and maybe take that victory that he'll probably feel was robbed off of him from Kazibon. Of course, there was a very tight run up towards the line, and Kazibon was the one who timed it to perfection. See what's going to happen this time by. Hearing a little bit earlier on, though, from Wisniewski, when he was saying about obviously it was a BMW 1-2 in that race leading up towards the line, he was saying that basically they weren't feeling so much pressure because it was a Mercedes that was behind him, and they were saying about the straight line speed issues that might come the way of the Mercedes. Johan Harth will know that at this point, so he'll know that timing this move is actually going to be insanely hard, because even if you're the head car, even if you're the car behind, you might not get that advantage that maybe they would on you.
No, I mean, the advantage might dissipate heading out of turn 12 and 13. So, it's going to be interesting. And the same thing is going to afflict Nicholas Matteo as well, Lewis. Obviously, with the fact that he is running also in a Mercedes-AMG GT3. So we'll soon see how the Aston Martin fares against the Mercedes Grunt, as now we watch them head down through towards the next straight front stretch, now about to return to us with lap 6 about to get underway, and then we'll have 3 or so laps to go, as now we see some more movements now, this time with Nicholas Matteo looking to the outside. Now there's a potential here for him to take the race lead away from Thibaut Kazibon. That's been the status quo since the very start of this race here at Daytona, and very nearly suffering a little bit of oversteer on the escape coming out of turn 2 through towards turn 3 this time around, and this time it will be Matteo with the Tiger line heading in towards the Rodriguez International Horseshoe, and indeed it looks like he's going to muscle his way past and tow along Johan Harth for the ride as well. It's wheel to wheel now between the Vitality and the MSI car as they now sprint through towards the next left. Can the Mercedes displace the Aston Martin once again, just as Nicholas Matteo did? Only for TC Esports, they now fly through, but around the outside and maintaining the pace. Toman able to keep Johan Harth at bay, and that turn of foot definitely seems to favour the Aston Martin right out there on track.
And Johan Harth obviously has assistance from his teammate Jamie Fluke, but the problem with that is that Jamie Fluke is going to have Marcel Chinchik all over the rear end, and Chinchik could work his way through and really hammer home this position that Vitality have, the dominant position they have over the group right now. They are nearly at double the points of the next team, and if Chinchik works his way past a little bit, if Toman gets his way back through on Matteo, if Kazibon's able to hang on to the race victory, that gap will be double the rest of the field. And with 3 laps left to go in this one, you just never really know how things are going to unfold. Obviously, 1 spin here for any of the Vitality cars, and this Nero's makes no difference blown open.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just fine margins throughout the entirety of this order from P1 all the ways down to P6. Marcel Chinchik still very much in this fight as well, as now we see the Vitality cars once again come into play with Toman around the outside of Nicholas Matteo. Johan Harth looking for a way through, and just look at that, the up and under on show as now Jamie Fluke launches himself into third, now potentially ripping it away from Yuri Toman, who probably did not see that coming one iota, and also Marcel Chinchik coming into this, a full-on MSI versus Vitality scrap here on lap 7 of 9 as they sprint down through towards turn 4, and Matteo holding on to second. Fluke has moved up into third, and now Toman has dropped down to 4th with Johan Harth for company as Chinchik goes to work.
Yeah, indeed. And Chinchik desperately trying to work his way through, but MSI know the importance of these positions when it comes to not their gap to Vitality necessarily, but between them and TC. That's the important one for them at the moment. That is the focus for staying in Group C, the focus for not being demoted down into Group D. Straight back into the slipstream goes Johan Hart, and already breaking away from the group comes Jamie Fluke as he tries to work his way back up to the slipstream with the top two. He's broken a bit of a gap. Tap of the brakes coming in from Marcel Chinchik. Johan Hart responds with the tap of the brakes as well. So they all remain single file and go through the Le Mans chicane for the third to last time.
Really impressed with Nicholas Matteo at the moment. I know he alluded to it earlier on, but his record through the course of this championship thus far, he has not been outside of the top 5 in any dynamic group race so far. It has been an astonishing record that he has managed right through the entirety of this half of the championship, and it looks set to continue as well, Lewis. He could be on the cusp yet of getting his first win in R1, which would truly be astonishing. Of course, we've already had a TC Esports victory. That was, of course, harnessed by action man Jack Keithley, who is certainly not having one of those races this time around, being sat down in 11th place. But a huge opportunity here presents itself to Nicholas Matteo for the second time tonight, as MSI currently holds second place, but that could soon be changed with one wrong result, because the points margin is only 2 as of now, which really does present quite a fascinating encounter when we move into race 3 later on this evening. But we're on the penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, certainly so. The thing is, though, is that this team here, Vitality, are comfortably clear at present. And as much as Ewan O'Leary thinks that livery is overrated, I don't. I think it looks great. So ban him.
He doesn't like the Vitality livery.
He's not. He says it looks all right.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. And we had a full-on argument. I think it was back at Fuji.
He clearly doesn't like Aston Martins.
He was like, no, I think it's all right. No. That's what he said. That's his words. Anyway, here we go. It might not be a Vitality lead-in for too much longer, because Nicholas Matteo has got 3 to take over the race lead into the Le Mans chicane. So, Matteo at the front, then Thibaut Casabon, then Jamie Fluke. What if Casabon's like, actually, I wouldn't mind being behind Fluke at the moment. Just copy-paste the previous race, and good day, sir.
He knows the script, does Thibaut Casabon. Jamie Fluke just in behind, watching everything unfold in front. We've got still another lap to take before we take the checkered flag, and Nicholas Matteo, who's plumped for that lead spot. It's highly unlikely that he'll be able to carry this right to the bitter end, but stranger things have happened. He'll have every chance, as much chance as any other car inside this top 3, as now Casabon looks to fan out, obviously looking to try and semi-defend from Jamie Fluke in behind there. All quite happy to allow Matteo to carry on, but Fluke looking for that second place to rip it away from Casabon. Certainly does, but I think Casabon gladly obliges. He's looking for that P3. Toman now in it now this time as well, as Johan Hart sends a very ambitious run, heading down into turn 3 himself.
Yeah, obviously the only thing that will strip that from the hands of Thibaut Casabon, or Yuri Toman rather in this case, would be if maybe it's a little bit too slow for Jamie Fluke. If Fluke's able to close his way back up to the rear end of Nicholas Matteo comfortably, copy-paste, there we go, then maybe things will unfold in their favour. This is going to be very interesting up towards the line.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest line taken through turn 3 there from Nicholas Matteo, and it did leave him slightly hampered. In fact, no, I do apologise. I think it was turn 5 where it went a little bit wrong for him before taking the West Horseshoe on the run through towards turn 6 and 7. But now they take the backstretch once again, with a run coming up through towards the bus stop of the Le Mans chicane, as we know it as well. Turn 10 and turn 11 awaits. It's Nicholas Matteo who's currently in front of this group, bidding to become a race winner here in the R1 Championship for the first time in his history since joining TC Esports, to become its second winner of this team as well, after Jack Keithley won earlier on this season, and back at Jeddah as well in race 2 as they make their way around the final corner. Can Matteo hold out, Lewis?
I'm not sure. Like, that didn't seem like a particularly good exit from Fluke or from Toman. That said, this is how potent the slipstream is. Here comes Jamie Fluke. We're on board with him now. Watch that gap disappear and disappear and disappear. To the right-hand side, he's going to go. Jinx to the right. Let's see where Yuri Toman is as they come up towards the line. He's not going to be close enough. It's going to be Jamie Fluke just ahead of Nicholas Matteo. And Yuri Toman leads across 3rd, 4th and 5th for the Vitality team. But it is Jamie Fluke on top again, as we've seen him a couple of times in the dynamic group phase back in Fuji. It is Fluke on top, scoring some very important points for the MSI team.
He's done quite a number on that points margin as well. That was so fine prior to him making the move on Nicholas Matteo. That victory is so important, and you can just see he looks rather stressed, doesn't he, Lewis, as young Jamie Fluke, ever so experienced in this championship. Hey, listen, we're all young here in this championship.
You retracted that young so fast. Oh my God.
No, I was supporting it. But incredible work from Jamie Fluke, managing to pull together a stellar result indeed. He's just honestly an evergreen competitor in this championship and proving himself every single time and pulling as well the MSI team to the front once again. That win is actually very important, Lewis, because that points margin was so fine with Matteo holding that race lead. We were talking a slender margin between P3 and P2 in that group. But with the win now for Fluke, it's now darted it outwards now in the favour of MSI. So he'll be absolutely thrilled with that.
Yeah, very much so. The team will be as well. Obviously, we've heard from them before about their focus on progression, about how they believe they can definitely be in Group B, and they're proving it. Like they've looked quite strong there. Whether it's going to happen today, we're not sure, but things can be overturned with Vitality, especially with results like that from Fluke.
Well, we can now go and chat to Jamie Fluke now here for our interview. Once again, reunited with the MSI man. Welcome back, Jamie. A terrific job as well. Yeah, I think you looked slightly stressed coming across the line after that one. It hasn't been necessarily the easiest of times at Daytona thus far after quite the encounter with TC Esports at the moment. But a clinical move to take the checkered flag here at Daytona.
Yeah, I'll be honest, wasn't super stressed. Once I seen what Nico was doing into the Le Mans chicane, as you call it these days, I knew I had it won then. If he'd driven it somewhat normally, then maybe it would have been a different story. But really surprised at how Vitality played that. Absolutely astonished that they let us have a go in the lead, really. And I was able to take advantage.
How do you think your chances are of maybe outscoring Vitality in the next race? Do you think you've maybe got a chance here at Group B, or is it just to focus on Group C survival and keeping TC at bay?
Going into it, I didn't think we had any sort of chance up against the Ascent this week, but it's looking a little bit more likely. So we'll just get our head down for the next race and see what we can get out of it.
Well, you still have one more race to go, Jamie, so we'll let you go and prepare for it as well. A very important one as well to boot. But thank you for joining us, and we'll wish you the best for race 3.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamie Fluke, everybody, the locker room leader, and of course has provided MSI with many grand moments also in their prior guise as Apex Racing Team. As we watch the highlights, take us through, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, drama into the first corner, a bit of 3 wide in the background and 3 wide in the mid-ground as well. Out wide would go one of the MSI cars as well. That one being Jamie Fluke out a little bit wide at the first corner, dropping back then into third position. This was a spin. Jack Keithley and John Robertson both being sent round. And then later on, Jimmy Antunes would have this contact with Lopez as well, firing their way around. Late on in the race, of course, Nicholas Matteo would work his way down the inside to take over second position. Jamie Fluke on the outside as they would try and battle with the Vitality duo of Thibaut Casabon and Yuri Toman. The pair of those just trying to hang on for the bright yellow and green Aston Martin of Team Vitality. Jamie Fluke also giving a little bit of assistance. Johan Hart getting into the rear end of him, trying to find his way through into the mix. Meanwhile, Vitality were looking strong at the front. Matteo would come straight back through. Then Jamie Fluke would also come past, getting through on his teammate Johan Hart, who would drop back down the order just a touch. Finally, Matteo was able to take over the race lead going down into the Le Mans chicane. Thibaut Casabon giving the opportunity, and Jamie Fluke saying, don't worry about it, mate. I will come through and I will take the victory. It's been a good day thus far for the Apex Racing Team. Obviously, they've had pole position earlier on, still a podium from Johan Hart, a victory here for Jamie Fluke, and they had a pole position in F2 as well, so, banter. Jamie Fluke then, of course, taking victory ahead of Nicholas Matteo. Yuri Toman leads the trio of Vitalities, Casabon and Chinchik behind. Johan Hart then in 6th position for the MSI team. Then it's Erhan Yoski in 7th before we get to the duo of TC in Danny Moreno and Coque Lopez. Jimmy Antunes in 10th position and John Robertson in 11th. Jack Keithley in 12th at the rear end of the field, but not by much. A drag race there up toward the line with Robertson finishing just ahead. For TC though, 2nd, 8th, 9th and 12th. That is not good enough.
No, not good at all, but all the plaudits going Jamie Fluke's way, and for good reason as well, that they could have ideally had probably more cars inside that top 6 still at the moment, despite not taking the victory. Team Vitality with their hands on the prize of accomplishing a group promotion heading into Group B, which could be just around the corner as we make our way into the next round at Monza, but we still, of course, have that all-important final race to decide whether that is to be the case. But at this moment in time, Lewis, they really need something to go severely wrong for things to go a little bit backwards for them.
Yeah, but you just never know. Like, the thing is, you can go into qualifying expecting, oh, all we need is an all right result, right? And every time we've seen a team do that, they've qualified badly. We've seen that quite a few times throughout the running here of the dynamic group phase, where a team has gone into the final race with a 20 or a 30 point lead, and they've gone into it with comfort, and then they've lost a whole lot of ground very early on, because it only takes one good race and suddenly the door's blown open. You can score, was it 72 points, I think it is, as a maximum from a race, which, to be fair, in race 3 of Group D, ERA did get a 1, 2, 3 and 4, which is only the second 1, 2, 3, 4 that we've seen in R1. And to be fair, I didn't know what it was. You and O'Leary did, though. Was that embarrassing?
My goodness, that's been trumped by you and O'Leary. Goodness me, Lewis, you're slipping.
I'm
slipping.
Letting the side down, letting the side. I nearly made him laugh on the mid-broadcast, though, so, potato. But no, yeah. So they got a 1, 2, 3 and 4. They scored 72 points. Of course, the least points you can score is also 6. So the biggest transfer between them is obviously 66. Realistically, that's never going to happen, but that's kind of like the potential. That's what you've got to kind of keep in your mind. And for a team like MSI, the chance of them getting a 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe it's quite low, but low's not 0.
No, it's not. And anything can happen in racing. We know that much, especially here in the R1 Championship. We have seen late dramas and fireworks in the past. But again, I mean, TC Esports still with a great chance of staying in. We'll have to wait and see whether they can do that, though, heading into race 3. But we've got a race 2 coming up now for Group B as well. And that's going to be a very fiery affair. Williams Sim Racing looking very strong at the moment. They got Tobias Pfeffer back, as you can see on our screens at the moment. But of course, this is free practice to kick things off. But I think that they'll be delighted, really, with how the night has started, really, at Williams, given the fact that they've had some really astonishing performances from the likes of Daniel Pajtor and consistency from Vasilios Beletziotis. BS Plus, though, with a little bit of hope as well in their corner after yet another consistent drive from Kaiki Oliveira and a little bit of magic from Nikodem Wisniewski as well, Lewis. So a lot of pressure on Maus heading into race 2.
Yeah, for Kaiki Oliveira and for Nikodem Wisniewski, they started second and third. They finished first and second, and they'll be looking to do that again where possible. The big drama, though, was this team here. Obviously, Max Bedecker did have a qualifying ban, so did have to start from 12th and last. Only gained 4 positions, though, along with his teammate Dennis Schoeniger, and those two, 7th and 8th, were the highest placed teams for Maus in what was potentially a slightly unlucky race, but also a very average race. And in qualifying, when luck, there is no good or bad luck, it's what you're doing in the car, they did not take advantage. And that's the important bit, is they need to delete whatever issues went wrong in qualifying, and they've got to nail this qualifying session if they want a chance of staying in Group B, if they want a chance of progressing up to Group A. It can change, it can go their way.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 2 races still to go, so anything can happen. We're only just coming through now into the second half of the evening, having already completed 3 races. We've got 3 more to bring you until the end of the night before we decide who's getting promoted and who's getting relegated from Group B and Group C. So we'll soon find out as to how that's going to situate. At the moment, though, in terms of free practice, it's Dom Blyer and Daniel Pajtor. Familiar names at the top here at Daytona, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. Look, I remember when Dom Blyer made his debut.
What a debut it was, too.
And exactly, it was around here. Stepped in for the Williams team and looked like a proper front runner as well. And this is it. That was obviously when we were running quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals as well, and just looked comfortable, and certainly does again.
And, you know, Williams are asking for these young drivers to step up, aren't they? Ever since the departure of Dara McCormack as well, Lewis. You know, they really need the likes of Pajtor and Blyer to really become, you know, those new drivers to replace. And I would argue they've almost swapped out Dara McCormack. Of course, he's gone to Virtus Pro, along with the likes of Kevin Ellis Jr. But in Blyer and Pajtor, they've got two drivers who may not necessarily be the finished article that obviously Dara McCormack was. They're not too far away, I would argue. And on their best day, they can be just as good, if not better.
If not better, you can say that. But no, obviously, no, I think you're absolutely right. It can be right up there. Don Blyer is a quality driver. Daniel Pajtor is a quality driver. And, you know, that them as a team, they are a very good team. They have obviously lost a fair amount of strength, and that's fine. That's just how teams go in this. The fact that they can lose that and still finish, you know, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, they've still got the pace in them. They've still got the team behind them. I think, look, they're maybe more of an underdog team than what we've had in the couple of years prior. But there's still a team that I wouldn't be surprised winning, taking good results, fighting at the front. Like, they are a team that can absolutely do it. They've got 4 drivers that can also do it.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. And they've got 4 drivers that are very capable, as you so rightly say. So we'll soon see whether that is the case. But for now, we've got yet another qualifying session to take you through. And the first driver we're going to be witnessing taking to the circuit is this man, Moritz Lerner, who had a very action-packed first race here this evening. Getting caught right in the fray, of course, coupled with the likes of Yuri Kasdorp, and of course Max Benneker was trying to lurch his way forward, but was ultimately, you know, unlinked from the rest of the group further up the field. Remember, the top 6 and the bottom 6 were pretty much set apart from one another, not allowing mouths really to make an impact in race 1, but they'll be hoping for a little bit of a change this time, especially when they know that they've got a very capable man behind the wheel by the name of Moritz Lerner, who is, of course, a former sim racing champion, of course, in other championships. 43.8, though, in the first sector is not bad. So he's in the right ballpark, Lewis. Yeah,
certainly so. Maybe a half a tenth off of where we'd really want to, but it's really not too bad. They there's no beating around the bush. Like, they had a really bad first race, right? A really bad first race for what Mouse should have, where we should be expecting. These are a team that we expect to be potentially, honestly, being the main team to progress their way through back into Group A. They're a team that we know can do it. But it all started with qualifying. And that's the main issue they know. So deal with that problem. And so far, it looks like they're dealing with it, because that first sector is okay. The second sector is also, it's okay. It's not amazing, but this looks like it could well be breaking the 43 barrier.
Yeah, he's only 0.02 of a second faster than Wisniewski in that first sector, which is truly remarkable. As he crosses the line, 21.5 in the latter sector. That's pretty bang on where you'd like to be in order to usher in a fast lap time, and that is a 1:43 to kick the session off to a perfect start. Next up, though, Wisniewski, who has gone purple in the middle, so they could yet, whilst he's losing out in the first sector by 0.02, gain a little bit more out of the middle here, Lewis.
Yep, certainly so. Let's see. The, like I say, first sector is pretty much bang on the money. The second sector is as well. Could well be setting a 43.8 hit. Could Wisniewski, fresh off victory. There it is, a 43.8. Across the line he goes, and onto provisional pole position.
Back in lap there for Nikodem Wisniewski. Can Gregor Schill follow up that first sector 43.8? Again, not too bad, but it's in the latter 43.8. He could have done with something a little bit better than that. The middle sector, not quite as good either. Needed to ideally be in the 38.4s. 38.6s are not going to help you. We'll need a monstrous final sector to change the game. But equally, though, it is still a BS Plus car in the mixer. Currently third fastest as he crosses the line. The only 144 we've seen thus far. 2:43s to kick off. But Tobias Pfeffer on our screen, purple out of the middle sector, Lewis McGlade.
Yeah, indeed. Pfeffer then, next one to cross the line. He's gone purple in the first, but lost a bit of time in the second. The Mercedes tends to struggle a little bit, though, here in this final sector, which maybe leads me to thinking it's going to be a higher 43, maybe a lower 44. First sector's pretty decent, though. I think it might be a 44.0. Indeed, 44.077 across the line.
Yeah, Tobias Pfeffer, 1:44.077, as you so rightly say, just puts him just outside Gregor Schill. So Shrill now allowing two BS Plus competition cars inside that top four. Kaiki Oliveira, though, has snatched the purple middle sector with a 38.4. First sector isn't bad either with a 43.875. And that's bang on from where we've seen some of the best times in our previous sessions now as Kaiki Oliveira storms up through to join Nikodem Wisniewski towards the top of the order. He'll surpass him and go first fastest provisional pole by a mere 700ths.
And fuming is Yuri Kastorp. He's got a slowdown penalty. He's overcooked it going through the Le Mans chicane. For a team that needs a good result in this race, they might not be getting it. As Moritz Lerner is their driver, the only driver that's actually set a decent time for them. For Yuri Kastorp, this is going to be at the back of the field. It is going to be a 47 as he crosses the line. Disappointment is building for the Mouse team.
This is not what they want. This is not what they need at a very, very sensitive point in tonight's festivities. Could it be the case that Mouse could find themselves on the wrong end of an elimination? Dom Blyer has just gone purple in the first sector as well to add to the woes of Mouse right now. Ferris Stanley in that middle sector, just over a 10th outside the spectrum. First sector, though, is okay. 95 thousandths away, really, ideally, from where he would prefer to be as he crosses the line. Where will he go? Fourth fastest. That is 4 BS Plus competition cars inside the top 5, Lewis. Unbelievable.
Does help that of the 7 cars that have gone round at the moment, 4 of them are BS competitions. That's just how this qualifying layout has unfolded. Dom Blyer will be the next one to come through. Set at 43.928 in the previous qualifying session. Looks like he's going to be going faster than that at the moment. It'll be a low 9 if he keeps up the sector times. That first sector is rapid from Dom Blyer. As he crosses the line, it is going to be a 43.9. So finds his way up into 4th position. Oh, slow down for Max.
Oh, my goodness. Max Benneker. Goodness me, the misery continues for Mouse. And now 1.8 off the pace inside that middle sector with 68, I believe, thousandths outside of the window in sector 1. That is a miserable venture into the middle sector for Max Benneker, and he will join Yuri Kastorp at the very rear of the field. What on earth is going on at Mouse at the moment? They could yet find themselves on the wrong end of Group B, with Group C the destination, and Vasilios Belitsiotis, he's 2/10 down in the first sector, but not too far away in the middle. He will, though, surpass Benneker and Kastorp should this continue.
Yeah, look, he's not going to slow down. There's no magic place where you can really pick one up on the run towards the line. So for Vasilios Belitsiotis, whilst that first sector is pretty average, I think it will be in 8th position, like I say, ahead of Benneker and Kastorp, but behind Pfeffer. In fact, that's where he goes. Only 100th off of Pfeffer, to be fair.
Well, there's only one shining light left here for Dennis Schrödinger. Of course, they still have Moritz Lerner inside the top 3. But Schrödinger would very much, I'm sure, favour an opportunity to launch himself inside that top 6. Might yet find himself on the cusp of the top 6. It might be around the time where Pfeffer is currently situated, because he's a 10th.5 off in the first and nearly a 10th.5 off in the middle as well, as now Schrödinger makes his way across the line, and that will be a P6 place just above Gregor Schill.
Daniel Pajtor then, really good first sector from Pajtor, and remember the fist bumps that were coming out of him on his way to pole position in the previous qualifying session. That first sector is unreal. The second sector, very good as well. He works his way onto the high banks and then out into the tri-oval. The final lap of this qualifying session, is it good enough to put Williams onto pole position? Let's see what Pajtor can do up towards the line. An 8.19, it is good enough for pole position. Kaiki Oliveira denied at the last by 7,000ths of a second.
That is unbelievable there from Daniel Pajtor, and I have to say he is looking like the maestro here this evening in Group B. More misery, though, for Mouse. What on earth is going on at the team all dressed in red? They were situated at the very highest end of the order, of course, coming into the dynamic group stage, and things seem to be slipping at a very crucial point in this dynamic group phase as well. Can they correct it? They'll need a massive miracle to turn this around. Obviously, Moritz Lerner is very much there, though, inside that top 6. Dennis Schrödinger, midfield, but the lack of Max Benneker and Yuri Kastorp in that higher end is definitely going to cause them some problems, Lewis.
Yeah, it does seem as though their best placed driver this season, generally speaking, has been Dennis Schoeniger, who's been very impressive for the Maus team. But he's really moved his way forward, been really impressing all season. Max Benneker has had a few struggles. He's had a few really good results, obviously. We know he's a driver capable of victories, obviously, like he always is. This is Benneker we're talking about here. But sometimes it just does not click, and both for he and Karsdorp starting towards the back, that's not great. Thankfully, like I say, they do have Moritz Lerner up there in 4th, but with the same top 3 of the previous race, are we going to have the same result in race 2?
Possible. I mean, I can imagine Florian Haspar is absolutely thrilled to see his team performing the way they have been tonight. A truly remarkable visit to Daytona. What's different here with BS Plus here this weekend, Lewis? I mean, you generally would expect to see them performing probably at the heights in Group C, but this is Group B that they are in right now. And I have to say, taking on the likes of Williams, who have such strong heritage in esports, one of the longest serving ones in the sim racing space, and obviously they've been impressive, but you can't discredit BS Plus at the moment, can you? I mean, they've really taken the fight to Maus.
So I think Florian made one very big move. Obviously, Florian Hasper, the team manager of BS Competition, made one very big and very assertive move at the end of last season, the start of this year, which was to get Nikodem Wisniewski. And I think that is the main thing. They've always had Kaiki Oliveira up toward the front since they stole him off of the
Furia.
Yeah, exactly. The clasp of Furia. They nabbed him when Furia no longer were a part of R1. And they did, obviously, again, a great call. To get Kaiki Oliveira. He's really fit in the BS competition team. And for them to have taken Nikodem Wisniewski, super important to have a second driver that's up there. Now, don't get me wrong, Greg Ifshaw's a quality driver. We've seen that. Ferris Stanley, also a quality driver. He's had some really good flashes this season. But the fact that you've got 2 consistent pedalers right towards the front of the field, super, super important. That said, wasn't good enough for pole position because that obviously came from Pajtor.
Brilliant that from Pajtor once again, and it seems to be a trend that we're seeing from him, especially here at Daytona. Obviously coming here with the weight of expectation on your shoulders. We speak about the young drivers coming into the forefront here at Williams. They very much have championed young drivers, not just in the R1 Championship, but other championships as well across the board. Of course, we saw the breaking news that Ismail Fassi is departing the team now after his remarkable breakthrough year this year in sim racing. Of course, also part of the Williams organisation. Dominic Blyer and Daniel Pajtor. Blyer himself has been brilliant here at Daytona thus far. Pajtor, though, the leading light at the moment, especially at this circuit here tonight. And somehow managing to master this consistency. Very rarely misses a finger, very rarely misses his spot, especially out here on track. And, it's some crucial corners around this circuit as well, Lewis, that makes things undeniably very difficult. We look at turn 3 at the Rodriguez International Horseshoe. You speak of your disdain of the West Horseshoe as well coming out of turn 5. It is just a tricky circuit to get right.
It's not the West Horseshoe. I don't mind the West Horseshoe. The braking is a little bit awkward. It's turn 6 that I can't stand. That's the one that I absolutely despise with all my heart. And then also you have a long run then into the Le Mans chicane. And though me and you and O'Leary were speaking about this last week as we see Kaiki Oliveira come across the line, not for a pole lap. It was going to be a pole lap. But then obviously Daniel Pajtor stole it at the end. So that's why. I'll let you talk for the grid and then I'll talk about the circuit a little bit.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Let's go from the back to the front. Yuri Karsdorp and Max Benneker lining up on a Maus 6th row. We then have Vasilios Belaziotis in 10th place, Tobias Pfeffer in 9th, Gregor Schill for BS Plus competition in 8th place, lining up alongside Dennis Schoeniger for Maus. Next up, Ferris Stanley on row 3, lined up alongside Dominic Blyer in 5th. Moritz Lerner in 4th on row 2, joined by Nikodem Wisniewski looking for a second win here this evening. Kaiki Oliveira in 2nd, back on the front row yet again, lined up alongside pole sitter Daniel Pajtor ahead, looking for yet another remarkable performance here for the Williams sim racing team. As we now get set for race 1, talk us through, Lewis. Give us your thoughts on the track.
Yeah, like I said, all I was going to say was that you have such a long time between turn 6 and the Le Mans chicane, and then through the Le Mans chicane until turn 1. You have so much time to think about what's going on. I'd argue too much time.
Yeah, well, there you have it. Obviously, these drivers only have 9 laps to work their magic here. But Daniel Pajtor, Kaiki Oliveira on the front row as they cross the start-finish line, and they will put pedal to the metal for the second time in Group B here this evening. It is go here at Daytona. Inside line here for Daniel Pajtor. You'll look to hold position further back. Moritz Lerner jostling with Dominic Blyer, as well as we watch Dennis Schrödinger looking to try and keep Gregor Schill at bay, and Ferry Stanley, as well as they zoom in towards turn 3. In contact further back is Vasilios. No, that was Tobias Pfeffer losing tread and dropping to the rear, and now situated in P12 behind Yuri Karsdorp as they fly through the first sector this time around. Dominic Blyer, who's now also at the mercy, he could yet lose out as well, with Moritz Lerner waiting in the wings now, darting to the inside, coming through this right-hander, and now it's a test of acceleration as they now burst through in towards the next left. The Mouse driver now forced to renege, as now it looks like Dom Blyer will withstand the pressure, remains in 4th.
God, those points in the top right tell a story, don't they? 94 points for BS competition, 7 clear of Williams, nearly 60 clear of Mouse. My goodness, that is a telling sign as to how this evening's gone thus far. Of course, those points are not locked in, and we've still got 9 laps for those to all chop and change, and Moritz Lerner and Dennis Schrödinger will be the ones to try and work their way through. Will say Dennis Schrödinger was looking to do something that I was about to call outrageously stupid down into turn 1. Backed out with though. Someone's been off on the left-hand side, and that is Gregor Schill, and he is backwards and stationary.
That will reduce, obviously, the likelihood of an increased points deficit again in favour of BS Plus competition. Now is Schill rooted to the rear as we watch Moritz Lerner in the bottom left, just underneath the classification tower. As you can currently see, 5th place, highest of the Mouse runners thus far, but now looking to break to the outside in an attempt to try and whittle his way and gaining more places to try and reduce the damage on show. And he's going to go for a very, very ambitious run around the outside, looking to try and dispatch Kaiki Oliveira in the process, who remains where he is in 3rd. He's being joined currently by his teammate Nikodem Wisniewski, and now back down the inside comes Moritz Lerner. In certainly the process of this lap here on lap 2, Dom Blyer has been unseated and dropped down into 5th, and now Lerner holding station in 4th place, making that magnificent move around the outside, coming through turn 1 here on lap 2.
Yep, certainly so. There comes a look down the inside, makes a little bit of contact with Kaiki Oliveira. Does Moritz Lerner also on the inside in the background is Dennis Schrödinger trying to get past Dom Blyer as well. The two of those going side by side as they get their way onto the brakes, flick it through turn 6. Dom Blyer might be in a little bit too deep here as they work their way back out towards NASCAR 1 and 2. It is still the Williams though of Daniel Pajtor leading. Wisniewski and Oliveira not been able to work their way through. They might remain a little bit patient here, but now before long they'll have Moritz Lerner knocking at the door and potentially looking for a move.
The patient Dennis Schrödinger down in 6th, just tight in behind Dom Blyer at the moment in 5th, and has not moved a muscle until now, just showing in the aero a little bit there. Dom Blyer on Moritz Lerner this time, coming through the Le Mans chicane, heading out of turn 11. Now through towards turn 12 and 13. Still Pajtor holding on to the front at the moment, with Nikodem Wisniewski down in 2nd place. Kaiki Oliveira still BS Plus with a great chance to still levy the points in their favour. Moritz Lerner will need to do something a little special here along with his teammates. It's not enough just for him to pull out the big results here for Mouse. He needs his teammates in this fight. Max Benneker only 1.4 away from Ferris Stanley, as now Wisniewski looks to go side by side and draw swords with Daniel Pajtor coming through turn 1 in the BMW M4 GT3, but the Mercedes-AMG doing enough to withstand the pressure, and this opens the door for Moritz Lerner to not only move up from 4th to 3rd, but 4th to 2nd could be on the cards unless Wisniewski can do something to deter him. Coming through out of turn 3 this time around, they're still side by side, the two M4s. Now looking at Dyson out here on lap 3 of 9. Further back, we have Dom Blyer just situated in behind the pair of them in 4th place. It is the inside line for Lerner. Back through comes Wisniewski. They're toing and froing over the optimal line at each and every corner through the course of this lap at the moment, but the BS Plus competition car stamping its hooves once again, sticks the nose in front. Back through comes Lerner, up the inside again. He'll have the better line through here, or will he? Can he maintain the pace? He's certainly trying. Back on the banking, and now situated in behind Wisniewski. Grand tenacity on show from Wisniewski, but this has allowed a gap now between these two, and Pajtor in the lead of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Pajtor starting to check out, but things are starting to look a little bit better for Mouse. They're going to go 3 wide, though, potentially down into the Le Mans chicane. It's going to be Moritz Lerner to the inside. He dabs under the brakes and flicks it through, and it's Moritz Lerner up into second position. Things are starting to look better for Mouse, not only for the fact of Moritz Lerner's now up in second position, but importantly, a little bit behind Daniel Pajtor, and maybe losing a little bit of the final bits of the slipstream. We'll deal with that in a moment. But because Benneker is within the slipstream of Ferris Stanley as well, things could be unfolding well for them. Whoa! That was a little bit sketchy indeed, as Benneker was getting to the side of Gregor Schill.
A little bit of contact, hair and scare him, coming through the first sector as now we watch picture-in-picture as we allude to this. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, big mishap there for the BS Plus competition car. Obviously, Gregor Schill currently rated 9.4 off the rear and having a rough time, to say the least, as we now watch as we see the battles unfold again. This is Nikodem Wisniewski once again coming to blows, this time with Dom Blyer, who's going to move his way through the order. Obviously, P3 is the place gain here for Blyer after seeing Moritz Lerner move the way through, well, as he did in a lap prior. With further back, Kaiki Oliveira also waiting in the wings. They're still side by side as well as they look to jostle for position coming through this next right. And it looks like the BMW belonging to Wisniewski is going to have the better line. All this inviting Dennis Schrödinger in. And this is so key for Maus, as now we see as well Kaiki Oliveira with also a very ambitious lunge up the inside coming through out of turn 7 and now down onto the back stretch. They're going to fan out almost 3 wide here at the moment. Schrödinger now in behind Kaiki Oliveira. But again, a harem-scarer moment where we almost went 3 wide coming out of the escape of turn 7.
This is getting very scary in here with Wisniewski also 1.3 seconds off the rear end of Moritz Lerner. Lerner's got the opportunity here to go for the victory for Maus, and it would be an important victory for Maus. And the points gap will be looking very comfortable, or at least slightly more comfortable, give him slightly more of an opportunity. Look at how it was at the first lap of this race. Maus were out of it. This is what I say, those points were not locked in, and as this race has unfolded, it's looked better and better for Maus, and it could still look better and better for Maus. With Dennis Schrödinger and with Max Benneker here right on the rear end of this train, how can they work their way through? Schrödinger gets to the high side, Dennis, he looks to the outside of Kaiki Oliveira, he's going to send it on the brake straight around the outside of the first corner. He's going to clear 1, maybe 2, not quite, as they get on the brakes and finish the first corner.
Yeah, obviously they're chasing the bigger points because, of course, they're currently sat down in third. They can't afford to go into race 3 too far behind. And now Schrödinger looking to try and dispatch Kaiki Oliveira, who still holds the optimal line coming out of turn 3. And surely there's going to have to be a decision made. Maybe they allow Max Benneker to then become the aggressor, aside from Dennis Schrödinger. We'll have to find out now. We're on lap 5 of 9. We're on and over the halfway point in this particular race. Daniel Pajtor still with the lead advantage. He's got half a second of delta ahead of Moritz Lerner, but keenly enough, these two have broken away from Nikodem Wisniewski at the moment, and Dom Blyer, I'm sure, will have no hesitation in lurching upon Nikodem Wisniewski at the moment, because, of course, Wisniewski is sacrificing that key slipstream to maintain the lead runners.
Yeah, certainly so. Like I say, it's going to be a fascinating end to this race. Things are going to be pretty tight. They're going to be very questionable in this group, but which way the points gap is going to go at the moment is slightly towards BS competition, obviously, and it's fairly against Maus, but this can unfold in a whole multitude of different ways. I mean, look at for Williams, for example. Yes, they've got a car at the front and they're feeling the pressure from Moritz Lerner, but also they have 2 cars at the rear end of this train in Belatziotis and Pfeffer. So if there is drama in this train, they're likely to gain points from it. Here comes the battle then for the race lead. Moritz Lerner is going to be closing up, but he's going to make sure to stay behind. He does not want to waste any time and potentially bring Wisniewski back in, because I think in a one-on-one fight here in that BMW, I think the victory could well be his.
Yeah, and you never know, it would only be the second victory for Maus since the dynamic group stage began. The first one being taken, the only one being taken by Max Benneker, as now Moritz Lerner, with him being in second. Dennis Schrödinger is also looking to try and move up into P3. Still situated in P4, but now coming under attack here from Dominic Blyer coming out of turn 3 this time. And they've also got Kaiki Oliveira waiting in the wings with Max Benneker rooted down in 7th. But also for the back, Yuri Kanstorp not too far away either. He's currently being towed along by Ferris Stanley as part of this mega train that sits between P3 all the ways down to P11. So it only takes one wrong move There's now argy-bargy from Max Benneker and Kaiki Oliveira as the two BMWs go side by side, and Oliveira going late on the brakes, coming through out of turn 6 and turn 7, looking to withstand the pressure that Benneker's providing. And in the process, this could open a window of opportunity for Ferris Stanley to take the momentum around the outside should Kaiki Oliveira put a stopper in Max Benneker's pace. And at the moment now, it's Kaiki Oliveira holding on to 6 with Ferris Stanley in 8th for BS+. They've got Max Benneker, though, still toing and froing in behind. They can't afford, though, to get disconnected from this top 5. It's now extended out to half a second, but it's coming straight back in.
Is there a chance? Is there a possibility? Is there a universe where Mouse still progress through up into Group A? I would say with... 3 laps left to go at the line, and with another race to follow, yes,
it's possible.
They can. I think, because at this point, I reckon they will take the extra points for taking the bit. I do think Moritz Lerner is the favourite to win this race now. Sat behind, playing the cards right. I think Max Benneker and Yuri Kasdorp can both gain a few points
and
here.
Schoeninger.
This is big.
Yeah, Schoeninger also looking for a P3, but he might have just fallen victim of this time. Dom Blyer snatching it away, moving into 4th, so he's holding station. Yuri Kasdorp now looking to split the 2 cars in between he and P8 at the moment, managing to dodge past Ferris Stanley and Vasilios Belletsiotis, who is now rooted down in 9th. So Kasdorp has now profited by just splitting the difference, going right through the middle and moving through out of turn 3 into P8. So more points now in the palm of Mouse as they start to go to work to chop at the wood, chop at the points delta in the live standings here in Group B. There's still, like you so rightly say, Lewis, as we see a very uncomfortable run taken from Tobias Pfeffer coming through the first sector, as well as the exit coming out of turn 7. Now through the back cornering as well. We're on lap 7 of 9. Next time around will be the penultimate lap of the race as we watch Vasilios Belletsiotis chasing after Yuri Kasdorp now once more. 3.5 tenths of a second between the Williams and the Mouse as we now watch Dennis Schoeninger looking to tussle with Dom Blyer once more. Needs to try and leverage the play in his favour ideally, because if he can try and move his way, just tucking himself in behind Nikodem Wisniewski, that will serve him well when battling for P3 on the next lap. And that is the best that Schoeninger can actually hope for, and the best that Mouse could probably hope for here at this stage, aside from Moritz Lerner potentially winning this race. But now coming up towards the line to begin very soon their lap 8 of 9. The window of opportunity is starting to shut here, Lewis, so Mouse need to gain places and gain them now.
Yeah, but I think it might be Dennis Schoeninger losing a place here as Kaiki Oliveira gets to the outside of turn 1, sends it in very deep, hooks it up though, and goes all the way around Dennis Schoeninger. That was brilliant racing. He's still ahead. He's just about ahead as they work their way through the S's section and now down into the International Horseshoe on the penultimate lap of the race. Things could be going from bad to even worse for Mouse, unfortunately. A 5-second time penalty, not surprising for Max Benneker after contact with Gregor Schill on the opening lap at the Le Mans chicane. So the contact between the two of them gives Benneker a 5-second time penalty, meaning that he is going to be only scoring a single point from this race. I'm not surprised that race control looked at that incident. We only saw it once, so I'm not going to judge too much, but I kind of did get that vibe that maybe there was going to be a 5-second time penalty heading the way of Benneker. So scratch his name off of the equation, and he's going to be losing points for the team, unfortunately.
And if he wasn't happy after qualifying, he's going to be absolutely furious now. But obviously, at the end of the day, you get punished for making those errors. And then, unfortunately for Max Benneker, it's going to go against Mouse here in this case. And again, wedges them against the opportunity of staying at least in Group B. And at this point, they could yet be forgetting an opportunity to getting through to Group A again. Of course, despite Moritz Lerner's efforts of staying within the window of Daniel Pagdor, they're coming to the end now of lap 8 of 9. The final lap will very soon get underway as we now rejoin our race leaders. Daniel Pagdor sprinting up towards the line. It's been a marvellous Pagdor night here this evening. And for the Williams sim racing team that could yet be chasing yet another victory and landing it in the palm of their hands as they now work their way through turn 1 and turn 2. It's Pagdor by 2 tenths, nearly 3. With Moritz Lerner, who I have no doubt is going to time his move, leaving the Le Mans chicane before then taking turn 12 and turn 13 towards the checkered flag as we see the battles unfolding further back.
yeah, it could be 25 important points for Moritz Lerner to score here if there is going to be any chance of them progressing their way through or even just staying in Group B. The rest of the team, though, they need to do their work, as does this driver here, Dennis Schrödinger. The inside, still trying to fend off the charge of Kaique Oliveira. And BS Competition, they're desperate to score some decent points here, courtesy of their chances of maybe even winning the group and progressing straight through into Group A. It is a wide open fight here. And basically, it can go any way. Even now, things can go any way. But for Maus to have any opportunity, this needs to switch round here. This is the battle for the race victory. Pashtor ahead of Moritz Lerner with just 4 corners and then 1 go around the banking left.
Yeah, not long to go. And Moritz Lerner getting himself set, ready for one final attack. Coming out of turn 11 through turn 12 and 13 before they then take the front stretch and the checkered flag. You can see Pashtor in front by an almighty 3/10. That could yet be enough to solidify his place at the front. It's a long road though, through towards the line, and now encroaching and closing is Moritz Lerner in pursuit of that race victory. A key victory for Maus to help their defence of staying in this group phase, certainly in Group B, as they storm towards the line. And it's Daniel Pashtor who takes victory here this time around in race 2 in Group B. It just wasn't enough. The exit for Moritz Lerner, he wasn't close enough to land the attack. It's Williams Sim Racing. Daniel Pashtor continues his fantastic run here at Daytona. And the big question is, can Maus save themselves going into race 3 later on tonight?
I actually don't think so. I think as much as Lerner did what he could do, as much as Maus have been doing what they could do, I think the points gap now is going to be too large. It's going to be about 40 points off of the top. I mean, sure, maybe they can overtake BS Competition. Maybe they can stay in Group B. I get that. But right now, I'm not sure that is the case. And that is not something I would have predicted coming into this, where, you know, Maus are potentially on the back foot and going down into Group C. But the thing is, that's the way this dynamic group phase has been throughout this. You got to remember that we weren't expecting Falcons to drop all the way down to Group D and then stay there, and that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, we can now move across and chat with Daniel Pashtor right now after his truly remarkable victory. Welcome back, Daniel. An incredible result here at Daytona again. You seem on fire at this circuit tonight. A really astonishing pole lap, first of all, to kick things off, and you follow it up with a lights to flag victory. Brilliant job.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honestly, it's just a huge relief after the last round and the struggles. It's a really good way to bounce back, and hopefully I can continue going with it.
Obviously, pace looks really good for the team this evening. Your qualifying laps have been very fast, up there with what we saw from Group A last week as well. What have you learned from maybe looking at what was happening with Group A last week, and also what did you learn from the race earlier on this evening, where BS Competition were able to take a 1-2 over you on the way to when you got 3rd position from pole?
Mostly just learned that I can't let them get by. When they are 2 together, it's almost impossible for us to overtake, as Mercedes is the slowest car on the straight.
Well, Daniel, obviously we'll let you go because you've got one more race to take you through as to whether, obviously, Williams will see themselves through to the next group. Obviously, promotion in hand. We wish you the best of luck ahead of race 3 coming up later.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel Pashtor, everyone. Of course, an astonishing performance to round off race 2. He's just so focused, isn't he? Dialed in on what Williams need to do in order to take their best results possible in order to secure a place in Group A, which looks very likely at the moment, Lewis, considering the form that they are in, the momentum they're carrying. BS Plus Competition have given themselves a good leaf of opportunity, a good olive branch to effectively perhaps surprise and stun a few viewers here tonight, given the fact that they, you wouldn't necessarily associate them with the top group fight, certainly considering the contenders that are up there, obviously the likes of Redline and the likes of Porsche Coanda. We generally would expect, obviously, the likes of Maus to be up there. Maybe Williams as well, considering the catalogue of drivers they've had in the past. It's truly extraordinary. We'll take a look at the highlights first and foremost, though. Pashtor coming through towards turn 1, getting a really, really good good start. It was a great window of opportunity, though, for BS Plus Competition to try and edge their way through. We've seen some astonishing performances from them this evening. Obviously, Nikodem Wisniewski, one of the shining lights looking to the outside. Again, a little bit of a slip this time around, though, for one of the Williams cars, eventually finding themselves routed towards the rear. Obviously, then the Mouse cars were trying to dice their way through the field. They had a couple of uncomfortable moments, as did, of course, the BS Plus Competition driver that was Gregor Schill, who eventually found himself towards the rear in the very early goings after it coming together as well. This was the actual spin that then saw him routed to the back by 9+ seconds. So not a great visit for that BMW M4, to say the least. But further up to the top, we saw side-by-sides right through the course of Turn 1 and Turn 2, where Nikodem Wisniewski tried an ambitious outside run. Brilliant race from certainly Moritz Lerner's perspective. He was fighting his way through the field, eventually only coming unstuck against Daniel Pajtor towards the late stage of the race. He tried to plan his race, be patient, and wait for the opportune moment to strike. A brilliant run, though, as well for Nikodem Wisniewski again, who is certainly showing that he has not misstepped or lost any confidence from his first race win earlier on tonight, to help BS Plus Competition obtain more points in their defence against Mouse here so far here this evening. Another grandiose display, and this was the moment. Obviously, Moritz Lerner coming up close. This was a little jostle, a little battle over P1 to try and decide who would be the overall winner. It would be Daniel Pajtor, though, who would go on to take victory ahead of Moritz Lerner for Mouse. A little reprieve for the team in red, who still need more points for safety to stay in Group B at the very least. Dominic Blyer making it a Williams 1 and 3 in third as well, with Nikodem Wisniewski down in fourth for BS Plus. Dennis Schrödinger in fifth as well for Mouse. Then comes Kaiki Oliveira in sixth, ahead of Yuri Kazdorp in seventh. Vasilios Belaziotis down in eighth place, ahead of Ferris Stanley. Max Benneker after the penalty down in 10th place. And Gregor Schill recovering to 11th after Tobias Pfeffer had a moment as well, down in 12th for Williams Sim Racing. And of course that means we've only got one race now in both groups left to decide who's going to stay in Group B and Group C before we lose one to the division below, or if one gets promoted as well. It's the all-important nut-cutting time here in this very fragile point here at Daytona, with one round left to go before we then come to our to-be-announced round later on in this dynamic group phase. I mean, in terms of this race now, it doesn't really get much bigger than this, does it, Lewis, to decide where you're going forward. Obviously, if you're Mouse, you're going to be feeling a little bit, I suppose, reserved to the fact that you probably are expected to go down. For Benneker, based on what we saw in qualifying, especially with the penalty, he's probably thinking to himself, yep, okay, this is how it's going.
Look, for Mouse, I think they're on a one-way trip down into Group C, and that is what it is. At the end of the day, things are falling through their fingers, and that's fine. Like, it happens now. It's better for it to happen online than when you're battling for the big money when we go to the Esports World Cup. And still, like I said, you've got Monza, you've got that to be announced round, which, be really good fun to race at Rainbow Road, right? That's the track we'll race at, surely.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Not Bowser's Castle? Or no.
It has to be Rainbow. Sorry, we're not supposed to announce that. That's actually on the document. We're not allowed to say where we're racing. Sorry, it's not Rainbow Road. It's not Rainbow Road.
Goodness me, that would be extraordinary. But no, honestly, phenomenal night, first and foremost, certainly for those higher up the order. I think, obviously, my biggest highlights, have to be the performance of BS Plus Competition here tonight. Definitely one of their, I think, best rounds, I would say, Lewis, in terms of R1 thus far.
Very much so. They've looked really strong. They've looked the part. They've looked like a team that's capable of getting through into Group A. But then comes the problem, which is something which we've touched on a little bit, but is something to touch on again. We've seen, obviously, Mouse try and take on Porsche Commander and Redline. We've seen Virtus Pro try it twice. We will get to see either Williams or BS Competition, most likely one of those two teams, try and take on Redline and Commander. And at the moment so far, and this format does really work into what that team plays out into both of those teams' hands, so fair enough. I don't see any of the teams so far that none of them really have that edge as a team that I'm seeing to take on a Redline or a Commander. I could be completely wrong. Maybe Williams are the team to do it. Maybe BS Competition are the team to do it. Maybe Mouse at a second attempt will be able to do it. I don't know. But right now, I'm not really feeling that vibe.
No, I would agree with you on that. Obviously, no one's managed to displace the Porsche Commander or Team Redline status quo just yet. And in fact, it was Porsche Commander who really came back strongest in our last round back at Jeddah after their really unfortunate performance back at Fuji with the likes of Charlie Collins, obviously suffering a couple of poor races. They've since now returned and seem to be in a good, fine level of fettle, even though Charlie Collins did have a few frailties at Daytona, especially race 2. But yeah, no, you're absolutely spot on. I think probably the biggest shocker was Team Redline, I think, in the Daytona round with some of the results going slightly askew. There are frailties there, Lewis, so, you know, a team can pounce on when the team is weakest. The problem is, I think, though, if you're a BS Plus competition or a Williams sim racing team and you move up into Group A, you're going to be up against a Team Redline now that are probably looking to prove themselves again in order to try and basically right the wrong, so to speak.
Look, in the first race earlier on, obviously for Group A at Daytona, obviously this was a week ago, Redline looked weak compared to where we'd normally expect them. They finished in 4th, in 8th, in 9th, and in 10th. And we were like, this is it. Doors open. Maybe Virtus Pro are going to... And then they went, yeah, okay, we'll finish 1st and 2nd. And then Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett will finish 6th and 7th. And Virtus Pro ended up finishing 8th through 11th. Right? So that's my thing. Like with Porsche Commander and with Team Redline, they might have a bad race. And then they wake up and absolutely rip you to pieces. And that's what they did. They woke up in race 2 and they stormed back to the front. And that's things that I'm not seeing a team that can kind of keep up with that at the moment, other than Porsche Commander, obviously. Either way, let's not focus on promotion into Group A. Let's focus on promotion into Group B. Of course, we're looking at the Group C race where Thibaut Casmon won earlier on in the day. Jamie Fluke won for the MSI team in race number 2. And you can see there the points on the right-hand side. Things are looking pretty good for Vitality. They sit at the moment 22 points clear of MSI. But I will say, MSI is a team. They've had the speed. We've had a race victory out of Jamie Fluke. We've had a pole position out of Johan Art. Like, they are good. And like I said, it's a good day for Apex. Alex Dunn's had pole position in Formula 2, so you know, he's an Apex driver. It's all good for them.
It is very good. And obviously, big shout out to Alex Dunn for achieving that pole position as well. Stellar stuff on his part. MSI, though, after Jamie Fluke, that is probably the best time you could have wished for a victory to come your way, Lewis, especially considering that you're in a fight here with TC Esports, not just a fight with Vitality for promotion to the next group, but also you're trying to save yourself from relegation at the same time with TC Esports, who haven't actually looked too far out in terms of the ability here in this group.
Yeah, indeed. It's very, very tight in this group when it comes to the promotion to the relegation. Yuri Kazdorp just dropped in chat. Didn't he leave Apex? I actually have no. That's actually a cracking shout. I got no idea. I thought he stayed, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll read into that what we will. But there is potential that Dunn might have left. So maybe I'm just blowing some smoke up that team, and we have no idea. Either way, 44-0 across the line from Yuri Toman. That is not going to hold up for pole position.
No,
Drago.
1:44.0 will certainly not, I think, trouble the pole lap time. Danny Moreno has already gone fastest in the first sector with a 44.0, that we have seen 43.8. So we are going to wait for that first 43.8 to certainly unveil itself. Koke Lopez now making his way towards the line, over 2 tenths behind Yuri Toman, so therefore will be reduced to second for TC Esports thus far. But we also have Danny Moreno. As I said, he was purple in the first sector. Finally, we've seen a 43.9, but Moreno purple in that middle sector.
Yes, indeed. And yes, confirmed, Alex Dunn is Drago Racing, not Apex. Different sim racing team, and thus proving we need one big spreadsheet with every driver and all of the teams they're a part of, because in sim racing, it is so messy. Anyway, across the line comes Danny Moreno into second spot. My rant has been complete. It's fine. And he goes into second spot on a 44.0. No one breaking into the 43s thus far.
No, not at all. Chibi Antunes, though, purple in the middle, 38.4. well, I thought 4.9 is certainly a late 4. Would have ideally wanted an earlier one, but Antunes in the first sector also needing probably around another 1/10 of a second in order to muster a top time here, but will, I'm sure, compete with Yuri Tobin here over the top spot, and does so by 0.006 of a second. But hold the phone, John Robertson, purple in the first.
Yeah, indeed. This is not looking like the fastest qualifying session that we have ever seen. 44.0, 44.0, 44.0. Surely someone's got a 43 in them. And maybe it will be Robertson. Although, looking at those sector times, I kind of think it might actually be leaning towards a 44.1, if I'm perfectly honest. First sector is decent, but it's purple only by the fact that everyone else is pretty average. Let's see what it is across the line. Is it a 43? No, it's a 44.1. I see, that's why I'm good, mate.
Smack on, Lewis McGlade. 44.1 for John Robertson. Marcel Chinchik coming up next with a 43.9. This is certainly not the same Marcel Chinchik we saw go on to win the spring season title. He's already been surpassed by Jamie Fluke as well. 43.8 and purple in the first sector for Jamie Fluke, as we now watch as Marcel Chinchik storms up towards the line. Let's see where the Vitality driver goes. Is it going to be enough to at least trouble the likes of Koke Lopez and John Robertson? In fact, he can do a lot more than that coming out of the final sector of 44.002 and on the cusp of those 43s.
Surely someone has a 43 in him. Come on, Jamie Fluke. We've got as close as we possibly can, realistically. Although there is still, what, 2,000ths more to work into before we can break the 43 barrier. Let's see what Jamie Fluke can do out through the final corner. Again, that middle sector is pretty average from him. Might be a 44 still from Jamie Fluke. Will he break the 43s? No, no he won't. Another 44.0.
44.0 to add to the collection. We've got 5 of them at the moment. Nicholas Matteo, this would be a very nice time to achieve a pole position. He's not too far away inside that first sector either. 0.009, I should say, out the way. And then the middle sector isn't too bad. Would have ideally wanted to be approximately 0.2 better than that. However, this could also very easily become a 44.0 as well, as we watch Nicholas Matteo storm up towards the line. It is another 44.0 and plonks himself into 5th place ahead of Danny Moreno.
Yes, indeed. Well, 4 more times left to come in, although I think it might be 3 because we've come back here. I wonder if Erhan Yovsky got more problems in qualifying, because he obviously didn't qualify last time. But I wasn't sure if that was a qualifying ban or not. I'm not 100% sure. But either way, what we do have is we've got Thibaut Casabon working his way into the Le Mans chicane. Now, the first sector there, I don't want to be like, you know, beating a dead horse and talking about it. That's leaning towards it could be a 44.0 kind of territory. That first sector is very much in that kind of area. Let's see what the second sector is from the Aston Martin man. We're talking this could be a 44.0 or 4. It's probably not going to be a 43. That's for sure. We're talking 44.0, 44.1. Incredibly close with this qualifying session. If anticlimactic when it comes to time, surely someone's got a 43 in him. Across the line, and it's a 44.0. No, you just can't write it.
We've got 7 of them at the moment, and Johan Harth could be the man, though, to change the game. 43.8 coming out of Sector 1, and that is around the ballpark of where we need it to be. 38.50 in the middle, and this would really be helpful for MSI, because they do have 2 cars inside the top 4 at the moment, and they could be set to make it 3 inside the top 5. Here comes Johan Harth. Is it enough for a 43? Finally. Yes, it is. A 1:43.938, the first of the session so far, and has managed to achieve provisional pole. The question is, can Yujovski or Keithley stop him?
Well, that middle sector is actually pretty good from Yujovski. The first sector is a little bit average, but that second sector is decent. This could actually be another 43 from Erhan Yujovski. He heads through the final corner. He'll probably already know roughly what time he's going to set, by the way. And that's the thing with this circuit. You've got so long on this straight. You already kind of know what you're going to be setting. It is going to be another 0.0. So he finds his way right into the middle of the pack.
Goodness me, only 1:43.938, and it was scored by Johan Harth. It's going to be the case that we're going to see an MSI Vitality top 4, but there is the Frenchman back on top once again. He'll be absolutely thrilled in that. A great chance here once again for MSI to take a victory, and following on after Jamie Fluke's spirited success in our last race, they could yet go for a double here out of race 2 and race 3. We'll wait and see. The all-important promotion out of Group C into Group B is what's on for this one. The question is, can they stop Vitality? The big thing, though, will be the fact that they're going to come up against several Vitality cars inside that top 6, Lewis. It's going to be a very close fight.
Yeah, it is a second pole position of the night from Johan, so at least there's that for the MSI team. And like I said, they've been on the front row now in all 3 of the races. So that is something. MSI are a strong team. We know that. But I would say Vitality certainly have the edge. They've got the consistency, and they're quite good in race 3s across the run that we've had so far. Fuji, they scored a really strong amount of points, able to move them into contention for moving through into Group A. That was obviously back when they were in Group B. And then last round, yes, I know that final race didn't go their way, but then the evening didn't really go their way. But Yuyovsky still won that final race. They've got a knack for the race 3s on the evening of setting a good result. So in that sense, I think they're probably in for a good result here, and it might be a relatively comfortable move up towards Group B. That would be my prediction. Alas, it can all unfold at turn 1 with one unhealthy dive bomb.
Well, we've seen plenty of them in the past, and we know how welcoming Daytona can be for the odd dive bomb or 2. But Vitality definitely will want to make a major play here and move up into Group B. But taking on MSI is another matter altogether. TC Esports, though, up against it, Lewis, with quite a number of their cars starting down in the bottom 6.
Yeah, indeed. We'll take a look at the lap here on board with Johan so we can see how the pole lap unfolds. But yes, for TC, maybe it's kind of one of those ones. They've been outperforming themselves quite a bit this evening. I think we that's not me trying to be disrespectful. I mean, they have done a really good job tonight. However, there comes a time when you're outperforming yourself, you're outperforming the team, you're outperforming where you're normally used to. And sometimes it goes, it can go against you. You're going against, Vitality and MSI. Yeah, they're maybe not, the Redline Porsche Commanders of this series, but they're 2 teams that have won plenty of things. Vitality, obviously under the guise of R8G back in the day, have been not only our spring season champion in the hands of Marcel Chinchik, but also were the full season teams champions as well, and in dominant fashion as well. Like, they absolutely slapped that series. And yeah, that's who you're trying to take on at the moment. So fair enough. They've given it. They've come out here and they've not embarrassed themselves. That's the important bit.
No, they certainly haven't. As we now watch the lap unfold coming down through towards the Le Mans chicane this time around. Important to note as well that Jack Keithley was indeed banned from setting a qualifying lap in this session, so wasn't able to take part and register his own lap time, hence why he did not appear out on track. So he's got a lot of work to do when we make our way through in race trim later on. So adding to the TC Esports woes, at least for now, they look set to drop down once again to the group below. But of course, anything can happen in racing. But at this stage, it looks unlikely as we now watch as the car makes its way up towards the line. Johan Half, yet another magnificent performance to achieve a second pole lap here this evening. And now, as they get set in practice with one more race to take them through to the bitter end, the question is, who's it going to be? Will it be MSI to turn over Vitality, or will they just have enough in their locker to enlarging their opportunity of a place in Group B, a place where Vitality probably should be in terms of their strength of driver, Lewis?
Yeah, I mean, look, realistically, you'd be looking at it thinking it is going to be Vitality that will be moving their way up into Group B, as they had been in the weeks prior. But then it's about who's going down into Group D. And whilst you would say TCR may be the main focus here, especially when you've got MSI on pole position, remember, TC started the first race of the evening in 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th and still scored a healthy amount of points. So what's to say they're not going to do that again from a slightly better qualifying position? You just don't know how these races are going to unfold. They're always a little bit chaotic, and that's what's fun about it.
Very easy for things to turn. Also, at the same time, with the drivers that we do have here in this championship, they're all of high quality. There's a reason why they've all arrived here. Of course, many of them coming from far-reaching routes, especially here in TC Esports, with many of them launching themselves from single-seaters. Coque Lopez coming from the realms of Gran Turismo, now coming into the realms of RENNSPORT, and looking to represent the TC Esports team as well, with a very strong Spanish lineup that I'm sure will dazzle us as we make our way through to the rest of this championship, with more activity down in the lower groups. Let's run through the starting grid. Lewis, take us through.
Yeah, Jack Keith will be starting from the rear of the field once again with Coque Lopez in 11th position. John Robertson will start from 10th with any opportunity and then moving through for MSI. He needs to work his way through the order and assist his teammates to run 5th, 3rd and 1st. Thibaut Chasm will start from 9th position with then once again an all TC row, this one on row 4 with Danny Moreno just behind Nicholas Matteo, who's been very impressive thus far this evening. Haniovsky on the outside with Jamie Fluke on the inside. Yuri Toman on the outside with Jimmy Antunes on the inside, and Marcel Chinchik on the outside with Johan Haaf on the inside, of course. All those on the outside then are the top 3 rows, Vitalities. All those on the inside are MSIs as well. This is going to be a fun race. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be dramatic, and there will be tears at the end of it, I'm sure. Hopefully, they're not from us, from laughter of how chaotic it's going to be.
Well, let us know as well at home if you've got any predictions as well in the live chat as to who is going to go up and who is going to go down, who is going to stay here in Group C. I'm going to hand it over to you, Lewis. Get us underway.
Yep, indeed. Obviously, the safety car will whip its way into pit lane there on the left-hand side, and you can see the points there in the top right. Obviously, that is with them in their current positions at the moment in this race as well. So TC have got a lot of work to do, but they can overcome this in this race and maybe even stay. As long as their race goes well for them, we'll have to wait and see. It's Johan Haaf, though, leading from pole position as we head down into the first corner. A bit of brushing and a bit of contact on the rear end, as I think it was Danny Moreno pushing one of the Vitalities. One of them has gone out wide in the hands of Marcel Chinchik. Open the door for Yuri Toman to come through. It's a 1-2 for MSI right now, and that points gap has absolutely disappeared at the front of the field as MSI are the ones that are now in position to move up into Group B. This is going to unfold very quickly on this top grouping. It is Haaf leading from Jimmy Antunes. They're side by side as they head their way through the dogleg and getting pushed out wide ever so slightly is Chinchik.
Yeah, an astonishing start here as now contact is made again. Nicholas Matteo then coming into contact, very close quarter with Yuri Toman as they now exit coming out of the first sector in towards sector 2, and now the game has very much changed. A 3-point deficit as it stands with Johan Haaf leading the way. Jimmy Antunes marking a 1-2 on track here for MSI. Jamie Fluke also on the cusp of the top 3, sat in 4th just behind Yuri Toman himself. If it stays like this, MSI will go through to Group A on 130 points. They are 3 ahead at the moment of Vitality, who are currently sat in 2nd with TC down in 3rd, and will look well and truly to be going down a group. But of course, anything can happen. It could all change. We're only on the opening lap of 9 here at Daytona. Race 3 now inbound as they now stretch around the bank corners to take the next lap. On to lap 2. Johan Haaf, the Frenchman, Jimmy Antunes in close quarter. MSI look in a very good position right now, but not forgetting Vitality. They got all 4 cars currently gathered together, which is exactly what happened in race 1 earlier tonight.
Yeah, and they're both about to gain spots here as Zujovski and Kazabon as they look to the outside here. Potentially they could clear the TC car of Nicholas Matteo, who is looking around for anyone else in the black, gold and blue, but there is no one around him as John Robertson is keeping Danny Moreno, Jack Keithley and Coque Lopez at bay behind. There's the look to the inside, and there is the contact coming in as Marcel Chinchik musters way past and then goes for a spin. Vitality have 2 cars going over to the left-hand side and onto the infield as they try and flick their way back round. Haniovsky and Marcel Chinchik joined with Nicholas Matteo, and what that has done is it has opened the door for MSI to fly their way up in the points. They now lead by 13.
That is 2 Vitality cars now sinking into the bottom 3. Nicholas Matteo also coming unstuck down in 12th as well. It's Antunes and Haaf still at the head of the order. Roles reverse though. Now on lap 2 of 9 with Yuri Toman down in 3rd. The point swing now very clear. 13 points between the top 2 as it stands, as John Robertson now looks to go toing and froing with Danny Moreno over that P6 this time around. If Robertson can advance a place, that's yet another batch of points going in the way of MSI as well, as he looks to the outside coming through the Le Mans chicane. Can't quite find the avenue for the move as Danny Moreno shuts it off. But how long can he hold that position in P6 with John Robertson all over his tail?
Yeah, certainly so. And like I say, Robertson's got to do a bit of a job here for the team. He can't lose too many points because then it will drag Vitality right their way back into it. These 2, though, have got a lot of work to do at the front of the field. Yuri Toman sticks to the left-hand side, gives a bit of a bump draft to the rear end of Johan Haaf, who takes over the race lead from Jimmy Antunes. There is 1 Vitality with 2 MSIs up in this battle, and if they're not careful, they'll be joined by Jamie Fluke. But also with that, they'll drag Thibaut Chasm on as well. This race and who's promoting their way up into Group B is not done yet. This is going to be very interesting.
You get the feeling that Toman needs to win this race at this moment in time to really make an impact here and get Vitality into a position where they can move through into Group B. But of course, John Robertson could yet be the peripheral figure in all of this, because if he can jump ahead of Jack Keithley and Danny Moreno, Keithley of course making things a little bit difficult here for Robertson and forcing him to take a wider line and inviting in the process Coque Lopez to come in and launch. Oh my goodness me, and Robertson's round as well. Contact with Coque Lopez. It was a bit of a mess coming through out of turn 3 through towards turn 4. And unfortunately now that'll see Robertson dropping down and MSI forfeiting very, very important points in pursuit of staying ahead of Vitality. The points gap has shrunk. It's now only a minute amount as they look to fight over promotion to Group B.
But now it flips, because into the race lead goes Yuri Toman. So Vitality are now the ones in position. The other one that I was going to say, Robertson back there, it could flip anyway, because after that instant, Robertson's now back into the clutches of Yujovski and, well, less so Chinchik, because Chinchik's 3.3 seconds behind, but if they battle hard enough, Chinchik will be back a part of it. So there could be a couple of extra point switches happening in favour of Vitality over MSI. Here comes the switch for the race lead then. That was interesting. So he had a look, did Johan Hart, and then went, not yet, mate. And so backs off, sticks behind, and will comfortably remain behind. Here's a replay then as to what happened a bit earlier on in the race. This was Chinchik in a bit too deep, and that was when he got tagged by Nicholas Matteo as well, and then all spun round. It was instigated by Chinchik being in a bit too deep, though, going for the move.
Yeah, definitely. I think he was left pretty much a sitting duck then for a tap, then from Matteo. They just kind of met as Chinchik tried to restore himself on the right line. This is the moment with John Robertson going round after contact as well with Coque Lopez coming out of the hairpin. And unfortunately, he would see himself. Oh, we got another bit of a tag here, this time with Yuri Toman. And Vitality can't afford to lose Toman here at this point, because he is the catalyst to them potentially going through here at the end of this race. Of course, MSI, though, very well placed at the moment with Johan Hart and Jimmy Antunes and Jamie Fluke in tandem in 2, 3 and 4 in this timing tower. They are towing along Thibaut Casibon. There is very much, I mean, this race at this point, it could go either way, Lewis.
Very much so, especially considering it's 3 MSIs versus 2 Vitalities at the front of the field, because Jamie Fluke and Thibaut Casibon have been closing in. They will join this fight, I'm absolutely sure of it. And they will be the ones to really decide as to which of these two teams goes through. Huge moment there from Johan Hart. That's not too bad. As much as it looked like a big moment, the Frenchman caught it comfortably. That's fine. And the fact is he's got his teammate directly behind. They can play things comfortably from here. This is going to be relatively calm until, you maybe assume, rightly or wrongly, that it'll be relatively calm for the next 4 or so laps. That final lap, though, between this group, surely it is going to be absolutely wild.
I would imagine so. Yuri Toman now on lap 5 of 9. Still with the race lead, but Johan Hart and Jimmy Antunes waiting for his chance. Thibaut Casibon, though, dodging ahead of Jamie Fluke. That will help Vitality in the point swing, taking points away from MSI, but in the process, granting further points here for Vitality. And further back as well, we got yet more cars coming into the mixer as well. Yujovski on the tail of John Robertson as he looks to get himself into 9th place, which could also profiteer for Vitality as well. As Thibaut Casibon now in swings his way through this right-hander, still being joined by Jamie Fluke, however. Very, very tough to shake, Jamie Fluke. Of course, very, very experienced where it comes to sim racing and has led this MSI team, you know, certainly massively this campaign, and has done truly remarkably. Already a race winner here this evening, so no question about his raw pace and ability, that's for sure. And has got 2 teammates currently sat 2nd and 3rd as well, and can very easily end Yuri Toman's stint at the front of the order, which I can imagine will only occur on the final lap in the final sector before they then charge up towards the line. I mean, they could very easily see Toman moving from 1st to 3rd on the final lap when we meet that very point in the race, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, look, these 2 are our 2 race winners this evening, being Thibaut Casibon and Jamie Fluke. They've got, it's kind of that final 10th, which just needs to be caught by Casibon, and then they'll be right on this group. It's just that final one, maybe 2 tenths that just needs to be caught down, and then they're into the deep part of the slipstream, and it'll be caught with relative ease. This group probably know that it's inevitable for them to do that, but you know, it keeps the drama down if they keep the pace up and keep them at bay. This was a little bit earlier on in the race, and a bit of a moment for our race leader. Obviously, he had right behind him, and a little bit of contact there. And to be fair, that would have been a bit dramatic, but avoid the penalty by just kind of leaving him in the race lead. He did get a proper whack though. If either of the MSI cars were to come through there, that would have been a slam dunk penalty.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's no advantage here for Toman to spin, because of course if he loses track position, then that pretty much brings an end to Vitality's display. The fact that he was able to save it and maintain his on-track position, I think, is definitely more valuable than a penalty at this stage for MSI if he was to pick between the two. So ultimately, Toman in the best position possible at the moment, and as it stands will be helping Vitality move through into Group B, should it stay like this for now. But of course, 2 MSI cars are waiting in the wings for their chance to strike, and we're on lap 6 of 9 here at the moment. Johan Hart getting a little closer as now they sprint down through towards the Le Mans chicane, running on board with Jimmy Antunes. You get the feeling that this is the calm before the inevitable storm here, Lewis.
Oh yeah, this is going to be just turning up on the dial just a little bit, and then a little bit, and then a lot of it. That is for sure. There comes the look to the outside from Johan Hart. That said, not sure he's really going to want to go for it. Then again, Jimmy Antunes says, we'll take over the race team for a little bit, don't worry about it. Through wide in the start-finish straight as they head into the tri-oval. It'll be Jimmy Antunes straight through into the race lead then. Nicholas Matteo, by the way, he's just been given a 5-second time penalty. Obviously, he is running in last position. That was for exceeding the instant points limit. That's for track limit incursions. And so he'll get a 5-second time penalty post-race. Even if something were dramatic to happen, he's probably going to finish in last then, because whoever's behind him is probably going to be put back ahead.
Yeah, now a tricky time for Yuri Toman as now Jimmy Antunes leads the way with Johan Hart still fighting and tussling side by side here with the Vitality Aston Martin. Now it's MSI with the advantage, 2 points or 2 positions gained, meaning there's now a 10-point gap between MSI and Vitality. Should it stay like this? And this is what Yuri Toman thinks about that, working so hard to try and break past Johan Hart, but he's got to be very cautious because Jamie Fluke is on the rear of this gaggle as well, and so is Thibaut Casibon. A very straight fight here to decide who is going to get promoted into Group B at the end of play, and we've only got 2 or so laps left to decide that very fate as to whether it goes into the hands of MSI or Vitality. The one thing I will say, MSI have the benefits of numbers in these final remaining laps.
Certainly so. Here we go then to the outside for Yuri Toman. Surely he'll back out of that one. And here comes Jamie Fluke. If he backs out of it too hard, Fluke will be straight through onto the inside. At the moment, MSI are in position. But with how things are going to unfold over the next 2 laps around the Daytona International Speedway, you just don't know. And Antunes has checked out. It'll probably be in Johan Hart's best interest, by the way, to try and slow this group down as much as possible to remove the opportunity for Vitality to be victorious here straight from the table. If they can remove that, then their chances of going through go up, actually.
Yeah, no, it certainly does. Jamie Fluke now right on the tail of Yuri Toman. So now the 2 that were sat in 4th and 5th are now with every chance of helping out this lead fight, as now we did see a very wide line taken for Thibaut Casibon. I think he was hoping to profit and find his way through the long way around the outside now this time around, as Jamie Fluke goes late on the brakes, now being met by Casibon, who is trying to defend his teammate Yuri Toman. They're going to go side by side now on the run out of turn 3, wheel to wheel now. On the run down through towards turn 4 and turn 5 through the dogleg, they will go. Toman still holding on to 3rd, but the big battle is happening just behind him over that 4th spot. Jamie Fluke still harbouring it at the moment, just trying to keep Casibon at bay. There's more value in Fluke being in that 4th spot than not as far as MSI are concerned, and he does hold that position, frustrating Casibon, but I think Casibon using that more to dislodge Jamie Fluke away from Toman to at least give Vitality a chance.
There'll be 1 lap to go. Importantly, the gaps between various drivers in this group are growing. They will close down. It's half a second between the top 2. It's half a second between 2nd and 3rd. It's half a second between 3rd and 4th. It's absolutely nothing between 4th and 5th as Thibaut Casibon once again sits on the rear end of Jamie Fluke. Cannot do anything going into the Le Mans chicane. Things are looking good for MSI at the moment. Will it look good, though, in one lap's time? We have one final lap to deal with here at the Daytona International Speedway, and it is Jimmy Antunes leading the way.
And he is carrying the pace, carrying the speed. Johan Harth on his tail and getting ever closer as they look to swap and maintain this pace level, heading down through towards turn 1. And they're just trying to break away from Yuri Toman, enlarging the delta gap between them. Perhaps to enforce Toman to make a mistake, but he's already crawled straight back in. And the time is now, if you're Team Vitality, 10 points between MSI and Vitality in our live standings, as you can see at the top right-hand corner of your screen. Yuri Toman in third ahead of Jamie Fluke, who is still only 6 or so, nearly 7/10 away from that P3 spot. Thibaut Casibon being pulled along for the ride as well. Jack Keithley trying to urge his way closer as well, but he's 2.2 disconnected at the moment, the highest of the TC runners at the moment. Credit to him, remember, he started from the very back of the order after not fielding a qualifying lap after the quali ban. But it's Johan Harth who now leads and takes Jimmy Antunes along. Of course, it's all on Toman to decide whether Vitality pick up those key important points.
Certainly so. Well, out onto the high banks we go. Jimmy Antunes in second position is yet to win in R1. Could this be the time when he changes his way round and maybe sneaks one ahead? He'll have to slipstream his way past his teammate and make sure he keeps Yuri Toman at bay. He's not quite close enough as they head into the Le Mans chicane. There's going to be full send for Yuri Toman as we head our way through. Dabs on the brakes, flicks it left, then right again, and then left again out. Perfect run there from Yuri Toman. Will it be enough, though, as we head back out into NASCAR 3 and 4? It's like the end of the 500 as we've got Toman trying to find his way through on Antunes and Johan Harth. He's closing, he is closing. The gap is half a second between him and race victory as we head out towards the tri-oval. Jimmy Antunes now in position to take his first victory in R1, but here comes the denier. Can Toman do it? No, he can't. By hundredths of a second, it's Jimmy Antunes for the first time in R1 ahead of Yuri Toman. Johan Harth then in third.
Yeah, Jimmy Antunes stealing the top points, but is it enough? It looks like it might be enough. Toman, is it enough? Vitality on the live standing, currently showing on 128, with MSI down in second on 122. Obviously, we'll get those confirmed as well come the end of play, but it's Jimmy Antunes, your winner here at Daytona. A phenomenal display from the man at, formerly ART, now, of course, Team MSI, Mercedes. A massive victory to coincide with Jamie Fluke's earlier win as well tonight. But credit to Vitality, they pushed them all the way. I'm sure they're on one level, there is delight, but also perhaps some perplexity as well, considering the fact that they are in this top fight to get promotion. A good display, Lewis, from Antunes. Well fought. Obviously, Vitality were always going to be the danger there.
Could be the second time in a row where the winning driver has been a part of the team not going up. Or, of course, in the last case, it was the team going down that the winning driver was a part of. Alas, on this occasion, it might not work out in favour of MSI, and it's only a few points between them. They'll be hoping there's a few things for race control to look over. Of course, we'll be dealing with that after we've done with Group B. But at the moment, I believe on the points, Vitality would be the team moving through into Group B once again. And MSI, despite a really solid round, it'll be still C for them.
Yeah, of course, everything's provisional until the very final moment of asking. We do have stewards working hard at the moment. We will, of course, though, go and pop over to Jimmy Antunes for a quick chat and an interview after what was a stellar display. Jimmy, cracking job to obtain the victory there at Daytona. Both yourself and, of course, Johan Harth working together to bring the big points home for Team MSI. A very hard-fought battle here tonight as well between yourselves and Vitality. Just talk us through it.
Yeah, honestly, what a race. We know that we had to put certain gaps after T6 and after the bus stop to maintain P1 and P2. But honestly, the Aston is so fast in the straight. Last lap, nothing we could do to maintain 1-2. So let's hope it's enough in points. But I think it's just not enough. But the plan was to stay in Group C and not go back into D. So yeah, I think that's accomplished.
I mean, yeah, based on that goal, you've asserted yourself very well here in Group C. Obviously, there was the potential of you moving into Group B, but right now, I guess it's just focusing on making sure that you're in those teams that are going through at least to Saudi Arabia, and you'll have a chance to move through into the Esports World Cup finals. But I mean, for you, what a confidence boost! A first victory here in R1. I know it's obviously not in the best scenario, with potentially not having the position to move through, but it's still good for you as a driver and for the team. You've shown really strongly tonight.
Yeah, it's great, honestly. First victory in the R1. It was very close in Jeddah with 2 podiums, 2 P2, and now finally get a win. It's very great, and I'm very grateful with the team. We did an awesome work during the week, and it paid off.
Yeah, brilliant job, Jimmy. Awesome result. First win in the R1 Championship. We wish you all the very best. Commiserations on one level if you haven't gone through as well, but I'm sure we'll see you next time when we head to Monza.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jimmy Antunes, everyone. Of course, winner of our last race in Group C. Let's have a look at the highlights then. Lewis, do you want to take us through it?
Yeah, indeed. It's one that's been pretty up in the air. It was very exciting indeed. Obviously, you had all of the Vitalities there on the right-hand side. You had all of the MSIs on the left. One of them running out a little bit wide and was swallowed up by the MSI army, and made a 1-2 for them as they would head their way down towards the end of the first sector. Contact though with Matteo and Keithley and the likes, and it was the TC car getting pushed out wide. Matteo was dropping backwards into the clutches of those behind. Big squeeze and a big dive down the inside from Marcel Cinchik, then was tapped round, and things went from bad to worse for the TC team. Wasn't great for Vitality either. Joined in all that as well. It was Marcel Cinchik and, of course, Erhan Yovski who dropped right the way down the order. John Robertson was pitched round by Coco Lopez, and he would drop down to the rear of the field and unfortunately score minuscule points for the MSI team through no fault really of his own. Up towards the race lead though, there was contact on the rear end as I believe Johan Hart was just tapping the rear end of our race leader Yuri Toman into the braking zone of the West Horseshoe. They'd remain in the order though, and they would be able to carry on without any major interruptions from race control before this drag race up towards the line. It was a first lead change that saw Jimmy Antunes take over the front of the field. Still though, second place, the battle was on with maybe Yuri Toman hanging on, but it was Johan Hart able to come through and to take over second spot. And this was the run towards the line. Very tight margins. It was Jimmy Antunes leading just about across the line. Nearly was a victory from Yuri Toman, to be honest. Unfortunately, the straight line speed of that Aston, too much for the MSI Mercedes to deal with. And this is the results. Provisionally, it will be Vitality moving through into Group B. But for Jimmy Antunes, it's the first victory in R1 by 100th of a second. Yuri Toman in second position, Johan Hart then in third, with Thibaut Casabon and Jamie Fluke the top 5. Then we've got Jack Keithley in sixth position with Danny Moreno and Coco Lopez in 8th position. Of course, then it's Erhan Yovski and Robertson, Cinchik and Matteo, the final positions on the field. 2 penalties to deal with post-race. Both of those have been accounted for on this result, by the way. Coco Lopez did get a 5-second post-race time penalty for exceeding the instant point limit. That is for track limits, as did Nicolas Matteo as well, who was at the back of the field anyway.
There we have it. The results confirmed at the back of the what was a stellar final race in Group C. We now very quickly move to free practice in Race 3 ahead of Group B as well. And this once again to decide the fate of such teams. And for Mouse here, Lewis, they look destined for the drop.
They certainly do. Unless there is an unreal miracle here, they will be dropping their way out of Group B and into Group C, which I would not have called at the start of the evening. Look, all they've got to do is they've got to kind of remove that from their mind, focus on what they're good at, and go and win. Focus on getting a good result. They've struggled a little bit in the dynamic group phase. Now is the time for them to prove themselves and work their way forward. It all starts with qualifying. They basically need to qualify first, second, third, and fourth, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, certainly is, but with the quality that they have with them, they surely will give themselves the best chance, but it is an uphill climb, unfortunately, for Maus. The big players in this one certainly look to be Williams Sim Racing and also the BS Plus competition team, who have been, I must say, truly one of the highlights of the evening as a team. I have to say, BS Plus have been astonishing. Nikodem Wisniewski also being one of the big players. Kaiki Oliveira consistently qualifying inside that top 4 as well, regularly as well. But obviously with Williams Sim Racing, they've got the likes of Daniel Pajtor and Dominic Blyer firing on all cylinders, and they have been so key tonight to Williams' success here at Daytona as well, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. But I mean, look, the Williams team have been running around. They've had 3 podiums thus far this evening. Also, we had Daniel Pajtor in the first race, had Daniel Pajtor again in the second race, and Dom Blyer up with them. But the team itself has been quite strong. Obviously, in that first race, they were running 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. In the second race, obviously, they had 2 cars up there. That's what you kind of need. You need at least 2 cars that are kind of up there in the top sort of 3 or 4 positions. That's what you need to get a solid evening underway, and that's what they've been dealing with thus far this evening. Well, qualifying's back underway, and we do wonder who's going to be on pole position in this group. Of course, both the pole positions thus far have gone the way of the same driver. It has been Daniel Pajtor. In fact, the top 3 have been the same in both races. It's been Daniel Pajtor, it's been Kaiki Oliveira, it's been Nikodem Wisniewski. I wonder if that's going to be the same again.
Yeah, I mean, Lightning could get strike 3 times. We'll wait and see. But Dom Blyer will be the first man to set a qualifying lap here at Daytona. Of course, the proclaimed World Centre of Racing, and nestles itself in the heart of the stock racing calendar since the birth of NASCAR. But now we're going to witness the GT3s rumbling around for the final time and the 3rd time here in this Group B conglomerate, as now Dominic Blyer sits at 43.836 in that first sector. That is not bad at all. Exactly really in the heart of where he needs to be in terms of setting a fast lap. He'll want to marry it up with a big sector 2 as well, following in the footsteps of Daniel Pajtor's last qualifying run, the one that went fastest, in order to then put together a lights to flag performance. Moritz Lerner, though, has typified Blyer's first sector time and has actually toppled it in his favour with a 43.818. Looks like a 38.5 in the middle as well, which isn't bad for Blyer. Would have probably preferred a 38.4 though, in order to help himself along. Moritz Lerner might yet steal that away as well, but the big sector 3 could yet make all the difference here for Blyer as he now storms up towards the line, looking ideally for a 21 middle. If he can achieve that, certainly will, and we'll go to the top with our first 143 from the first time of asking.
Certainly so. Well, Moritz Lerner then, he'll be the next one to come through, and that first sector is pretty much on the money. The second sector a little bit far away, but let's see how they work around the banking and the final corner, where the Mercedes has struggled a little bit thus far this evening. Of course, for Maus, there is still the chance of survival. They need a good result here, and they need to be able to beat BS competition relatively comfortably. Across the line, though, so 0.9 again from Lerner. It's not bad.
He's been good tonight, Moritz Lerner, I have to say, in a period of time where Maus certainly having a sail to their highest point. Oh, look, he was back. Daniel Pajtor, purple in the first sector with a 43.7. That has not even been trodden on just yet. 43.7 is a rarity here tonight. Gregor Schildo will hit the line first. 43.9 is not ideal in that first sector. 38.5, though, in the middle. Maybe a few hundredths off where he would have liked to be. Coming up, though, 3rd fastest, 143.975. Still a 43 from Gregor Schil, but Pajtor, the one to watch.
God, he's having a cracking evening, isn't he? And he looks like he's having a good time out there as well. It looks like he's enjoying it. And when you're enjoying it, when you're comfortable in the car like that, well, that's when it becomes relatively easy. It was a 43.819 to take pole position in the second race a little bit earlier on in the evening. It was a 43.796 to take pole position in the first race of the evening. What's it going to be for Daniel Pajtor this time by? It's a 43.970. It's not going to be 3 on the bounce for Daniel Pajtor.
I think he was a little disappointed with that middle sector, Lewis, and for good reason as well, because I think that was the sticking point. Nikodem Wisniewski, though, no qualms about the middle sector, having already taken a victory earlier on tonight. Remember, BS Plus competition fighting it out with Williams, and thus far only have Gregor Schil, who has lit up the timing screen thus far. So Wisniewski with an opportunity to put down his former team and go fastest. He will! Goes first fastest out of Dominic Blyer, and that could be a key moment here leading up to race 3 here in Group B.
And he'll need assistance from his teammate, Kaiki Oliveira, obviously a little bit later on this session. And hey, if Ferris Stanley can throw himself up into the mix, that would be very helpful for him, because Gregor Schill, despite setting a 43.975, he's going to be starting a little bit further down. Can Ferris Stanley beat his teammate? The first sector's not so great for Stanley. The second sector's okay. It's a 44.071. So both Schill and Stanley not up to the speed of Wisniewski and Oliveira.
Yeah, and Schill and Stanley could yet find themselves at the mercy of Vasilios Beliziotis as well. First sector isn't bad. The second sector is pretty good too. 43.851. Very much in the ballpark in the first and second sectors for a decent lap here to thoroughfare the Williams team to higher grandeurs. This could yet position him just behind Moritz Lerner, maybe even surpass Moritz Lerner. I see this one just behind Dominic Blyer. Can Beliziotis secure that? We'll wait and see now. Crossing the line. No, the final sector not ideal. Only enough for sixth fastest.
That's what happens when people like you, George, try and predict the future like that. You use the sector time to... Nah, you got to be a pro, mate. Here comes Pfeffer then out towards the line. This will be good enough for, I'm going to say, it's second place. He's going to be ahead of Don Blyer. We'll have to wait and see. That second sector is very good. The first sector a little bit away from where he needs to be. Let's see what the Mercedes is like in the third sector as he crosses the line. Oh, you see, okay, it's pole position. I'll allow it. It's 3,000 a second off.
You were saying, McGlade, you were saying.
Look, it was 4,000 a second slower. It would have been perfectly right and on the money. So you pipe down, Morgan.
Dennis Schoeniger coming up next now this time around. Not bad in the first sector. The middle sector isn't too bad either. Big chance here for Maus to at least respond positively. They've still got three drivers, well, two, aside from Schoeniger, to come up towards the line as well. Moritz Lerner currently still inside the top four. This could yet enter P5. It will, and will pop himself in behind Moritz Lerner with a 143.970. Quite the contrast in terms of 43s to 44s here in Group B.
Once again, he's absolutely fuming as Yuri Kazdorp coming out of the Le Mans chicane. He's got to slow down again. I do wonder. The second sector isn't as slow as I would expect. 2 to 3 tenths
off in the middle, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's that bad. But
just an error.
Not happy with it. Across the line he's going to go. He's at the moment obviously in 10th, and he will remain in 10th. Yeesh.
Not a good lap either. Max Benneker also exactly the same. Not happy. This is almost a carbon copy of a qualifying session ago almost. And unfortunately for Benneker, that is another slowdown in that middle sector, 40.1. And in the first sector as well, probably around a 10th off where he would like to be. Maybe a little bit less than that. He could have gotten away with it, but that middle sector is certainly going to chew him up. Maus are in serious trouble here, and with two cars currently sat at the very rear of the field, I certainly don't think Kaiki Oliveira is going to have a problem on his lap, and indeed he's only mere thousandths away from the top. A little head shake, Lewis, but Maus look reserved to the bottom here.
Yeah, Maus have not been good enough tonight. They've been a shadow of the team that we've seen before, but to be fair, again, it's better to struggle online. When we go into LAN, I'm sure they'll be strong, and I'm sure they'll be at the front. Kaiki Oliveira then out towards the line. Could he go onto the front row of the grid? Not quite. Just misses out, goes into third place, but he's up there with his teammate. It might not be three, Daniel Pagel pole positions, but it is, however, 3 Williams pole positions. So a solid drive from Pfeffer as he takes pole position here.
Yeah, brilliant result from Tobias Pfeffer, and the fight is well and truly on now between BS Plus Competition and Williams Sim Racing. But with two drivers in Piece 2 and Piece 3 for BS Plus as well, Lewis, they've got a big chance to unseat Williams here at this point. This isn't over just yet.
Certainly not. And of course, for them as well, they understand how they work. It is Kaiki Oliveira and it is Nikodem Wisniewski who are the two drivers that are running in second and third. But the other way around as to how they normally are. I think there was a couple of times in race 2 in particular where I saw Wisniewski with Kaiki Oliveira behind, and Oliveira was trying to be the really good teammate and trying to stay behind, and almost they were trying to manufacture it a little bit, which is fine. Like, that's what they're supposed to do. That's what they're trying to do as a team to get the best results. But in doing so, in desperately trying to stay behind, it actually backfired, and he lost a lot of positions. And Wisniewski was up there and then kind of left Wisniewski by himself. They need to work out whatever that was and try and avoid it, because that happened a couple of times down into T1. It's obviously so difficult to navigate when you're trying to kind of piece it together and effectively script it for you to make it a little bit easier for yourselves. But yeah, that's what they need to avoid. And they need to get into 1-2 and check away into the distance like they tried in the first race.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. I mean, it's possible, though. I mean, anything's possible at the moment. But I think for Maus, I think the one thing that is possible is that they're going to be doomed, unfortunately, to going down into Group C, which is certainly not the best place for them to be. You definitely associate Maus more with contesting, perhaps, against the likes of Porsche Commander and Team Redline, certainly with the roster that they have available to them. And, at the end of the day, whilst obviously this isn't suggesting that they will, of course, be doomed to not going to Riyadh for the EWC. Of course, they're no way near the realms of being surpassed to the point where they are going to be eliminated very early into this session. But it's all about setting the tone. And when we talk about the likes of Max Benneker and, drivers like Moritz Lerner and also Yuri Kasdorp and Dennis Schoeniger, you associate them with being the some of the biggest names in sim racing, Lewis. And obviously, this isn't really a correct reflection on what they are truly capable of.
No, it really isn't. And I will say one thing for them, a little bit. Obviously, this has gone really not very well for Maus in the dynamic group phase. Realistically, obviously, they did get promoted up into Group A in the first week, and then it's kind of been a bit downhill since then. This format works better for some teams than it does for others, and that is something really important to hammer home. This is a format that we've not seen in R1. We've never had a dynamic group phase where we're talking about promotion and relegation every week, where it's very rare that we've had in R1. Very few formats have actually kind of seen us have all 4 cars from a given team out on circuit at the same time. This is a format that has worked brilliantly for Porsche Commander and for Redline. This fits what they need as a team brilliantly. And for other teams less so. And for a team like Williams, I almost think this is a format that kind of works for a team like Williams. And so I do wonder if going up there, I'm not saying that they're going to be able to take on Redline and Commander, but you never really know. I will say, remember back to Jeddah, their qualifying times were right up there with Group A. In fact, I think quite a lot of time they were faster than Group A.
Yeah, no, they do have that raw ability to be just as good as anyone in Group A. It has to be said, and obviously we've got phenomenal results from Maus in the past, especially with Max Benneker taking the Gamers 8 title back in 2023. Obviously, nothing necessarily has ranked quite the same since then, but obviously he's always in the fight, and you just never know. That could very easily change and twist around when we head to Riyadh for the EWC this year. It could very easily be the case that we could see the likes of Moritz Lerner, and that's surely not going to help the confidence for Yuri Kasdorp into the barrier during free practice, and I'm sure he's not going to be best pleased with that. Let's run you through the starting grid ahead of Group B's final race, Race 3. Back row, the 6th row, it's Max Benneker lining up alongside Maus teammate Yuri Kasdorp. Ferry Stanley in 10th. Next up comes Vasilios Beliziotis in 9th, with Gregor Schill down in 8th place on the 4th row, with Daniel Pajtor in 7th place. Dennis Schrödinger in 6th, with Moritz Lerner in 5th. Then comes Dominic Blyer on row 2, alongside Kaiki Oliveira. On the front row, though, back again, Nikodem Wisniewski lining up alongside Tobias Pfeffer in the Williams. He's on pole position as Williams look to secure their place in Group A when we next meet again in Monza. So here we go, the cars lining up for the final time. Rolling start. Lewis, who's getting promoted? Let us know in the live chat who you think's going up.
Florian, I am a big fan of BS competition. I've loved you since the start. I think Williams are going through into Group A. Sorry.
You, the angry reply from Florian Haspar. Let's wait for that to occur. No, there's not an angry bone in his body, is there? The cars making their way down through towards the start-finish line to get this race underway. The last of tonight's showing here at Daytona, and the last at Daytona, full stop before the end of the dynamic group stage. And of course, Monza awaits. Before then, a to-be-announced round as now they cross the start-finish line. It's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. Great start for Tobias Pfeffer. Immediately, Kaiki Oliveira and Nikodem Wisniewski going wheel-to-wheel. They don't want to make too much contact. We've seen that go wrong already for teams so far tonight as they now dart down through towards Turn 2 and Turn 3. And now coming out of the horseshoe before then whittling their way down through towards Turn 4. And it's Tobias Pfeffer holding his own up at the front, but here comes Dom Blyer. A look to the outside and also looking to make moves comes Moritz Lerner, who's going to go side by side with Blyer on the run down through out of Turn 5 and Turn 6. Very soon in towards Turn 7. but Pfeffer holding his own. Here comes Blyer. A look to the inside, getting a better run. Coming through this portion of the circuit, the Moritz learners, they now dart through towards turn 6 and turn 7 this time around. BS Plus occupying second and third as then they get onto the back stretch, and Lerner topples Blyer for that P4. Mouse with a car inside the top 4 fight.
Yeah, which isn't going to help them much. They are still very much bottom of the points right now. Daniel Pagel then onto the rear end of Dom Blyer. Those two have been very strong this evening. They've got their teammate Tobias Pfeffer at the front. Welcoming Dennis Schoeniger, who works his way through into 6th, leans it down the inside, makes a bit of contact with the side of the Williams, who manages to catch it. Brilliant car control from Dom Blyer as he's able to keep his hands and eyes focused ahead as he got battered by his old teammate working his way through. Dennis Schoeniger, one part of Team Quad D last season. Of course, the Williams team, all drivers starting with everyone's first name started with D. Dennis Schoeniger was one of them. Obviously, Daniel Pagel, Dom Blyer and Darren McCormack. That probably wouldn't have gone down so well.
No, not at all. And that is where good friends can become bitter enemies as they now look to fight tooth and nail. Coming through turn 1. In comes Max Benneker as well. Up the inside, just on the left of screen. Looking to go side by side with Daniel Pagel. Schoeniger managing to retain the place against Dom Blyer this time around, but Blyer's got the better line coming through turn 3. Here comes Benneker. A look to the outside this time as well. Look at the loft. Yet another mouse car inside the top 6 as now they thoroughfare their way round. Here comes Tobias Pfeffer back on the return. Nikitin Wisniewski has taken the race lead with now Kaiki Oliveira looking to become a P2 sitter here for BS Plus competition as they look to search and hunt, of course, for P1 supremacy in the current standing. And as it stands, it's level points, should it stay like this, which adds a very complex affair as Kaiki makes contact with his teammate Nikitin Wisniewski. A slight bump draft, and it's enabled Tobias Pfeffer now to move on through and retake the race lead.
Yeah, that was a mistake from Kaiki Oliveira. As mistakes go, that was about as large a mistake as you want to make. He absolutely clobbered the rear end of Nikitin Wisniewski. The pair of them, though, were still able to hold onto the racetrack without spinning, and they lost a position each. It could be a lot worse. Oh, as Moritz Lerner goes down the inside, I wonder where Kaiki Oliveira's gone and all that, because Moritz Lerner's gone straight on. Kaiki Oliveira will be on the right-hand side here. He's dropped back behind. Where is Oliveira?
Goodness. He's down in 5th. Dom Blyer's moved up to 4th, so he's handed the baton over to Williams now still. There's Oliveira, and he's met with 2 mouse cars. It's gone into the favour of Moritz Lerner. That little bit of contact brushing together through the Le Mans chicane as now Dennis Schoeniger looks to try and move on up, adding yet another mouse car inside the top 6, as well with Max Benneker as well, as here comes Gregor Schill around the outside too. Through towards turn 1 they'll go. Benneker late on the brakes, defends the place, lofts himself ahead of his teammate. A little bit of a move there from Gregor Schill, just losing the rear traction just a little bit, but it's Gregor Schill above Daniel Pagel as we now watch them make their way through turn 3. There's Schoeniger, who has actually lost a few places after that brief spell coming in towards turn 1.
Yeah, certainly so. Again, it's getting a little bit chaotic. It's getting a little bit messy where it's just flip-flopped around and it's gone massively in advantage of Williams. It can massively go in advantage any other way as well. A little bit of contact there as the door's being opened. Dennis Schoeniger right onto the rear end of Daniel Pagel, was nearly tapping the rear end of Gregor Schill. Daniel Pagel moves over to try and cover off the mouse driver. Dennis Schoeniger sends one down the inside as they head their way into T6, clobbers the curb on the inside, opens the door and forces Daniel Pagel down the order. Not 1 position, not 2 positions, but 3 as well as Yuri Kazdorp comes through also.
Mouse have really turned up the heat here, and I have to say this, Dennis Schoeniger now the lowest of them in the timing tower, and he's right on the back of Yuri Kazdorp. Here comes Tobias Pfeffer, and in this fight is Moritz Lerner. He's managed to manufacture a position where he is now in this top 3 fights, as now the Mercedes coming to blows here with Nikitin Wisniewski's BMW M4. BS Plus now returning back with the race lead, as now Moritz Lerner looks to the outside of Pfeffer, and now back into 3rd place, just positioning his car just in behind the Mercedes AMG GT3, and Dom Blyer now getting a nice tow as well to bring 2 Mercedes Williams cars inside this top 3 fight once again. He's going to dart to the inside is Dom Blyer. In between though, Nikitin Wisniewski and Moritz Lerner is Tobias Pfeffer looking to retake the lead that was lost not too long ago with Nikitin Wisniewski taking the punt. This time around the outside contact now as Moritz Lerner goes round as he tried to make his way on the very ambitious outside line through turn 1. He's paid the price, and now it's Benneker, the highest runner for Mouse in P5.
got to respect the attempt, but alas, didn't really work out in favour of them. Here we go. We got side by side between Kazdorp and trying to go the one ahead in that fight. So he's the one in 7th position at the moment. They return to single file normality as Vasilios Belletsiotis is ahead of Ferris Stanley, who's ahead of Daniel Pajdor. What a turn of the evening for Pajdor. He's had such a good run this evening with 2 podiums. Now finds himself down in 11th position, scoring just a single point for the Williams Sim Racing team. There's a big move down the inside from Belletsiotis. This is getting a bit messy.
This is definitely drivers letting themselves off the chain, I think, in this final session. They came into this last race so close together on points, really, BS Plus and Williams. Obviously, one poor result can see one team really flourish and the other broken come the end of this last race here. We've concluded 4 laps now at this stage. We're coming up to the halfway point now as they take the Le Mans chicane, flying out through towards the final sector, and Tobias Pfeffer still with the lead advantage, but Nikodem Wisniewski is still there. Max Benneker's managed to move his way into 4th as well, so very much recovering the damage done after the loss of Moritz Lerner, as now they fly through in towards the final corner, or certainly out of the final corner, through towards the start-finish line to begin lap 5 of 9. There's Tobias Pfeffer being joined by Nikodem Wisniewski. These two have an advantage of nearly 0.6 of a second, 5.5 to be precise. Here's the replay. Now this is Kaiki Oliveira, Moritz Lerner on the outside. This is what happened to Kaiki, who did extremely well to hold on to the car to come through out of turn 11, and I wouldn't be surprised if he feels a little bit peeved after that moment. That's what happened to Moritz Lerner going off at turn 1.
Yeah, so the one going through the Le Mans chicane, that's the pair of them going side by side. Read into that what you will. You could maybe say it's a little bit on Lerner, but I think it's racing instant. Great car control, to be honest, from both of them, but more so from Kaiki Oliveira, who was able to keep that car from spinning and not drop his way down the order and keep running around in 5th spot. Second instant, got to say, you're trying to go around the outside so that you're putting a lot on the table there for Moritz Lerner. He had to try it, he had to give it a go, but didn't really give the car's width for 3 wide, and that was what caused the problem there, at least in my opinion. So I kind of get the feeling it was a self-serving penalty as he drops the way down the field. No penalty required, it's just racing instant because he's the one that's effectively been penalised already. Yeah,
that's very true. At the moment now, as we watch Don Blyer look to weave his way past Maximilian Benneker. At the moment, you think the crux of the issue for BS Plus competition here at this moment in time is Kaiki Oliveira and Gregor Schill. They're currently sat down in 5th and 6th. If they can somehow get their way past Maximilian Benneker, they can close that points gap on Williams. And plus, if Nikodem Wisniewski wins this race, extra points, of course, for the victory. That has got to be the goal, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. Look, ending on a high, obviously. The two going toe-to-toe. Wisniewski's won already this evening, and the chance of a second victory is most certainly there, but it's going to take a very different style of race for him to do so. Could Max Benneker yet win? He's running in 3rd spot, so for Maus, as much as there is nearest makes no difference out of the running for moving through into, or really staying here in Group B. A final victory for Benneker before dropping down into Group C. It's exactly what Vitality did last week.
Yeah, and then could coincidentally see them come straight back into Group B as well post Monza. But of course we'll have to wait and see. That's just over a week's time when we will return there, of course. Well, in exactly a week's time, I should say. Don Blyer now creeping and peeping, coming out of the hairpin bend at turn 3. Persevering after Maximilian Benneker. Got Kaiki Oliveira and Gregor Schill locked behind in 5th and 6th at the moment. Kaiki Oliveira from Brazil, moving from Furia to the BS Plus competition outfit. As now Blyer looking ever focused as ever with his teammate Tobias Pfeffer up at the top. Williams with a great chance now to solidify their place, moving through to Group A to tussle with the likes of Team Redline and Porsche Coanda, where they'll really be testing their mettle against truly 2 of the best teams in this championship at the moment, as now they come through the Le Mans chicane. Pfeffer and Wisniewski building a gap of 1.4 seconds. But Blyer's got to be wary here because he's got 2 cars behind him that could yet benefit after 2 major overtakes to get 2 key position points gains in order to help their championship against Williams at the moment, because it's only 24 points, the gap, Lewis.
Yeah, it is still close in the points. It doesn't necessarily look it or feel it, but let's say, for example, Wisniewski takes over first position. Suddenly, things switch around very quickly. Things switch around in this group very quickly. If Kaiki Oliveira gets spun round and he's in high risk of that around the outside of the first corner. There comes through Dom Blyer then, still with Max Benneker on his outside as they dab their way onto the brakes and flick it through the international horseshoe. A lot of risk happening here. Dom Blyer, I mean, if he gets spun round, BS Competition are right back in it.
Yeah, I mean, Kaiki Oliveira could have fallen victim the same way that Moritz Lerner did not too long ago by taking that ambitious line around the outside. Back on the brakes comes Max Benneker as he looks to try and tussle here this time around with Dom Blyer over third place. Of course, Blyer asking major questions coming through turn 3. And now on the return as they head down this next straight in towards the next double left-hander. Through turn 5, 6 and 7 they go, and it will be Blyer who holds position. But now in come the rest of the BMW M4s queuing up in behind. That includes Kaiki Oliveira, Gregor Schill and Dennis Schrödinger as well. So Maus with 2 cars in this top 6 fight as they now sprint down through towards the Le Mans chicane. Who's going to make the first move? Yeah, coming down into this left and right. No one looking to make the overtake just yet, but it's all about the momentum carrying through onto the second half of this and then moving through towards the start-finish line and then very shortly the penultimate lap of the race. But it's Pfeffer with the lead now, Wisniewski in second.
It won't matter too much, but I feel obliged to inform you all at home. There's been a 5-second time penalty dished the weight of Moritz Lerner. Of course, he's running around in last position, so even if he gets ahead of Ferris Stanley, he'll drop back behind Ferris Stanley, just so you know. On then to the penultimate lap of the race. Tobias Pfeffer, he is leading. Wisniewski's being patient behind and basically doing a copy and paste of the first race of the evening, where, well, to a degree, but the other way around, where he was battling for the race victory against Williams. Could he come out on top again?
We'll soon find out. They're making his way down through towards turn 3. It looks like Benneker's managed to move back into third. So a podium in his grasp, at least for now, Benneker, but he's got another lap after this one to secure it. Won't matter too much in terms of where Maus are going to be at the end of this race as they now make their way down through towards turn 6. But look at this as well from Dennis Schrödinger, who's looking to get past Kaiki Oliveira as well as we now rejoin the battle between Blyer and Benneker. Coming in towards the next right, Benneker still holding position, just positioning the car in the right place. As now Dennis Schrödinger moves ahead of Gregor Schill. And now having a very ambitious look, just a little bit of a warning shot fired against Kaiki Oliveira as they now head out of turn 6 and turn 7 and then onto the oval, coming out of turn 8 in towards turn 9. And Blyer will have another great chance here to topple Benneker to move back into third place. As it stands, Williams go through on 137 points.
Yeah, right now I can see that gap being closed up. I'm just not seeing it change in its entirety. I do think that Nikodem Wisniewski's got a great chance of victory here. That will flip around a fair few points. Of course, it's 25 points for victory and 20 points for second place. So it would be closed up by 10 points with Williams losing 5 and BS Competition gaining 5. Is there 16 more points of change to happen out there? Potentially. But it more comes down to if there's drama for Dom Blyer. One final lap then to deal with here at Daytona Beach.
Yeah, obviously the big one, Dom Blyer to lose places, as you so rightly say, and now it looks like he's going to come under fire from Kaiki Oliveira, who's not only going to try and take on Dom Blyer, but also try and take on Max Benneker. The two BMWs coming side by side, as now coming back out onto the track, just rubbing on the grass here was Kaiki Oliveira, and as did Dom Blyer on the exit coming out of turn 2, side by side here on the final lap, as they now hustle out of turn 3. Oliveira with that inside line, looking to try and coax his way forward, trying to keep Dom Blyer at bay, but he has been so tenacious in recovering places that he loses, and Blyer returning the serve, coming through in towards turn 5 and turn 6. An essential move to withstand the pressure to keep Kaiki Oliveira at bay.
Look at this train, though, from 3rd to 12th. It is one big train. We could see some chops and changes depending on who gets aggressive going into the Le Mans chicane. One final time they work their way through NASCAR 1 and 2. One final time they'll work their way through the Le Mans chicane. One final time this evening they will work their way up towards the line. Who's going to win that final race? At the moment, I would say it could be advantage Nikodem Wisniewski for the second time this evening.
Well, it has been a spirited BS Plus competition performance, but equally a spirited performance from Pfeffer, who I think, feeling the pressure, just cuts that final chicane ever so slightly. He will come out of it, though, still in front on track. But the stewards might have a little look at that later on. We're not quite sure, but it looks like now Nikodem Wisniewski is getting closer regardless. It might not even matter. Wisniewski, who's already been a winner tonight, earlier on this evening, is looking set to go and take his second to Grand BS Plus competition. Yet another victory here this time. It's Nikodem Wisniewski who wins race 3 here in Group B. A grand effort there from Tobias Pfeffer from pole to P2, and Max Benneker completing the podium. Third place for Maus. But it's this man who takes victory again. Nikodem Wisniewski beating yet again Williams Esports to the punch and taking victory this time around for BS Plus competition. Much to the delight, I'm sure, of Florian Haspar. Despite, though, them not getting through, obviously, the way the points stand, Williams looking set to joining Redline and Porsche Coanda in Group A ahead of Monza next week.
Does seem as though it might be the second time this evening then that a driver has won the race, but that's the team that's not going through. Obviously, Jimmy Antunes for MSI earlier on will most likely remain in Group C. We'll get those updated and finalised points to you before the end of this broadcast. But MSI looking to stay in Group C despite taking a victory in the final race. BS Competition looking to stay in Group B despite taking victory in this final race. But I've got to say, for BS Competition, they've looked strong. They've looked like a team that can challenge to get into Group A. And I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if there is going to be more of an opportunity by the time we get to Monza. Of course, they'll have to take on Virtus Pro, who are the ones dropping down from Group A when we get to the Temple of Speed, which does mean you've got to take on Darren McCormack, who pretty good.
Yeah, he is pretty good. I got to say, Darren McCormack, a very tough cookie to crack, and he's just going to witness Darren McCormack, his old team now, ascend above him in terms of Group A. We can now go across, though, and have a chat with Nikodem Wisniewski, twice a race winner now tonight here in the R1 Championship. A wonderful night for you, Nikodem. Great to have you back. Once again, a victor here at Daytona. BS Plus competition, obviously, as a team, you gave it your best shot to get promoted into Group A. Not quite close enough, but you've got to take solace from your performances here tonight.
Yeah, that's a shame. I mean, me and Kaika were in the front in every race. The second was a bit unfortunate. Like I thought we're gonna dictate the pace, same as for the first race, but I just misshot the first corner in the second race, and it was harder from that point. But yeah, in that race, I think we did everything what was possible for us. It's a shame that the boys had so much bad luck, I would say, Ferris and Gregor. But yeah, I mean, the second race win is always tastes good. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about the performance overall. But for sure, there are some points to improve, and maybe we'll be in Group A one day.
You've been victorious for a few teams in the world of sim racing, obviously for Williams, for G2, and for BS competition here in R1. And you've seen a lot of different varieties of team and how you've worked with teammates. What's it like working in BS competition, in winning in BS competition, and being teamed up with Kaiki Oliveira? Because it seems like the two of you work very well together.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy to be in the team. I think all the boys are putting a lot of effort. We are, I would say, a nice pack of guys, and we have a good time together. Florian is also the great guy. Felix, our engineer, that is helping us. So I think it's very well, very good team, well in different areas. And yeah, with Kaika, I mean, we were practicing at Daytona all the time. Like both of us were in the train of our two cars, and we were working pretty well. So it's good that we could deliver now in quali and start in front. Like we were starting top 3 every race. So that's for sure a nice thing to have, and we just need to move forward and just be even better. So yeah, congrats to Williams. They did a very nice races as well, right? We were very, I mean, it was enjoyable to battle them because the racing was very clean. So thanks to them, and good luck in Group A.
Yeah, well, of course, we'll wish you all the very best as well going to Monza. 3 times a race winner now, Nikodem, in the dynamic group stage, and that's 6 wins as well for BS Plus competition here as well, the dynamic group stage. So massive congratulations, and we'll see you at the Temple of Speed next week.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikodem Wisniewski, everybody. The winner of race 3 here in Group B. And we can, of course, run you through the highlights, albeit not a lot on display at the moment. So we will rejoin both me and Lewis. Yeah, that was some thrilling highlights there, Lewis McGlade. But no, honestly, cracking performance. You know, you don't really need highlights to tell the story really about Williams, do you, at this stage? A sensational performance on their part to go on to take a truly remarkable group victory. Looking ahead now to Group A, how do you rate their chances going to Monza?
Look, it's an interesting one. It depends how the straight line speed is of the Mercedes. If it's because that's one thing that has been said by a few of the teams, mainly the Mercedes teams, you know what they're like. Where the Mercedes have struggled a little bit for straight line speed. It's clearly not been too bad, not held them back too much, but still there have been a few struggles when it comes to straight line speed for them. If they have the same problems at Monza, obviously it is going to be, it's called the Temple of Speed for a reason, right? Let's be real. But the thing is, you just never really know. So I'm sure they'll be keeping their eyes focused and moving forward. And you may be trying to outscore Redline and Porsche Commander. It's going to be a tough one. But look, I've got to say this. It's going to be really interesting to see 3 of the biggest names in sim racing. Obviously, yeah, sure, we've seen Virtus Pro, we've seen Mouse up there. But when you account for the entirety of the world of sim racing, not just here in RENNSPORT, but you look on iRacing, you look on R Factor 2, Le Mans, like you look around the world of sim racing, you know, ACC as well. 3 big teams always are kind of there or thereabouts, depending on which platform you're on. There's always a Porsche Commander up there. There's always a Redline up there. There's always a Williams up there. And so seeing those 3 teams up there in Group A, it'll be good fun. I do think Williams might get smashed, though. I'm just being realistic.
Well, we know the quality of the drivers at Redline and obviously Porsche Commander as well. But, you know, like you so rightly say, Williams have such a strong foothold, don't they, in the world of sim racing as a whole anyway. So it's great to see them working at the top level here in R1. And obviously looking ahead, they have a great chance to obviously obtain, you know, a very easy spot in Riyadh as well. Let's take a look at the highlights this time from race 3. Mouse, obviously commiserations to them. Lewis, did not go to plan. This was one of the moments, of course, where we witnessed them literally working together to try and raise the stakes. It was a more aggressive Mouse display, I think, altogether. When we saw the likes of Moritz Lerner trying to move his way through the field, Max Benneker also having fisticuffs with the likes of Dom Blyer as well later on in the race. They pretty much stacked their chips to the centre of the table, didn't they?
Yeah, well, they had nothing to lose, so they might as well throw everything at it and give everything a go. Here's a big bit of car control. Watch that white, yellow and green car just managing to catch the car. That was Kaiki Oliveira after contact with Moritz Lerner. Dennis Schoeniger making some big moves down the inside at T6. A couple of big moves coming to the outside. That was Moritz Lerner being sent round at the first corner of trying to make it 3 wide at the moment. Again, there was some brilliant racing. There was some aggressive racing. There was some door banging, but like I said, Mouse had nothing to lose in this race. They were already in 3rd spot. They were already down at the bottom of the points. They were already almost destined to move through into Group C. The only thing that would have kept them here in Group B was a miracle and some brilliant driving. They gave it a go. You can't knock it.
No, they did. They gave it a good go. Nikodem Wisniewski, though, would reign supreme on the day, challenging his former team right to the bitter end. It was wheel to wheel, and eventually he came out on top for BS Plus competition. And this is the final classification from race 3 in Group B. Nikodem Wisniewski is your winner for the 2nd time tonight and his 3rd in total in the dynamic group phase. Tobias Pfeffer finishing 2nd after qualifying pole position, just could not quite ticket lights to flag. Maximilian Benneker fighting his way into 3rd. Has had a frustrating day indeed after a qualifying session and 2 qualifying sessions, I should say, that did not go to plan. Dominic Blyer in 4th, Kaiki Oliveira in 5th, Dennis Schoeniger as well in 6th, Gregor Schill in 7th, ahead of Vasilios Belitsiotis down in 8th. Ferris Stanley and then Daniel Pajtor further back in 9th and 10th, and Yuri Kasdorp and Moritz Lerner, who both had their own fair share of frustrations. Just hasn't been Mouse's day today as they finish rooted towards the bottom of the order. So there you have it. That is all the races here tonight, Lewis. Obviously, just to round things off, a grand display here at Daytona. We're looking forward to Monza, though. We're getting closer to that decisive moment. Your thoughts as we head towards the back end of the season?
Yeah, look, I think it's been an exciting one. It's been a fun one, and like I say, those final, basically, we've got 3 online rounds to deal with before we start dealing with the in-person LAN event in Riyadh, obviously at the start of July. a lot of excitement to deal with. Obviously, we've got next week, we're actually dealing with 2 rounds, obviously on Thursday and Friday. And then obviously we've got a slightly different format for how things are going to work in the season finale online here in round 8. It's been as expected thus far with Porsche Commander and Redline being the top 2 teams, but every now and then we've had a few teams like really throw their way into it. That battle for who is the 3rd team at the moment, by the way, is crazy. Because like Virtus Pro, you sometimes like, yeah, it's them. Then Williams throw their way into the mix. Then BS Competition, Mauser up there. And to be fair, a few of those down, even further down, like MSI, they could throw their way into it. A couple of good rounds and they're right up in it. ERA with that quality 1, 2, 3, and 4 back in Group D. I know it's Group D, but it's still pretty competitive back there. There's a lot to deal with by the time we get into Riyadh. But for now, we're waiting for everything to be confirmed official here as to who's actually moving through and who's not, and then we'll show you the points and let you know. But it's been an exciting evening.
Many questions to be answered, but maybe we can answer a few when we head to Monza in over a week's time. If you've been tuning in tonight, we do appreciate your time as well. Thank you for joining us here this evening. Be sure to stay up to date with all the socials as well across the board. But from me, George Morgan, and Lewis McGlade, we'll see you next time in Monza. Take care. Goodbye.